Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, there it is. That was quick. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot to talk about this morning. Not only was yesterday wild with Waller and Timmerhouse, but now this morning you got two different things. The GDP came out, inventories, GDP prices, sales, and all of it came in hot. So if you thought the GDP was good, the numbers were even better. So it's good in the fact that it keeps everything the same. Maybe we got a factor for a little bit stronger of an economy in some degrees, but we're going to let the market work through that today. I wouldn't focus too much on that, but your boy Bill Ackman. It's crazy that we were trading the Fed futures yesterday and then I got a bond short now, but here it is, bro. Bill Ackman is saying that the next Fed cut will happen in March. He is down with the ZQ, but also he is buying the bonds. So we have a very interesting breakdown so far. We don't have much data for the rest of the day. I do think around like 2 p.m. you're going to get the beige book. Then like one or two Fed speakers. I think only one. But then besides that, it's not that crazy. Rover to be acquired by Blackstone for $11 a share in cash. That's coming out now. But point is, we have an interesting day, the bond-dollar dynamic, but mainly the bonds and what people are expecting. It is going to be key. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you're ready to start off Wednesday. I'm already seeing Co-Real Estate. I know they're ready for Wednesday, baby. But, Chattadonia, good morning. How are ya? What's up, Najee Wolf? Oh, what's up, Gonzalo, Lori, Jeff Kent, baby, Nathan Evans, Shih Tzu, Robert, baby, Elwaz, good morning, Jimmy Fontana, Danny, Rami, hey, Yos, baby, Caballero, B. Dizzle, Dirty Bird, Winning Loser, good morning, what's up, Ajo? Oh, Laker, Jay, oh, good morning, baby, what's going on, Chad? How you living? Greg Ale, Space Monkey, Marcus Hanlon, baby, Ty Bean, Chris, baby, what's going on? Jerry Wood, Astro, ER, baby, Justin, AR2, Monica, Ashley, good morning. Dylan Radish, Dave Zoom, baby. Rocket Sergeant, good morning. Christo, how you living? Brooklyn Too Fit, Wild Style, CYB, Parma Bowl. Good morning, baby. What's up, Marcelo? What's up, Young Blood? What up, James Ocean? Good morning, Nepal. Oh, my goodness. How you living? Florida Sloth, Alex Lozano, Starbucks. We got Good morning, Starbucks. You're supposed to wake me up. No? Okay, bad joke. Okay, Ray G, 10% Alex, CG Trades, Miguel, Walter White is in the house. Oh, my goodness. Travis Johnson, Gregor, baby, how you living? Abby, Rodney, Gunner, Louie, Ari, good morning. You got Abby and Ari, baby. What's up, JD, Alan Chang, Candy Upton, Folk Beth, Rodney, Anonymous, Stacy B, Stat Geek, and Devlin, baby. Good morning. Oh, what's up, Rico? How y'all living, man? What about the Twitch? What about Most Dope Andy? Braxton is in the house. Ibex, Yunan, Like the Miss, T Toxie, JG Industries, baby. Good morning. Mother Liquor, Amor Fati Trav, Rocky Bow Blowout, Dev Patel, Preforms, Uncle Nick, Sim Race Review, and Blowing Dope. KJ, there's wait, hold on. That didn't even load. KJ Lemur, Glenn Kokas, baby. Most Dope Andy, Boar Dark Spear, T Toxie, good morning. Payday Devo, Robo Hand Tag. I see Blazing Bob. I see Blizzy B. I'll take him. Bruce, baby. How y'all living? What's up, man? What up, Casey? Orenzi, Christina, Daniel, Enrique. That's up, dude. The chat is ready to go. So happy Wednesday. I hope y'all ready for it. Y'all ready for this? Down. So again, going to be an interesting day. Unfortunately, I am probably more hype than the day will be. So I don't know. Y'all want me to tone it down? I could tone it down if you'd like, but I'm just saying, we'll see the catalyst vacuum. You already got your data early here in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So we will see what happens, man. Oh, and of course, I mean, bro, we got Charlie Munger videos to watch. I don't know if you saw his last one. I need some energy now, bro. I was really sad yesterday, bro. At the end of that, you have no idea. So we did lose one of the legends, man. And again, I hope it is a inspiration to never forget what that man would teach. You know what I'm saying? I hope you preserve the words of Munger and the mentality and the philosophy. For real, a lot to learn, baby. So, Chattadonia, Let's have a good day here. Hopefully nothing too crazy happens. Uh-oh, hot dog. Oh, shit. Everything just froze. Charlie died? Yeah, he actually, honestly, it sounds like a fake headline, but yeah, he did pass away yesterday, unfortunately. Very, very sad, bro. Very, very sad. But stocks poised to extend November rally after GDP. Stock futures rose after the latest economic data reinforced speculation that the economy is continued to grow despite the Federal Reserve's aggressive tightening campaign. S&P contracts signal that the benchmark gauge will rise or extend their November rally. Treasury two-year yields, which are most sensitive to imminent Fed moves, dropped 7 basis points below to 4.7. The dollar fluctuated. Fed swaps fully priced in a quarter rate cut by May. Gross domestic product rose at an upwardly revised 5.2 annualized pace in the quarter, the fastest in nearly 2 years. Consumer spending advanced at a less robust 3.6% rate, according to the government's second estimate of the figures issued on Wednesday. To John Leiper of Titan Asset Management, the data highlighted the ongoing strength of the U.S. economy. While fourth quarter figures are expected to slow, that will do little to dent a strong year, he noted. The Goldilocks narrative continues for now, Leiper said. And then bonds are rallying like 2008. Global bonds rally by the most since the global financial crisis. November's rally is being driven by increasing speculation that the Fed and their global peers have largely finished hiking interest rates and will start cutting next year. Markets are pricing in a full percentage point of reductions in the U.S. next year, with the cycle starting in June. If you start to believe that the Fed is done and the focus on the next rate moves, which will be cuts, then there's plenty of firepower to bring rates lower in yields. However, we have moved a lot in a short period of time, said Andrew Brenner at Nat Alliance Securities. The world's advanced economies are heading into a deepening slowdown as markedly higher interest rates take a hefty toll on activity that could still become more acute, the OECD warned. The Fed and the European Central Bank will need to keep interest rates higher for longer than investors are expecting to ensure inflation is weeded out for their economies. OECD chief economist Claire Lombardelli told Bloomberg Television this morning. Global bonds are soaring at the fastest pace since '08. A gauge of global sovereign corporate debt has returned 4.9% in November, heading for the biggest monthly gain since it surged 6.2% in the depths of the recession in December 2008. After November's surge, U.S. equities are due for a slump before revving back up and heading into year-end, a typical bullish period. That's according to Steven Sotomayor, the chief equity technical strategist at Bank of America, who sees signs that the S&P has hit a roadblock after its roughly 11% advance since October 27th. General Motors will boost their dividend by 33% and repurchase $10 billion of shares, their biggest ever buyback plan, sparking renewed interest among investors in a stock that has slumped this year as the technology investments have faltered. Foot Locker raised full-year forecast, citing results over Thanksgiving and progress on their strategic growth plan. CrowdStrike, a security company, reported third-quarter results that beat expectations, and the company raised full-year revenue forecast. Miriam Adelson, the widow of casino magnate Sheldon Adelson, is selling $2 billion of stock in Las Vegas Sands so the family can acquire a majority stake in the Dallas Mavericks from Mark Cuban. NetApp, a data storage company, boosted its full-year adjusted earnings per share forecast above analyst expectation, and activist investor Elliott Management has built up a $1 billion stake in Phillips 66 and plans to push for 2 more board seats. China non-manufacturing PMIs on Thursday, OPEC on Thursday, Eurozone CPI on Thursday, and then U.S. personal income, PCE, jobless claims, and pending home sales on Thursday. All of your data is done for today. You only get me for 7 hours, huh? Beige book. Nobody cares about the beige book, but hey, I'll be here. I'll be here, baby. Good morning. Oh, we still got a little bit more. Where'd that go? Bullish bets. November is almost up, and it has been the best month of the S&P and the NASDAQ in the last 16 months. While globally, bonds are soaring at the fastest pace since the '08 financial crisis. Will it continue? Corporate America certainly thinks so, with the ratio of insider buyers to sellers at the highest in 6 months. Bank of America's buyback desk has become the busiest it's ever been, and Goldman corporate clients in deep share repurchasing mode. And Bill Ackman, who moved the market when he said a month ago he'd cover his treasury short, is now making a very different bet. The Pershing Square capital manager said that there is a real risk of an economic hard landing in the U.S., and the Federal Reserve could start to cut interest rates as soon as the first quarter. It's an out-of-consensus call. Traders are fully pricing in a rate cut in June, but plenty of investors across the bond market are positioning for a hard landing and aggressive Fed easing next year. JP Morgan's Treasury Client Survey, conducted weekly since 1991, found that the most active investors are bullish as they've ever been and have increased their net long positions to 78%. China flows. The House is set to drop a measure of tightening U.S. investment in Chinese tech firm from the annual defense policy bill. The measure would require firms to notify governments about certain investments in China and other countries of concern. It was approved by Senate in its version of the defense bill earlier in the year, but faces strong opposition from House Financial Services Chairman Patrick McHenry, who has long preferred an approach that targets individual companies instead of industries more broadly. President Joe Biden's executive order to curb spending on high-tech sectors in China is still likely to take effect next year. Separately, fast fashion retailer Shein, which filed for an IPO, faces an uphill battle to convince potential American investors that it doesn't source cotton from China's Xinjiang region, which is the center of forced labor allegations. LME's nickel wins. The London Metal Exchange won UK court challenges by both Elliott Investment Management and trading firm Jane Street over its decision to halt a short squeeze in the nickel market last year. The LME drew widespread criticism after they suspended their market and retroactively canceled $12 billion of trades, with Elliott seeking to have the cancellation declared unlawful after it lost money. I can't remember what happened in the nickel market last year and why it broke. Off-the-wall account was how the LME sleepwalked into a crisis and was unaware of a massive short squeeze centered around a metal giant kingpin. Israel latest, negotiators from Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S. are pressing for an extension of truce between Israel and Hamas that's entered into the final 24 hours. President Biden on Tuesday called for an end to the fighting and stepped up criticism of Hamas, saying that they feared nothing more than Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace. Hamas, which turned over 12 more hostages to the Red Cross, pledged to adhere to the truce as long as Israel sticks to their end of the deal. The continuation of releases of Palestinian prisoners, Egyptian and Qatari officials were in contact to potentially extend the truce for 2 more days, according a report from Al Qahira News, the Cairo-based broadcaster that typically represents the Egyptian government views. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is due to arrive in Israel on Thursday. And then the second print for GDP already came out. S&P futures are up by 0.5 on Wednesday morning after U.S. equities finished slightly higher in a very uneventful Thursday session with upside leadership from the likes of software, select big tech, unprofitable tech, and specialty apparel and the most shorted names. Treasuries are firmer across the curve, extending this week's rally yield on the 10-year note by over 70 basis points since last October. Dollar slightly firmer on the major crosses, though dollar index on track for a 3.5% monthly pullback. Gold is flat. Bitcoin futures down by 0.5. WTI is up by 1.5 heading into the OPEC meeting. Lower yield backdrop remains the big story with the dovish-leaning Waller comments on Tuesday. The latest driver, better software earnings, another bright spot today as far as that space has been a big November gainer. At the same time, equity upside is seemingly limited by talk of dampening position and sentiment tailwind following an outsized November rally. In addition, market dealing with a catalyst vacuum ahead of the PCE inflation, Eurozone CPI, and OPEC meeting all on Thursday. More importantly, next couple of weeks being the official November employment data on December 8th. And the 12th being the FOMC decision, and then the third. Oh wait, no. Employment CPI on the 12th and then FOMC on the 13th. No change when it comes to the main market narratives. Bulls focused on disinflation, peak Fed 24 policy pivot, soft landing, and earnings rebound. Bears are focused on higher for longer, lagged effects of tightening, and macro risk to earnings and margin. Quiet on the U.S. economic calendar today with second estimate for GDP higher, though consumer spending revised lower. Fed Mester speaks this afternoon while the Fed Beige Book will also be released. Headlines continue to flag a pickup in market expectations for 24 easing. Also, more discussion about low volatility readings and debate about potential signaling. Bulls and Investors Intelligence latest survey, highest since July. OPEC reportedly still discussing 2024 policy and not planning to delay Thursday's meeting despite recent speculation. Overseas, German, Spanish, and Aussie inflation all came in cooler than expected. Apple is ending partnership with Goldman Sachs. Microsoft reportedly won't get a board seat on OpenAI. UNH guided 24 EPS largely in line. Intuit beat despite difficult macro. Workday beat and raised full-year subscription revenue and operating margin guidance. Crowd beat on most key metrics for Q3, delivered record net new ARR growth, and guided above. GM boosted by a capital return announcement. LVS down on $2 billion share sale by Adelson family. Dollar Tree comps missed on Family Dollar softness. HRL missed on retail weakness and guided full-year EPS below. JBL pressured following negative pre-announcement. NTAP fiscal Q2 ahead, but raised full-year 24 guidance. Okta hit by new security security breach was bigger than thought. AZEK guided below for Q1 and full year 24. Leslie down big after it missed and guided below, flagging transitory headwinds. Foot Locker beat and talked up early holiday season start. Woof down on big miss and guidance cut. And then Fetch said they won't announce Q3 results following privatization speculation, with some investors distancing themselves from the discussion. Well, don't worry. So much more, chat. It's a world filled with news, filled with news. Jack Ma has urged Alibaba to change form as the commerce giant he founded tries to find a new path after abandoning parts of an ambitious restructuring plan and main Chinese rivals gain ground. Australia inflation cools with CPI rising 4.9 in October, down from 5.6 in September and below the 5.2 forecast. Spanish inflation unexpectedly easing, retreating for the first time since June thanks to a drop in cost of fuel and tourism. Consumer prices rose 3.2, down from the 3.5 month and 3.7 estimate. German regional inflation cools in November, including Baden and Württemberg, 3.4%, down from 4.4. Bavaria, 2.8, down from 3.7. Brandenburg, 4.1 from 4.6. Hesse, 2.9 from 3.6. North Rhine, 3 from 3.1. And Saxony, 3.9 from 4.5. Russian President Vladimir Putin will not make peace in Ukraine before he knows the results of the November U.S. election, a senior U.S. State Department official said on Tuesday, amid concerns that a potential victory from former Donald Trump could upend Western support for Kyiv. Bill Ackman is betting that the Federal Reserve will begin cutting rates sooner than markets are predicting. The Pershing Square Capital Manager founder said such a move would happen as soon as the first quarter. Traders are fully pricing in a rate cut in June, with the chance of the cut happening in May, priced around 80% according to the swap market data. Workday shares rose more than 8% pre-market after the cloud enterprise company raised their outlook for the year and reported better than expected results. OpenAI's revamped board of directors does not plan to include outside investors. The head of Amazon's cloud division has recent turmoil at OpenAI to launch a thinly veiled attack on Microsoft, the artificial intelligence company's biggest investor. Things are moving fast in AI, and in that type of environment, the ability to adapt the most valuable capability you can. Selipsky, AWS chief executive, said at the annual developer conference, you don't want a cloud provider that's beholden primarily to one model provider. You need a real choice. The event of the past 10 days has made that very clear. Wow. Wow, very, very, very inspiring. Yes? No? Okay. Fed officials signal December pause. Waller's comments perceived as dovish. Disinflation causes standoff between markets and central banks over borrowing costs will edge lower. RBNZ on hold, but warns of further rate cuts or hikes if inflation surprises higher. Rising JGB yields drive BOJ unrealized losses to Japanese $10.5 trillion. China-style quantitative easing emerges as PBOC set to fund property lending via policy banks. BOK expects to leave rates unchanged Thursday as economists eye 24 pivot. Corporate insiders are snapping up shares of their own firms, a signal the market rally has room to run. Bill Ackman bets Fed will begin cutting rates as soon as Q1 24. Derivatives markets positioning for aggressive Fed easing in 24. German state inflation eases. Spanish inflation eases in Australia. Apple preparing to end credit card partnership with Goldman. Biden administration weighs granting automakers temporary reprieve from new rules limiting EV tax credits. Big U.S. companies have largely skirted impact of Fed rate hikes, leaving pain concentrated among smaller firms. Amazon Web Services announces new Trianium AI chip for training AI along with new AI chatbot. 3M and DuPont win Forever Chemicals class action lawsuit after appeals court ruling. Solomon says Goldman Sachs has moved away from growth at all cost strategy abound in China. Micron raises guidance, but less than some had expected. Lineage Logistics is eyeing $30 billion valuation in next year. OPEC continuing to hold talks in 24 oil policy with no delay to meeting. Hamas releases more hostages as CIA and Mossad meet to discuss longer-term truce. Finland will close entire border with Russia until 13 of December, an effort to halt flow of migrants. And U.S. congressional leaders to drop plans to include China investment curbs in annual defense bill. Wow. That was a lot of news, no? I feel like it's already 9:20. Oh, man, it's already 9:20. So I do have to go to the bathroom. I have a couple of plays for you, but let me throw these up. There's actually a lot of pre-market move. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. So you can see the ones that are up for now. But I will be right back. God bless you. We got 10 more minutes to the bell. 10 more. That's a lot of headlines. That's a lot of headlines.
We've just talked about record spending. There's some cracks there in terms of how the consumer is spending for that. We know about delinquencies. The retailers warned that maybe we should have some caution around what the holiday spending period could look like. Best Buy was one. Walmart another, talking about deflation. Then you get names like Foot Locker saying things weren't so bad. Stock is surging in the pre-market. When it comes to the equity call, Bob, do you want discretionary right now, or do you want staples going into next year?
I'm not crazy about either sector. Staples would be the contrarian move. Discretionary, having bought some of those opportunistically, turning around and trimming now because my view is, as you can hear, is things are going to slow.
Richard, what about you?
So John, I view this very simplistically, that one has to remember the cycle is determined by cyclicals. And so if that's true, and we think profits are going to start revving up again, going from like minus 10 to 15% to plus 10 to 15% as we go into 2024, that would argue for more cyclicality. The problem with the consumer discretionary sector is it's dominated by a handful of companies. So I don't mind consumer discretionary on an equal weighted basis. I don't particularly find it attractive on a cap weighted basis.
That seems to be your approach at the index level as well, not just the sector level. Richard, is that right? It's an equal weight S&P as opposed to a market weight S&P?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We at RBA view the market as a seesaw right now. And on one side of the seesaw, you have 7 stocks. The other side of the seesaw, you have everything else virtually in the world on the other side of the seesaw. And we think there's honestly a once-in-a-generation opportunity on the other side of the seesaw away from those 7 stocks.
When you equal weight the S&P, I understand what you're trying to dilute, remove the muscle from, and that's big tech. When you equal weight discretionary, is that just about Tesla for you, Richard, just the makeup of that sector?
Yeah, I mean, it would be probably, I don't want to name names,
Sure.
I'm not a stock picker, but something like Tesla, Amazon, the big, you want to get away. I think, look, when you have 7 stocks dominating the market, John.
Wasn't that Southwest headline back in the day? But Chatadonia, we got to push through it. You got a couple of pre-market movers. NTAP up 11 on earnings. GM, you already went over that news. Workday up 8.4 off of earnings. Phillips, PSX up by Elliott Management taking a stake. Stellantis 4 off of GM Sympathy. KKR up 4.4 to acquire remaining 37% of Global Atlantic for $2.7 billion in cash. Ford up as a sympathy to GM. PSTG 3.2 off of nothing. Crowd 3.0 off of earnings. Unity up 2.8 to close 14 offices and amends agreements with WBI FX Limited. Intuit up 1.9 off of earnings. FLNC 15 off of earnings. GameStop 13 just because. Foot Locker 11.2 off earnings. Tuya 9.4 off of earnings. Open Door 6.8 off of nothing. RXRX 6.7 off of nothing. Sabre, all of these got nothing. Crocs is up 2.1. Foot Locker Sympathy. BMEA up 26 off of nothing. VCXA up 24%. Extraordinary General Meeting to vote on business combination. BITF up 11.2. Private placement and warrants at 135. Mina up 10.2. $30 million contract. Frey up 9.1. Operational update. JBL down 8.2 off of earnings. Las Vegas Sands down 4.1 on that family selling. PHG down 4. Follow through. FDA cautions on new issue. PCG down 3.4, private placement, Dollar Tree, HRL, and Unity down on, or UNH down off of guidance. Okta, another security breach. Leslie Pools, bad earnings down 20. Wolf down 15 off of earnings. PDCO down 10 off of earnings, and then CAE down 2.1. Bank of America downgrade. PHGE down 24. Top line results from phase 2 trial of 1B evaluating BX004. Fetch down 16.2. Will not announce Q3 and to provide market update in due course, and Richmont distances itself from the Go Private report. Verve down 10.0, 12 million share offering. EGRX down 14. Founder and CEO Scott Tariff resigns and retires. And then Caba down 2.3. Follow through on the FDA investigating. So I ran through that, Chad. We got a little bit more of time. I wanted you to know the plays. You already heard Bill Ackman's play of the day, and I'm sure you heard of a lot of others, but you got about a minute and a half, bro. A minute and a half until the pledge. Let me know what your first play of the day is, Chad. Post it in the chat right now. Happy Wednesday. I don't know if I should be this hyped today. Could be boring. Maybe it's exciting. I don't know, but drop that play, baby. Oh, God bless you, Rob Irwin. Tesla calls, Google flips, Ackman plays, Apple puts, Coin, Lyft, Nvidia calls, Tesla calls, Spy calls, nothing. RKLB, Chad, why are we climbing? Long on Festivus, Tesla calls, Spy call, Nvidia, Patience, YCL, time to buy bonds, Dish calls, Uber puts, Amazon calls, Tessie puts, GME, Spy calls, CRSP, QQQ, TLT, Fetch puts, Microsoft calls, Lakers, KRE, Cybertruck, Spy, GME, calls on GME, Patient plays, Hood calls, Weekly Uber, Jesus calls, Mara calls, NQ, TLT, all in on GME, PayPal calls, Affirm long, Spy calls, GME, Baba puts, GME to the moon, Stowe calls, Bitcoin lost, short bonds, Google put, Octoput, Google, Spy, Amazon morning, Spy, GME, Hood, Gracias, oh, the Twitch is dry, Buy the dip, Well puts, QS long, ZQ short, SQL, Octoputs, GME, Bond squeeze, YCL, Corn short, ASTS, Y'all wild, GME, Goldman, good morning, Chad, Goldman, Chad, UVXY, Neo, breakout, Palantir puts in the final place. Gold calls, Okta, Ozempic, and Gilead. Oh, wow. What an ending right there. What an ending. Yo, where did the GM? Is the new Madden coming out? Y'all GM the crap out of me right there, bro. That was like 10 different people on GME. That's amazing. That's amazing. But you know what's even more amazing? The fact that we have freedom and that we could even pursue what we want and we could talk out of our ass on the internet and a lot of things, and we enjoy this freedom because people sacrificed a lot and more than most of us ever have and ever will. We enjoy the freedom more than we have given the sacrifice, and that is why every day before we do anything here, we got to pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. For real, thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication. Regardless of what you've agreed with or not, you have given that service to people that you have never even met. So thank you, and we love you, and God bless you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, anybody giving back, the garbage men. If you're making things run and being a big part of society, God bless you, and thank you for your service as well. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh my gosh. Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, let's go, baby. Are you ready, Chattadon? That was a wild sending the Jets. They've been getting wilder and wilder, man. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, y'all ready? Again, I will apologize now. I hope the market matches up my hype level. Otherwise, like, I'm gonna be way too hype, bro. And then yeah, like that's it. The best one was when you were sick. Yeah, those are get wild. Like sometimes I sound like a baby deer dying. I'm not going. That's what in my mind. That's what I envision. Bill Ackman is, he literally did the play we did yesterday. Bill Ackman said he's betting on, you have to assume he did it, but he said he's betting on rates to be cut in March. So literally that /ZQH24, that's literally that bet. So we were good timing on that. Unfortunately, I took a ZB short, but other than that, bonds are catching a bid. I think he did buy the 30-year as well. But essentially, yesterday we're talking about that whole rate cut odds and all of that. That's what he's going on. So very interesting considering his past. I'm down $1,000 on that bond short from yesterday. So again, that data reaction, I'm down to cut losses on it if it goes too crazy. Because like I said on the watch list, bro, if the bonds just start fucking bouncing off of every level and they're not really reacting, that's not good. Kind of like this. Again, GDP should have brought them down a little bit, but you definitely have it there. And then again, you got a little bit of a gain on the ZQ. So we will see. Think I'm too early again? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, the ZQ, I like the risk to reward. I don't even care about the timing. So, or not even, I don't believe rates are going to be cut in March. So, you literally just, all I see is crackheads. So, like, like I'm saying, I went for that play because the risk to reward is good, and the odds already moved up another 15%. Oh. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, man. Let's see what happens with Apple. Again, a couple of other earnings here today that are good. Again, automakers. So Ford, GM, Stellantis. I don't know if, what's it called? Your boy Tesla is going to run the same way. Shopify's on the high. So remember, they were down after a little bit of movement yesterday. And then the ARK play keeps going up there again. So ARK is waking up good. Tesla is up. And then what level are we at? I think we might hit a new level, no? Yeah, 4575. So again, Chad, if we you might pump it up here today. Ay. So next level is gonna be like 4584 and then 4591. These are like baby levels. Other than that, 4600, pump it up, and then a new high for the year if we get there. So you're already waking up pretty early there. AMD rocketing chips. I saw Apple right off the bat with it. So we'll see how Apple plays out. AAPL, Datadog. Apple's up by 0.79. Again, AMD. Remember, there was a couple of different plays. Oh, mine not get sent out? Watch Fetch, too, or Farfetch. That was one from yesterday. But again, I'd keep an eye on any of the bonds and then just automakers, though. That should be the easiest one, but some are up more than others. Again, Stellantis up by 4. Damn, they were only up by 2 pre-market. PayPal wants 60. GME. Bro, I've never seen this many GME comments in a while. So, again, the GME boys are out. They're out and in full effect. They are out in full effect. A lot of people talking that. Watch Affirm. They're going up. Remember yesterday. That's why I brought up Shopify, because Shopify and Affirm are running. Then Shopify took a breather yesterday. But now Affirm is, or now they're trying to come up. ARM and Affirm. Where is ARM? I mean, NVIDIA. Microsoft on the low. Interestingly enough, ARM is up by 1.2. Again, AMD up by 1.5. GM chain is busted. Like, not loading or just met. Bro, 10% gain. It looks like it's damn halted the way it's just, like, pinned up there. So, again, it's literally their biggest earnings, their biggest buyback ever. Is GME earnings? Is it GME earnings? I'm not familiar. Zscaler at 200. Where's up 3? Again, a lot of good software earnings. CrowdStrike and a few others. Palo Alto, too. That one's up by 2. GME earnings are on December 7th. Okay, well, that's good to know. Tesla. IIPR. And then bonds still moving up. Fed futures, not as much. Bro, bonds are ripping. That is unfortunate. My goodness. IEF. So TLT's even moving double that of the 10-year there. So 10-year's not moving again. I think even the 2-year came down. The whole bond curve got a little steeper there. Intuit, that was another one of the good earnings. Wayfair on the high. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. People were talking Zillow. I think Zillow is up. And Redfin GNLX. That one looks like a small cap bio starting to pop 10%. I don't know if it's halted or not. Lyft on the high. And then Neo, Uber too. Uber's at 56. I think Airbnb got a downgrade this morning. They're still up. Apple. SNBR. Apple. I think after Archegos blew up GME and then Credit Suisse, UBS had the bag. Well, listen, I'll tell you guys something on GME, okay? I'll tell you something right now. And here's the best part about it. Don't get mad at me, because once I say this, it might help you out if you like GME, okay? But I think GME is never going to happen again. So the fact that I'm saying it's never going to happen, I hope, like I'm saying, I could throw a target out there for people to try to hit, so maybe it benefits you. But like this whole, like, what's like, if you think it's going to like happen and like, oh, someone's whole, like, I think that's all over. There's a movie about it. I haven't even watched the movie yet, but Yeah, that's so. But again, last time I said it won't happen, it happened. So you know what I'm saying? I got your back. Like, I'm not trying to fuck it up for anybody. I'm just saying though, like I'm saying, somebody asked me this morning. They're like, I think you're too early on the bond play, and I just said, listen, I see a bunch of crackheads. Do I really think they're gonna cut in March? It would meet a lot of theories, but with how Powell and everything has been, I don't know if I really believe that. But I see crackheads and I see a risk to reward. So, like I'm saying, if you want to play it, you want to do it, then you'll be good to go. I'm usually wrong. I know that's why you're here. That's why you listen. That's why you're so positive with me. Amen. So, it's very simple. Just do your thing with it. But, if you want to believe, like, a long-ass story that's going to lead to you being the next guy with a headband, I don't know. I wouldn't put too much into that. It's good. So, is that good? I think that's fair. All right, man. Good. I'm going in. Good luck, man. Good luck. I might be down to play it, like I'm saying, but just I wouldn't get so deep into it. You know what I'm saying? Like the short stuff, who's holding what, and like it's like some crazy theory that's gonna cause this. I can't get behind that, unfortunately. The derivatives don't lie. Listen, man, it's a weird thing, but just Wall Street's weird. Like I'm saying, maybe it does happen, maybe it doesn't, but I mean, just don't put too much into it, believing a tall story, more or less. Intel, I guess it's just the GME. You need to keep your mouth shut. No, what you said wasn't bad, bro. I mean, I didn't take offense. I literally, I got to explain it, but nah, I think the dude is like, you're always wrong. I think that was a little bit more salty than your comment in the morning. I think your comment was kind of genuine. I don't know. I didn't read it bad. I don't know. Maybe. How might the split affect TMF? Just gonna change. That's with any of those levered bonds. Unfortunately, like those ETFs. You're just going to get a different price and value. SQQ, I mean, I would wait till maybe next week or the data. So, again, depending on how, honestly, I mean, by worst case scenario, if you can't find a play or you don't know what's going to go on, December 13th is your day. I don't know if it's not Friday the 13th, but Intel on the 52-week high, $44. But again, there's going to be another dot plot on the Fed. That is going to be the biggest mover, I think. So unfortunately, if you're cool waiting 2 weeks, but other than that, it's going to be this week, a little bit on Thursday, then next week. We're going to get the, the jobs, and you'll get a little bit more movement, but like the biggest event that's going to move bonds and stocks, that new dot plot by the end of the year will do it. We'll do all of it. Rivian Big Pop. Rivian was running a little bit yesterday. Again, and automakers, we were just talking about it a couple days ago. Remember I was telling you how like Wall Street has kind of like shunned all of the automakers? Well, it's pretty much, this little news by GM, it's kind of getting people excited once again. Now, it may be short-lived, but that is the general idea of it all. So I'd watch all of them, GM, Stellantis, even Ford, but they're up a lot already to start, 4 or 5%. I think that's why the market has such a gap, not to mention, the bond bid, but literally you're equal weight. Oh, damn, you hit the next level already? Chattadonia, you got 4584. That's it. 4591, and then 4600. Holy crap! So again, you already broke this. 4585 is its own little baby level. 4584, but again, 4591, and then 4600, and then I guess I might have to get it queued up here, bro. What the heck? This is so weird. Dude, what? But then I'm kind of scared, though. You guys don't know what happened? Last time we did the pump it up at 4,600, I remember it was early in the morning. You remember that? And then we ain't never seen it since. Oh, man. That's crazy. Well, hey, man, I don't control the market, man. I don't control the market. You know, we have an agreement. I'll follow through when necessary. Wait, 70.47. Well, we could negotiate the next level once we hit it, man. We still have an active contract at 4,600. Not like a play, but, you know, a chat agreement. Fetch is dumping. Again, they decided not to release their... Damn, they went down 40%. So, again, some people were like, nah, we're not buying this company. We're not in the takeover offer. But then they also said we're not going to release our Q3 updates. Pinduoduo 144. That's savage. Bro, Pinduoduo is going up even more. I put Baidu. Yeah, Pinduoduo up 3.8. That's insane. GME. Is Fitch the new Rad? No. I think they're completely different. I don't think... I've never looked at Fitch's... earnings there in a while, but I don't think they're in bankruptcy or close to it at all. I think they're you know, they want to go private, so that means they have somebody who wants to buy them out. Can't wait for the crash. Well, we'll see. Yes, Mark Cuban, he's selling the Mavericks. Yeah, he has a majority stake. He's selling. Again, that's why LVS is down. So the people who want to buy the Mavericks from Mark, they own a big stake in Las Vegas Sands casinos. So that's why, again, Las Vegas Sands down 2.7. I think they're selling like $4 billion or $2 billion worth. Microsoft is dumping. It's only down by 0.29, but again, everything in their mother right now is in the green. So very interesting to see. Russell's up 1.4. That's word to the bonds and all of that. And then SPY's up 0.6, NASDAQ 0.8, Dow is only up by 0.2. He's running for president, mark my words. I think, can you not own a basketball team? I was just, in my mind, I was like, damn, bro, Kyrie Irving is just fucking up everything. I love Kyrie Irving, but I was like, damn, because people were joking about it. They're like, Kyrie's just going to go to the Mavericks and ruin everything. And now I'm like, damn, even Mark's selling the team. I see, he picks up Kyrie 12 months later. He's like, I don't even want to fucking own a basketball team anymore. I don't know, maybe. It's the Kyrie curse, bro. Oh, man. All right, bond's still going up. Bro, this is crazy that this is like the updated chart. There you go. I was like, man, that first candle looks insane. God damn it, Bill Ackman. That play is squeezing the shit out of me. So I need to wait till a pullback or I could just cut the pain now, but my goodness. Diamond been talking to Nikki Haley as Trump alternative. Last time he sold tech in 2000, the market did well. I don't think he's just selling his team. Thessalonian. Ebix on the high. That one's moving up. Where are the software ones? Airbnb now too. So again, Airbnb got a downgrade and it's up 1%. So you are just getting that market melt for now. ARK is up 2.4. No shit. Yeah, actually. So ARK, we still made money on it. So we made $600 on the contract, and then the one we ghetto spreaded went down 400. So you still got an additional $200 there. So that's the beauty of the ghetto spread. The beauty of the ghetto spread. SPY going to join. Yeah, Unity had news. Again, they're cutting offices and some other things. George Bush had to sell his stake in the Rangers when he ran for president? No way. Maybe he is then. He's either bearish or running for president. Mock Cuban. 4-5. Okay, so we topped out the first level again. There's one more still. Bonds are killer though. Again, that Bill Ackman effect to the upside, definitely holding through even despite strong data. That's day number 2. That's why I'm getting worried about it. I told you guys yesterday, if the data gets strong and bonds keep ignoring it, it reminds me of when the market started ignoring jobs and looking ahead and then just rallying. So you do got to watch out for that. But we don't have any other events. CrowdStrike on the high. Dollars on the low again. Crowd had earnings. Dollars still green. No shit. It's on the low of the day, though. Strong GDP will get in the way. Well, it already came out, so it didn't. That's like there was a little reaction. The GDP numbers actually came in stronger. Again, consumer stuff came in lower, and then the prices aspect of GDP did not go up, which was good. Even quarter over quarter, PCE had something positive, but we dropped a little bit from the gains, but then literally cash open. Again, I think the Bill Ackman effect is ringing through. Pinduoduo has surpassed BABA in market cap. Whoa. That's wild, dude. I would have never. I always thought China. I always thought what's his name, Pinduoduo would have always been the biggest. That's crazy. They screwed Jack Ma. He got too powerful. But now, what are they gonna do to Pinduoduo? Hit the like ONH. And then SPY's still holding up. Again, bonds keep getting volume. And then VWAP. We got one more level here, but as long as you hold up, I mean, again, that pump it up watch is still in play. BABA's at 75. Yeah, BABA is murdered. So again, it's getting to like kind of the lows of last year. I'm sure though, after touching it before though, I'm sure everyone wants it to get murdered and then come back to it. Jamie Dimon talk. Is he live right now? I've been seeing headlines, but I don't know where he's at. He says he will still thinks there's a chance of soft landing. Diamond thinks there's a lower chance than others of soft landing. Think there's a higher chance than others of a rate hike. Lyft breaking out. He's on CNBC. Let's see. Jamie won. Bang, bang. Why can't I see him? Why does it look so weird? Oh.
A shrinking violet. It's a
Is
lot
that
about what we can
I don't
do
see Jamie Dimon
with our great natural resources and what must be done in Ukraine. David, I'm a stock guy, okay?
So he's not talking to Jamie Dimon, is he? Or are they just going over the quotes?
50,000. He said it was a dangerous time. Now, people are going to not like what I say, but he said it was a dangerous time, and the S&P was at 4,327, and then this S&P.
Oh, I missed it. It's okay. It happens. It happens. NXPI. So again, Baba's still getting clapped there. Everything else though, you're getting the melt up again. Bonds, honestly, everything. Small caps right now. Let's take a breakdown. It's been 15 minutes, right? So let's see what we have. S&P 500, 105 names red, 396 in the green. NASDAQ 100, 84 names in the green, 17 red. And then Dow Jones, 9 red, 21 in the green. So everything is killing it. UNH, again, these are some of the names that are down. Even like Walmart's down, Disney is down. So it's not everything, but again, a majority of stuff. And then especially these small caps, I think some are moving a lot better. Even Snap's above 13 right now, barely. Little VIX pop. MPW, I saw that moving, but again, we got it. I mean, again, if people are talking rate cuts, but he need to actually hold it, I don't trust him. I don't trust the bonds, I don't trust none of these people. None of them, but that's good for now. Again, I haven't even checked real estate or regionals. Yeah, regionals are doing good. XLRE, only up by 1.1. Tesla, I don't know if it's a short squeeze, but again, automakers are the winner today off of the GM news. I think that's even lifting up a lot of the market. UAL coming up. Unity as well. USO, I mean, be careful. So, honestly, we had a couple of days to play it, but now oil is up on the week. So, ahead of the OPEC thing, it was moving off volatile. It was coming down. But as of now, though, the OPEC meeting, oil is higher than last week, and that meeting is tomorrow. So, it's going to be very, very weird. Gilead, you were talking about that earlier. 0.9, they're holding up good. Tesla Cybertruck important. Bad news. Tesla goes to 224. Well, I don't know about like what bad news though. I think a lot of people are excited for the Cybertruck. You know, again, I don't own Tesla. I'm not even the type of guy who tells you to buy Tesla. You know, but it's just a new vehicle for them released. You know, people are gonna like it. I think the bad news comes down the road once we see how they, you know, production, how much they sell. But you know, for them to have another unit, another model to be selling, I mean, that could be huge, man. Production issues, yeah, we'll figure it out down. Like that's what I'm saying, though. I think people are going to take the excitement of the truck, but then down the line, you know, maybe the first quarter, the estimates of deliveries, what they actually deliver, what they actually produce, I think that'll start hitting it. But dude, we've waited like 17 years, bro. You know, we've waited 17 years for the Tesla model Cybertruck. If they can't tow anything, stock might drop. I don't know. I think that's a fake assumption. Like, I feel like people who buy EV trucks don't fucking do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, well, if it doesn't tow, no one's gonna buy it. It's like, bro, I don't think any motherfucker with the Rivian is towing anything, respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Like, that they wouldn't normally tow. Like, I don't think they're taking on, like, they're like, oh, I got to utilize this EV truck and use that pickup bed because I got to eat. Like, no, like, they, you know what I'm saying? They just driving it around town. Like, it's like the Hummer H2. Nobody was in the military. So it's like, because if you ask me, if you're like, hey, Josh, you going to buy the Cybertruck? It can't tow shit. I'm going to look at you like, why the fuck do I want to tow anything, sir? You think I'm buying this truck for towing? EV, bro, is gonna run out of battery. Like, what? It's an iPod on wheels. He said, "I don't tow anything with my F-150." That's facts. I think it is. I mean, I don't know, but you tell me, man. I live in California. I see a lot of Rivians. I have not seen one of them tow anything. I've not seen. If anything, I've seen more Rivians getting towed than a Rivian towing anything. So I don't think people buy these EV trucks to work. It's I think it's a status symbol. I think it's a cool car and people like it, but I don't think it's used for trucking. BioVi, Bank of America on the high. Oh, wait. I don't think banks are gassing like that, though. Honestly, see, that's the weird part. Because, like, even though they're at the highs, every time you see, like, real estate stuff go up, you need those regionals and banks to really recover. I think that's the real canary in the coal mine, if that's what you want to call it. But if the regionals recover heavy, then you could believe the rate cut. Because for some reason, they're still down. Because, like, so it's like all these people buying bonds and playing the rates. If you really believe the cut is on the way, I mean, they are still avoiding banks. Maybe it's because of the other risks that the banks hold, but for the most part, you know, these cutting philosophies should benefit them all. So watch them. Again, I think if regionals show strength, that's going to support odds of an earlier rate cut. We good. Oh, you got a birthday? Poker? It's my birthday? How old you turning, baby? Let's go. Happy birthday, Horn. We need one. Good morning, Chad. It's Poker's birthday. Happy birthday, man. You better get a long term. You know, it'll grow with you. It'll grow with you, man. It will grow with you. We pumping. We are pumping. again, I mean, it's getting wild. 45.85, you're back to the high level. 45.91, and then that's before you know it, your favorite song is coming on. If we rewind to summer, the expectations were end of 24 for a cut. So even if futures do adjust back to summer, it's still early. Yeah, well, even the Fed has said end of the year. And then the market, even when the Fed was like end of the year, the market said, nah, July. You know, that was like the okay. So now it's May, and then the odds of March are starting to climb. But you're definitely, I mean, I feel you, though. It's all still, no matter what, it's on the Fed. And, I mean, I thought about this yesterday. Like, you got to think, I feel like we live in a world where inflation, print, and jobs are going to be good. Maybe. I don't want to set that in stone, but I want you to understand the general idea. No matter what the data is, I still feel like Powell and the dot plot is still going to be aggressive. Does that make sense? So I think they're whatever. If the data is good, fine, but just keep in mind, I do think Powell is just going to do some dumb shit on the dot plot and keep it the same, if that makes any. So then that way you're going to get good data, you're going to feel a certain way, and then everyone's going to be like, why are they still pricing in this by the end of the year? So I'm not too focused on the upcoming data and that, like, trying to predict it. I do think it'll be important, but at the end of the day, I do think Powell is and the Fed are still going to kind of have an aggressive dot plot no matter what. Pump it up. Well, the SPY is already pumped up, man. I see it. You're going to another new high. That's it. New high of the week, new high, I think, of the month. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. And then now that's it. You got 4 or 5 more points to the next level. This will be like where you were at on the way down, believe it or not. Like, so on the way up, you've already ripped through every one of these levels. So you see what I'm saying? Like, on the way up, we're already higher than that. But now, like, you got a little higher, then you started to drop. But you got 2 more levels here, and then again, it's a new high for the year is literally right around the corner. Now those regionals are catching a bit. Like I'm saying, that we need that to move up a lot. So watch again. If I literally, as I was talking about it, you're watching the volume kind of pick up, but it makes a lot of sense. If people aren't bullshitting about their rate cut feelings, you should see these regionals catch somewhat of a bid. Again, I'd approach it tentatively, but still, I'd watch out for it. Oil report, oil flat on the day. If that gets a bid, hold on. I feel, and keep in mind the meeting is tomorrow with OPEC. Solar stocks run. I feel like we haven't seen that in a minute. Yeah, they're up by 3%. Any feeling of euphoria here? I just think it's I don't know. I don't know if is it euphoria? I don't know. I just everybody kind of really getting excited about a rate cut, and then I think it is euphoria, I guess, to a degree. A lot of people have confidence in Powell and the government right now, and what I mean by that is, like, again, the thing I've heard the most in the last 72 hours, and maybe even a little bit before that, is that people really believe that, hey, what if Powell maneuvers this perfectly, and that's why everybody is buying up what they buy. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people are thinking, or again, I've heard it, people are thinking that your boy Powell can thread the needle. Future says there's no euphoria. SPY would be testing early highs together. That is a good point, honestly. The fact is, we aren't at highs. It's just the pace. But it's pretty big. Like I told you to start the week, coming into the end of the month, I mean, it's a 5% break even on the options. So I don't know about the futures, but if you look at the SPY options, again, leading into it, that means people are pricing in a move of 5% for December, which is wild after 11%. But more so, I could definitely, it's like if you aren't really breaking out to the highs yet, you are right under it. It's, how much euphoria, but maybe we're either right at euphoria's doorstep or not. So we are now talking about the softest of soft landings. Yes. I mean, a lot of people are starting to believe it. And that's why I'm like, it's kind of weird because, there is a lot of history behind, the caution of the rate cuts. But again, people are noticing what happened and they got very, very good stories to formulate their arguments. But there is a lot of people believing that. It's the golden path. Shout out to Goolsby. What are you waiting for to buy TLT? Data and dot plot. If you follow that formula, it would have been good. But then also too, and then like I said, I like the yen a lot better. But other than that, we are going to have to be patient. But I think the next set of data sets are going to be key, and then that dot plot will, I think you could just follow the dot plot and go from there. Dude, high ticker is gassing. And the bonds too, bro. That bond play is fucking awful. Fucking Bill Ackman. So 4587, that's the high. You're 1 point below. Again, 30-year, 10-year, they're all rocking. Bro, more volume, that's even crazy. So again, literally into the highs of the bonds are getting the bigger volume candles coming in. It's even showing up on the futures. Sir B-Day Leandro, God bless you. Happy birthday, bro. Oh, horn. My bad. There's a lot. We got, that's 2 birthdays back to back in the morning. Love to see it. Fed Bostic says downward trajectory of inflation will likely continue. Economic activity will slow in the coming months. VIX is green. Surprisingly, it's like right at the cusp, but it's still red is what I'm seeing. Fed Bostic, tighter monetary policy is biting harder in economic activity. Path to 2% inflation will be bumpy, but central bank will get there. Companies' pricing power is diminishing. Feedback points to ongoing disinflation and measured slowdown in economic activity. Fed Bostic, U.S. central bank can feel more confident in the current outlook. I've not seen, what's it called? Lyft News, no. What's up with them? They're up 5. Is it related to GM? I feel like that would kind of make sense, but other than that, I don't know. Airbnb. Is it running or dying? Yeah, Airbnb got a downgrade today. So usually it's pretty sensitive to those, but it just went the opposite way. How did Last Chat figure out he was banned or blocked? It was about like 3 weeks of not showing up, and then he went to the Twitch and was like, hey, Josh, it's been like 3 weeks. Otherwise, I see you. You're good, dog. I don't see anything on Lyft. Is that Wick real? I don't think so. No. And then GME, I have no idea. Where is it at? Again, a lot of, bro, I haven't heard of GME in a minute. It's actually coming back up. So like I said, man, if y'all want to play it, y'all want to get involved, feel free. I just caution you from, just believing that the hype story. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. That would be nice if I'm wrong, but like I'm saying, just be careful. But definitely there's crackheads. I play the crackheads in the bonds. One's helping me, one's hurting me. So approach with caution and play your game. Coin waking up. AMD, SPY's starting to come down here. Again, equities moving way, way more than bonds right now. Again, even NASDAQ up by 0.8 still. Baba. Yeah, Meta's selling off. Meta's actually down 0.9. Again, Microsoft was the one going down a lot. Huge sell-off in Intel. Intel was killing it. No, they're holding up unless you're saying the market. We're just coming down. Again, bonds, though. That's it, bro. That Bill Ackman effect, unfortunately, is starting to be painful. After a couple of years, I'm finally seeing the idea. The longer you held the stock, the less volatile it gets, baby. Amen. Amen, Eddie. Amen. And even better, I mean, I think some of you will, like, you kind of realize it too. Like, I mean, if you've heard all the headlines this morning, the Bank of America survey, this and that, you know, like, they're saying how people are the most bullish right now. Literally, companies are buying stock at the most they've ever done it. It's telling how everybody's saying they want to buy this and buy that, but it's like, hopefully you see it. Like, long term, you're never going to miss a rally, ever. And it's like, it helps with the FOMO. You know, again, it's one thing to trade. That's its own little world, but hopefully you do see the long term. Again, the longer you hold, the less risky it becomes, but even better, you know, at any moments like this, if there was ever like a big gassing, a big rally, you know what I'm saying, then that's it. Why don't you want bonds? I don't care. I'm just short on the bonds from yesterday. I was trying to make a play off the data, and then it went around. But at the same time, I played the rate cut play as well. I don't care what bonds do. I just think the bonds are going to be very volatile, and nobody knows what's happening with them just yet. So I don't really have a preference towards it. But they do speak to me. You know, when the yields are high, it says something. When the yields are low, it says something else. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Damn, no pump it up. So that's it. Like yesterday, that's what I was saying, you know, that play I made yesterday, it was 20-30% odds of a rate cut in March. Now it's going up to 40. You see people posting rates in May. That's all I was going for. But at the same time, bad bond auction. I shorted the bonds, but I've been doing that for the last like month or so if you've watched my bond plays. But I don't care what they do. I've just been cautioning people to not make their mind up just because it's like, dude, you've seen so many bond pump fakes. You got to be smart. I don't know what the pump is. U.S. opposes additional Iran and North Korea sanctions. I don't think that's it. Fed barking. I'm hearing consumers slowing down but not falling off the table. Says skeptical that price setters are at the point have gone back to where they were pre-COVID. Fed barking. Revised consumer spending data is more consistent with what I'm hearing on the ground. Barkin 5.2 GDP tells businesses they could keep trying to raise prices. So Barkin sounding a little bearish there. Let me see. Oh, yeah, shit, yeah.
Volume numbers. Pre-COVID, price up 1% to 2%, volume up 1%.
So he's saying, he's low-key subtly talking prices coming back up, blaming the good data.
Today, it's
but it shouldn't be that crazy again, especially after your boy Waller.
Sort of down 3
but I don't know if that's what's causing this. Again, we did gap up and move a lot to start off the morning.
As goes down, you're going to change it. But it's pretty bold to then say, okay, we're not going to try any more price increases, and we're just going to take on this 4% volume decrease. I just don't see people doing it until they have to.
Interesting. Raises a question. What did Barkin do before he was at the Fed? Oh, maybe he was a CFO.
Yeah, I was, but my successor's here somewhere. He's doing it better.
You're hitting the opening candle now, about to go to a low.
I'm sorry, Tom, but you kind of skirted the question a little bit, and it was a good answer, but...
Well, I was preparing to skirt some other questions later, so I'm sorry that I skirted that one so quickly.
Well, don't think I'm not going to notice.
Yeah, I know.
Is it enough, the expectation of the slowdown, to think that you're back on a track for 2% inflation?
Yeah, I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it couldn't happen. If you dig into what's happening in inflation now, and people like to cut it into 3 categories: goods and housing, and then services ex housing. The goods part is clearly coming back, and all that big spending on goods that happened during COVID, has come the other way, and people who are pricing goods have clearly come down. And so you're seeing lots of negatives in lots of categories, which are offsetting some positives. And the net of that is basically back to pre-COVID levels. Great. On housing, it's still elevated. And there's a lot of people who are telling the story about how entry rents are coming down, and so therefore it's just a matter of time before housing comes down. And while I think that entry rents have clearly come down versus where they were 18 months ago, I think they're still going up. And if you saw Case-Shiller yesterday, housing prices are still going up. And so I think that's still got a ways to go on the housing side. And then on the services side, I don't know who's gotten a property insurance bill in the last month, but that's not going down, right? And there are a lot of other services that I see still going up, largely driven by wages that are still going up in many of those categories. So I'm skeptical. I'm totally open to it. It'd be great if it did come down. But I'm still in the looking to be convinced category rather than the convinced category.
Does that mean you're also not willing to take another possible rate hike off the table?
That's right.
That's right.
I think of this as
so he's definitely hawkish comparatively, especially to yesterday.
If inflation comes down naturally and smoothly, awesome. There's no particular need to do anything with interest rates if inflation's coming down. But if inflation's going to flare back up, I think you want to have the option.
It's much different than yesterday's Fed speaker.
I guess the bigger point is there's no precision that anyone can point to at exactly what is the level.
But
of
I don't know.
rates
It's
that
Barkin's a voter, right?
Handles inflation in exactly the way you want to handle it.
I'll check.
So you're constantly trying to adjust on the fly as you learn more about the economy, as you learn more about the impact of demand on inflation, and that's what we're learning as we go.
No, he's not even a voter.
Fed Governor
it doesn't matter.
Yesterday said that.
So
if
Waller
inflation
is a
keeps
voter.
coming down,
That's the funny part.
We could cut rates next year. What's your opinion of that?
It's a forecasting question. The markets and the Fed have been having a forecasting battle, if I could put it this way.
No, you're still up a lot. Again, we've given up a lot there as he's talking, but you still got almost 0.5% on the NASDAQ.
Based on a forecast of where the economy is.
And again,
going to go.
bonds are
And the
unrelenting.
markets have had a different view on that. And, so far, I guess because we control rates, we're still right on that. But I don't see it as there's a right answer on rates or a wrong answer on rates. I think there's different forecasts out there. And there's a forecast that looks like inflation comes down calmly, and my skepticism is poorly placed. And in that case, sure, you'd react to that. On the other hand, if you believe, as I believe, that inflation is going to be stubborner than I would like it to be, then I think talking about reducing rates at this point is just premature.
So does your forecast for next year at this point not include rate cuts?
The good news is we get to do the forecast next week.
Right.
So I'm upping my forecast.
How about
next
just
week.
quietly a little curtain raiser on that?
Yeah, no.
All right. Okay. All right. Very good. Let me move on to this. Same notion. I'm going to come at the same question a different way. Market has 100 basis points or more of rate cuts built in. Is that a problem for you as a policymaker, that the market is down here and you guys have at least the average from the September forecast is only 0.2?
So we make policy, but we really only control the short rate.
Right.
That policy flows through the economy and what we call financial conditions, which include the rate curve, but also include the reaction of the equity markets and the reaction of banks and their willingness to lend and all that kind of stuff. And so you do hope that the messages you send go into the market the way you'd want to through these financial conditions. The problem is we don't really control financial conditions. And as we've seen in the markets just in the last 3 months, where you saw long rates increase significantly in the summer and then come back down meaningfully over the last 6 weeks or so, they can jump around pretty significantly. And so I try pretty hard not to get over-focused on all that, because those things move around for reasons that include us, but include lots of other things. If you're the market and you have a forecast for, what did you say, 4 rate increases, 4 rate decreases?
Yeah, 100 basis points here.
First of all, that's an average of a bunch of different forecasts. So you might have somebody who's forecasting a deep recession and thinks there are 8 rate decreases, and somebody else who thinks there's 1 or 2 at the end. And then, of course, the market as a whole might have a forecast. And I think if you look at the market inflation expectations,
don't worry, that candle is not real.
Weeks they've come down quite significantly, and the market inflation expectations, I think, are consistent with a forecast that says, no problem, the Fed has got this under control, and we're going to hit this soft landing beautifully. That's great. I hope they're right.
You were, I'm going to say, prescient on November 9th when you talked about how you cannot use bond yields as an indicator for making policy because they're too volatile. Mm-hmm. Well, guess what? Yeah. They were pretty darn volatile. It was 5%, and there were even some of your colleagues who were saying, well, it's doing some of the work for us. This morning we sit down, it's 4.30 on the 10-year, 70 basis points lower. Like I've said in a derogatory way, trading like a penny stock. But in any event, tell me about whether or not higher bond yields has done some of the work for you, and at this level, is it no longer doing any of the work for you?
We should probably do a travelogue of longer-term bond yields over just this year. And you guys know this 100 times better than I do, right? which is when you got to early March, and we were looking at the January data, and the economics looked extremely strong, and the inflation was quite high. You saw long yields quite high, and then Silicon Valley came and they, plummeted for about 3 months, and they went down, I think, almost 100 basis points, after the Silicon Valley thing. Then the summer they went up, as Steve talked about, and now they've just come back down. And I think it's been a journey. The market's discovering what the right price is. This is obviously influenced by a bunch of things, including issuance of debt on the fiscal side and perhaps excitement of buyers on the other side. It's just not a policy variable. I mean, our policy variable is short-term rates, and as best we can, exemplified by, let's call it the 2-year yield, right, which includes both where the rate is today and where the rate's likely to go. And yes, it's the case. If you go back to beginning of this year, people were pricing in 2 or 3 rate cuts for 2023,
right,
which haven't happened yet, in case anyone was wondering. And so, yeah, that meant policy wasn't as tight in 2023 as we were suggesting it was. But, that all works itself out. Mm-hmm. I mean, I had a different forecast on inflation than the markets did. Who knows who was right? In the end, I think it works itself out. So,
to the extent that it wasn't part of your sort of forecast before, the fact that it went down doesn't really change your sense of the influence of it on.
I think it's totally legitimate for the markets as a whole, or any of you, to have a different forecast for what's going to happen to demand and inflation over the next
right.
12 months than I do. As you said at the beginning, we're not all perfect on our forecasting. I think in the end, you play the game and it comes out the way it comes out, and hopefully we do a good job of getting it right.
Tom, one of the risks that you've talked about, and I guess from your background and what you do now in the Fed in terms of talking to businesses, is the risk of the corporate bond sort of rollover. Where do you stand with that in terms of how much of a concern is it that next year and then the year after it's like $1 trillion and then $1.2 trillion and then $1.4 trillion? How much of a risk does that represent to the economy?
Well, I might come at it from a different angle.
Sure.
An interesting fact, which I just picked up in the last month or so, is that corporate interest payments as a percentage of corporate revenue today have finally gotten back to the point that they were at in 2019. And by the way, it's also
that's that whole thing. That's that chart I've showed you.
Interest payments as a percentage of disposable personal income have finally gotten back to where they were in 2019. Now, that's totally counterintuitive when rates are at 5 1/3, right? But what's happened, of course, in both corporations and with individuals is you've refinanced your debt, you've paid down your debt, and so the amount that you're paying in interest, while at a higher rate in some cases, isn't anywhere near as high a rate as would be indicated. And so, there is a bunch of refinancing out there. Hopefully the economy will land in a place where this is not an issue. You've obviously got bank interest and capacity issues, and it's nice that the banking system has stabilized the way it seems to have coming out of Silicon Valley. And then you've got cost issues. But on the cost issue, a lot of this is the price of higher rates, which has not been fully passed on yet, and will start to get passed on. And again, we'll see what the economy looks like at that time. If you've got a 5.2% growth economy, I don't think we're going to have an issue. If you've got a 2% inflation economy, maybe rates are at a place where there's not an issue. I think your issue is if you've got stubborn inflation and a difficult, economy, which is your classic sort of stagflation conversation, then those could come at a time that would be tough for those businesses.
Stagflation, that's not your forecast, is it?
No. My forecast is inflation is coming down, but it's going to come down stubbornly. And I think we will, in the end, have some sort of a slowdown here, because I just think as the rates work their way through the economy in the way that they're supposed to, they will have the impact. I mean, it's not like somebody changed the way the economic model works. And when they do, you'll have some slowdown. And then I'm very much, maybe we've even talked about it, what you said at the beginning, I'm totally there, which is if you've been preparing for a recession for 19 months, by the way, the leading indicators have been predicting it each of the last 19 months, then you're less out over your skis in terms of credit appetite or inventories or capital expenditures or excess hiring than you would have been if this had been one of those sudden kind of recessions that happened. So I do see a slowdown. I think a more modest one than the PTSD we all have from 2008.
Tom, we've got a bunch of questions from the audience. I'm going to sort of dapple them into the conversation we're having here. I really like this one. It doesn't ask you what are you looking at, because everybody's asked that question. The answer is always everything. But here's the question from Duran Holt Ameresco. She says, what are the factors influencing the Fed's decision-making that are not talked enough about in the broader market? Points out we talk about employment, inflation, GDP, consumer behavior. Are there things that you're looking at, thinking about, that we're not talking about enough?
Boy, I didn't think I was going to get a new question here. Well, I think in terms of the economic data, you know what we're looking at. I think all that's pretty clear. I think there's a constant amount of inquiry about the underlying assumptions is what I'd put on it. And the one that gets the most press is R-star. For those who aren't close to it, that's what's the neutral rate, where you neither have your foot on the gas or your foot on the brake. And there's a lot of analytic models in that. But I think there's a lot of inquiry and debate back and forth about some of the underlying principles. At what point have we reached maximum employment? Right. That's another good one. You know, if you think, as many people do, that the neutral rate of interest is in the 2.5% plus or minus kind of range, then how could it be that we could have rates at 5 1/3 and have GDP growth at 5.2%? I mean, that's like a basic, but I mean, those are the kinds of questions that get asked. So, you know, most of my colleagues have academic backgrounds.
Right.
There's a lot of research and papers that are done on all this stuff. Mm-hmm. And so I think the markets are very focused on the tactical. There's a lot of thought being done on the, I'd say, more conceptual, if I could put it that way.
Another sort of follow-on to that really interesting answer is the inflation target of 2%. Mm-hmm. What if the world has changed to the point where you no longer have the persistent goods deflation to offset the persistent service inflation? You've deglobalized in a way, brought stuff back here. Do you worry that 2% is too low, not that you can't achieve it, but that the cost of achieving it is too high?
Yeah, and I get this question a lot, in part because I think a lot of people would just like us to be done. It'd be a lot easier, I guess. A few things to remind you of. You know, one is, it's not like 2% is some number that we've never hit. You know, 3 years ago, we were at 2% for the last 30 years. And people were asking, how could you possibly get up to 2%? And so it's not some random number that's been picked. It's a very achievable target. Second of all, during the time we had that target, actually, inflation stayed low and the economy grew pretty nicely, so it works. Third, every international country has some version of 2. And fourth, and maybe most importantly to me, the Fed doesn't have a lot of tools. It's got one called interest rates. But the second one is credibility. And the credibility that people in the market believe that when the Fed steps up and says inflation's a problem, they're going to take care of inflation. If you stop because you redefine the outcome, I don't think you keep the credibility. And I'm not sure why anyone would think we would stay at 3% if we sort of got to 3 and said, okay, we've changed the target to 3%. Once you get to 2%, which I think we will in relatively short order, then you can have a conversation about, you know, what target do you like for the long term. I don't actually like changing the number from 2%, but I have said publicly I'm more than open to a range. And if you said the target's not 2, but it's 1.5 to 2.5, I wouldn't have a problem with that. In fact, I think it gets you out of a lot of these false precision debates about, you know, why are you going to keep rates high at 2.357 when you're really looking for 1, you know. And so it's something like that makes, and there are many other central banks that do something like a range. But again, that's a debate after we hit our target.
Right. I really like this question from Tom Morales from Murphy Oil Company. He says, do you think the U.S. is in sufficient control of its inflation rate, or are there events and things happening outside the U.S., what China does, the Ukraine war, that affect U.S. inflation and make it much more difficult to control?
So there's a lot of things that happen that you can't control. You were nice enough not to discuss fiscal, which a lot of people bring up.
Oh, I got that next.
Okay, yeah, we'll hold that. Didn't you just have the senator here a second ago? He could have answered that. Oil prices is a classic example of something else you don't control. And I think you've got to take the world as it's given and then make policy against that. The word transitory, which is a bad word, but it originally came up as people thought about oil prices, because oil prices go up and oil prices go down. And you have to think carefully about how much you want to constrain or stimulate the economy in a world where you have a big variable that can go up or down. And so that's how you think about those things. And so events come in from overseas. You have to decide how much impact it's going to have on inflation. And I believe one of the big mistakes that we made back in 2021, and then, of course, hopefully started to fix in 2022, is how long these outside supply chain issues, if you want to call them that, were going to impact pricing, and what that was going to do, how much that was going to infect the rest of the pricing model for institutions across the economy. When the Ukraine thing came up and all of a sudden oil prices also spiked and commodity prices also spiked, okay, you can't bet on transitory. You've got to go do something when it's that broad-based. Those are the kinds of things that come up. Total judgment calls about what happens on the outside. We're a lot better off than England is, right? The UK has a real mess, in part because their economy is almost all international trade. Ours is almost all domestic, even though we talk about international trade a lot. And so we're not vulnerable in the way that England is to other countries and what's happening to relative currencies. They're quite vulnerable.
Did Paul Samuel, who said things take much longer to happen in economics than people think, then they happen much more suddenly.
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
So here's one. I think this is a good way to ask a question you don't want to answer. Will the Fed chair and Fed governors and presidents advise the Congress on their responsibility for fiscal policy and reducing spending, noting that previous Fed chairs have made that publicly stated, that responsibility of Congress? This comes from Vibhu Sharma from Pacific Life.
Well, so for those who don't know it, Jay made his name after he retired from Carlyle. He actually made his name as a deficit hawk, and he was a debt ceiling guy. He actually went and presented to the Republican caucus on the debt ceiling and how you couldn't, play around with the U.S. federal budget. So he has a lot of history on this thing, and I'm tempted to just say, so you should ask him. I'll just say this. When we all took economics in college, we learned about monetary and we learned about fiscal. They both matter, right? And on the fiscal side, you guys know these numbers. After World War II, debt for GDP was 106% today. In 2007, due to hard work by our forefathers and significant growth in the U.S. economy over 50 years, it was 38%. Today, it's over 100% again. Trees don't grow to the sky. The risk is, of course, that at some point, the people who buy our bonds want a different rate for taking that risk. Mm-hmm. And whether that's supply-demand or that's credit risk, we'll see. But I liked your Samuelson quote. It reminded me of the Hemingway quote that said, right, you don't go bankrupt. How do you go bankrupt? You go gradually and then suddenly. Right. But the risk is that at some point out there, and I don't know whether it's a year from now or 20 years from now, the people who buy long-term U.S. debt will say, I want a higher yield for that particular risk. And that will hit the economy in the way that you guys all understand.
I think the question, though, which I've had personally, is a little deeper in the sense that, does the Fed have a role in being something of a financial watchdog for the fiscal side? It is a role that had been played in the past. Greenspan got in trouble when he told us it was okay to cut taxes, and all of a sudden we were back into deficits. That was in 2000. But over the years, I have watched, including Janet Yellen as Fed chair, say the debt is unsustainable. They have to get their act together and be just a little more forceful in trying to nudge the fiscal side. Is that a big deal? Does it not matter at all?
I think Jay's done some version of that at some point. You'd have to go back and look at it, but I think he has. But I'm not, I guess I'd say two things. It's not that obvious that everyone's listening, to me or us on that.
Yeah, oil data in 3 minutes.
If we've got issues with what Congress is doing, you should take them to Congress.
Okay.
And then the
they're doing their thing, but it's still pretty high.
We're given a
same thing with the market. I know you guys are
American
tripping
people
out
to
on it.
Work the economy.
I think
in an
I don't even
independent,
think
nonpartisan way.
Harker
And I think
here.
part
He's
of the
having
deal
some
that
effect,
comes
but
along
not
with
too
that privilege
crazy.
is,
But
don't
we're still
poke
just
the
gap
people
the
who give
F
you that
up.
Privilege. So I just think we've got our lane. Our lane is stable prices and maximum employment. Hopefully, you think we're working that lane as hard as we possibly can. And what I said on fiscal is what I personally believe, but I don't think the job of any independent agency is to go to lobby Congress on what they think the right answer is for that.
Pascal from AT&T wants to know, and I want to know as well, can you give us a roadmap to what it would take to lower rates in your mind?
I start with inflation. I mean, you want to get confident that inflation is headed back to target. And so, I am deep into the month-to-month inflation numbers and trying to understand how much this looks like the one-time reversal of one-time increases that happened during COVID, and how much this looks like, price setters are truly realizing that we're on the back end of this thing, and let's go back to the way pricing used to be. So inflation's core. I think if inflation remains elevated, I don't think there's any case for it. If inflation, it seems like it's coming back to target, that starts to make the case for it. I think you then want to also look at the underlying drivers of inflation and ask yourself the question of whether they too have settled. So, how comfortable would I be cutting rates, as somebody said earlier, at 5.2% GDP growth?
Right.
I don't know. That makes me a little nervous. I mean, on the other hand, if you start seeing the economy, taking a meaningful step back and inflation, those are the dynamics with inflation under control.
One thing we didn't talk about, and I think it's very important to people in this room, is productivity. We've had a couple good quarters here. There was talk about productivity crashing in the wake of the pandemic. I feel like any day now I'm going to learn how to work the McDonald's kiosk and make my own order there. I'm not there yet, but I think when I do, we're going to have a measurable change in productivity. What's your outlook? You talked about CapEx doing well through the cycle, which is not, as you said, you'd expect before a recession. Do you think these productivity numbers are here to stay, and do they play a role in your outlook on inflation and policy?
So facts, productivity spiked in the first 6 months of COVID. Believe it or not, productivity plummeted in the next 2 years afterwards. Productivity has spiked in the last year. Those could be facts, or those could be the fact that A, productivity is wildly poorly measured, and B, if you lay off all your least productive people, as would happen in the restaurants, and then you hire them back, your productivity is going to go up and down and up and down. And so the better way that I like to look at productivity is over the 4-year period of COVID. And where we are right now is productivity in the 4 years before COVID was 1.4%. Productivity in the 4 years since February 2020 was 1.6%. I think it's basically on the path that it was before. That doesn't mean it couldn't get better. And for sure, the businesses I talk to are investing in labor automation technology. And you mentioned McDonald's. I was in a Arby's recently, and I noticed that the person at the checkout line was also doing the drive-through. Right. And so I think these guys are thinking about labor productivity in a fundamentally different way, because the cost of entry-level labor has come up quite significantly. Right. And of course, that's going to lead to more technology, which can lead to more productivity. So I think there's something out there, but you've also got to think on the other side. And when I talk to most businesses and I ask, "Are you more productive today?" Most of them can point to their factories and their operating processes and say, "Yeah. Here I am, we've driven productivity." And you can't find it in the numbers. And part of the reason you can't find it in the numbers is that they're not including their cybersecurity team, which used to be X and is now 30 times X, and doesn't show up in the factory productivity numbers, but it is part of the overall productivity of the U.S. economy. And so there's a lot of stuff we're doing that isn't making us more productive. It might be making us better, but it's not making us more productive. And so, I do think companies are finding ways to get more productive, but there are offsets. Tom, I have 20 seconds left, and I'm going to get this question a lot. Remaining. You're a voter next year. There's also a presidential election next year.
Oh, shit.
How does that presidential election...
Yeah, these bench guys are coming off the bench in a month.
Making a policy?
Not at all. And I mean, you guys would be reassured to be in the room, because there's no hint of politics in our conversation. If there are politics in the Fed, it's hawks and doves, not R's and D's. And hawks and doves, as best I can tell, I don't even know the political affiliation of many of my colleagues, but cross those boundaries. And, a hawk isn't somebody who just thinks higher rates are good. There's somebody who wakes up in the morning worried about inflation. And a dove is somebody who wakes up in the morning worried that we're going to do too much on inflation, therefore hurt employment. Those are very legitimate philosophical theories. You're not dealing with a bunch of people who are in that game. And as I said before, in terms of the nonpartisan, getting in that game would be a major mistake.
Tom,
and then there's BBBs.
Great to be with everybody.
Thank you. That wasn't bad, bro. I mean, honestly, I know some of you didn't like listening to that too much, but because the market went down.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Appreciate it.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna go off script a little bit and
No, I didn't know if anybody else was coming on. Again, I didn't think we had. I think we were only preparing for Loretta Mester, but market went down when he was talking. He's not a voter. He will be a voter next year. Maybe that's why there's a little bit more weight. But again, he sounded way different than Waller. Got a little pullback. We'll see. This is either going to be a reload from the market, or we kind of just wanted to hit a new high and then spend another like 5 hours before we retest it again. But my goodness. He was going to wrap off script. Yo. Man, that's crazy. That's a Fed speaker. He's one of the Fed governors, Mr. Thomas Barkin. So he votes next year, meaning, he shows up on the dot plot, but, his decision doesn't really hold weight in terms of raising or not. It's not like the Fed people even disagree to begin with, but he's important. He's part of the Fed. I don't know, is it Richmond? I'm not too sure, but he was talking about the economy. I mean, he will be one of the people setting the dot plots, but yesterday, the best context to understand is that yesterday, the other Fed speaker, Christopher Waller, he really moved the market. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really, really moved the market by saying, rate cuts and other things. And now he kind of just took the exact opposite approach. So did, I think, Lisa Cook yesterday, right after Waller. But for the most part, I mean, I don't know if it had too big of an effect. Like, some people were like, get him off here. It's bringing the market down. But like I was saying, man, we're really gapped up right here. And again, that oil data it should be coming out here soon, or maybe it's in an hour. Maybe I was tripping on the 3 minutes. Maybe we're on a different time zone, but for the most part, everything is still gapped up. Bonds are still high. I mean, I don't know why the candle here on the daily looks red, but, we closed still 13 points lower than where we're at now. Even the bonds, they're still up another 5 basis points here on the 10-year, even the 20-year. So you're still catching a nice move more or less, but that definitely tempered it after we were just a couple of points from hitting pump it up. The North Richmond song, yeah, a while ago. That was a couple months ago. I think he was hawkish. I think, again, I was saying he sounded very hawkish from the beginning, and then, he sounded, he sounds level-headed. I like him there, but at the same time, other times he sounded more dovish. That's the problem. If you really want the full critique, is that unfortunately these Fed people, we react to them on a day-to-day basis, but it's BS. And what I mean by that is that for the last couple of months, they were not saying anything. They were saying the same speech, and then right when one of them says something new and that moves the market, the other guy comes on and says the exact opposite. So a lot of people this year have criticized, towards the latter half of this year, they've criticized the Fed communication. It's not like it's there. So I think he was hawkish, and I think it was big, but for the most part, it's like I do think it's a lot of, fluff, especially with what we saw yesterday. Instacart partners with Peacock to offer streaming content to subscribers. What? I saw Instacart moving, but is that it? Did oil numbers come out? They just didn't move anything? Yeah, DOV oil data, Department of Energy summary. We imported less crude than last week. Crude oil stocks 449 versus 448. Change of 1.6 million. Distillates went up 5.2 million. That's it. But nothing like crazy. Yeah, crude oil stocks 1.6. Previous 8.7. Consensus was drag of 0.93. Maybe they're contradictive to prevent further front running. I think so, but that's where it's kind of like, again, it just creates confusion rather than communication. So it's like, are they here to communicate with us, or are they here to, pretty much jawbone and shape policy through their words or affect the markets? And that's kind of the criticism that has arisen recently. I think oil data comes out every 2 weeks, I think. Every week or two. And then that OPEC meeting only happens once every 3 months, or when they schedule it, and that's going to be tomorrow. That's the big one, but that's why I was saying keep an eye on oil. Only thing about oil is that it's already moved up leading into tomorrow's event. So watch out. PayPal, Google on the low. I think even Meta. PayPal. Yeah, Meta. Meta's down 2%. Google's even down 1% right now. So again, I think the GMs and all of the other other equal weighted names are holding up, but then your Magnificent Seven, some Apple might still be in the green, but some are giving up more. I feel like SPXEW has to be higher today. Yeah, that thing's up almost 1% now. I mean, damn, that thing almost hit 6,000. But again, I mean, the S&P is right near here where the equal weight is still, equal weight is pretty much unchanged on the year if you look at it. That's actually crazy. So look at the SPY, the equal weighted SPY, you are literally almost at the exact same spot you were at a year ago. SPY down today more? I don't know. I wouldn't go too crazy in anything. Again, we've had these weird, boring days. We're kind of melting up into a catalyst vacuum. The reason we went up today, couple of different things, but a lot of optimism in bonds and Bill Ackman. So we'll see what happens. What happened to Jay? I don't know. He hit me up afterwards. Ever since the origin stuff, he hit me up on Twitter once, and then I haven't seen him. He might be lurking. But I have not seen him in a minute, man. I have not seen him in a minute, but we praying for him, and he a good guy. Nice trades. Finally, some movement. JL would be hyped on this Microsoft move. Yeah. 10-year heading to 4.38. I'd still, either way, bonds and the market, unfortunately, depending on who you are. I say unfortunately because I'm getting squeezed on one from yesterday, but you do have an issue. They're gapped up today. Everything is still solid until it's not. So there's a couple of things that are floating around, but beware of that catalyst vacuum. Oh yeah, where is Bitcoin? Bitnortcorn. Clavio? KVYO 32. Yeah, I want to see the Bitcoin future. So bonds a little bit off the bottom. SPY still kind of weak. Again, equal weight is the winner for today. BTC. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. So it's at 40. Wow, a Bitcoin. Now that one, again, watch if they ever lead. Again, the Bitcoin rallies, that has done everything. Day 33 with 33 left. Oh, is it? I think you might be right on that. Again, the year is almost over. That's something it kind of, towards the end there when he asked that question, bro, it kind of blew my mind. If you think about it, you literally, all of these guys that were like, oh, they're on the bench, like literally Mr. Was it Waller right there? He's going to be voting in 30 days. Isn't that wild? It blows. I didn't think about it till right now. So all of these Fed voters now, so like in a weird way, all of the speakers, or that was Barkin, excuse me. All of these speakers who are not voters, they are going to become voters next year. That's crazy. So that's why, like, think about it. I think Bostic, Barkin, Dolly, Mester, and then who's Sushmita Shukla? I don't know who Sushmita Shukla is. Sushmita Shukla. I don't know who that one is. I've never heard that. Is they new? The first vice president and chief of the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. Yeah, there's a Sushmita. But all of those guys are going to be, they're going to switch out with other people. So you will be getting other opinions are going to weigh a little bit more. I have the new guy here yelling earmuffs. We should just be yelling. I don't even know what he should be yelling. Pump it up. Or Wang says China will provide further emergency humanitarian supplies to Gaza. Huigi, United Nations calls for a comprehensive lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Sushmita. Yeah, Sushmita. That's what I've never seen that name, but it shows. I'm looking at the Fed website. It says that's an alternative member. So those are going to be the ones that'll there. Even Bostic, bro. Bostic in the bonds. He's going to be back to voting next year. Vivios Therapeutics up 177. I think it was halted. That's unhalted at the high. It's an Indian name. Do you know what it means? It's cool. Bond stick. Tesla did come down here a little bit. And then bonds are still chilling there. Again, everything is still high. We're near the lows of the day, but everything got about a half a percent of cushion. NVIDIA, that thing's still been kind of quiet since earnings. Intel hit a new 52-week high, holding up there today. GM. Bro, GM, that's the biggest buyback in history. And then, like we said earlier, we were just talking about how auto industry was not getting any love at all. And then now they're like, okay, we need to get it on there. We need to start getting it. We need to start getting it on there. They said we got to start showing them some love. Or at least that's what that news did. That was the effect. Stock went up, options went down. Could be the pace. Again, a lot of volatility right here. Or not even volatility, but we just move fast and then it slows down. You know, that is going to have its own little effect. And velocity has been the name of the game. That's why it's like we talked earlier. Are we at euphoria? I mean, we're not at all-time highs. Like, you know, it's crazy to think that we were higher a couple of months ago. But, like, why did, you know, imagine how you feel right now. It's because the velocity. This has been one of the best Novembers. Even on the bonds, this has been, you know, I think if bonds go up a little bit more, this will be the best month for bonds since 2008. The ironic part is that in 2008, you already had a Lehman collapse and other things happen and then you finally had rate cuts to cause this type of move. That's the crazy part. But then again, bonds, I don't think they took the beat down the same way that we took a beat down for 3 years in a row on the bond market. You don't need all-time highs to be euphoric. You don't need it. It's on the way there, but it's definitely part of it. You know what I'm saying? But I think the name of the game is velocity. But like I'm saying, I think we are euphoric now or we're right at the door of it. But for the most part, I mean, you're already setting records. But the thing that's getting people is the pace. You know, it's like, wow, it's so fast what happened in the month, but then we're forgetting what happened 3 months ago. And then at the same time, it's like it's a huge pace, but technically, it's just getting us back to where we started off the quarter or again, the last quarter. So we're right at the door of it. Maybe it's already there. Maybe it's not. But, I mean, it's definitely in the neighborhood. The results for GDP, they came in very strong today. Tesla on the low, probably like 10 different low ticker prints about to go red. I think they were up by like 1.8, 1.9 earlier. I don't know. Google and Meta were the weak ones. That one's the weird part. Meta's down 1.9. Google's down 1. Did Amazon slip? Even Amazon did, yeah. And then Apple was green. Apple's still green. And then Microsoft. It's like your big 7 went down. The equal-weighted stocks are the ones doing the best today. Crude oil. Yeah, we had that a little bit ago. Not any crazy reaction, though, surprisingly. It did bounce a little bit, but not too much from where it was at 30 minutes ago. Why didn't dollar react? The dollar has just kind of been in a downtrend in the other currencies, but a dollar is down 3.5%, I think, in the last month. So in a weird way, that's an outsized move already, but even then, the bonds shrugged off everything, and the market too. The market, that hot data all the time, it's kind of a catch-22 lately, but this time around, bonds and market all shrugged it off. NVIDIA CEO on CNBC. Jensen. I love that name, Jensen. Do we have any Jensens in here? Is anybody named Jensen?
In 2012.
Oh, this is live,
It took me
yeah.
5 years to build it.
I'm okay. I'm gonna
At
go
first,
pee.
I built it for our own engineers.
BRB, we love you.
And I spoke about it at one of our conferences, and Elon saw it. He goes, "I want one of those." And he said he told me about OpenAI. I also knew Peter Beal, who was a Berkeley professor. He was one of the early people at OpenAI. And Ilya Sutskever, I met him during the AlexNet days 5 years earlier.
He's involved in all the drama that we've been reading about.
And so anyways, I delivered the world's first AI supercomputer to OpenAI on that day. And people took pictures of it, and it's on the internet somewhere, yeah.
When you did that, and you said you didn't do it originally for him, what was it, though, that you saw at that point, 5 years before you even delivered it?
In 2012, when this all first happened, AlexNet did something remarkable. Here's a neural network. It's a software program where the way you programmed it was to show it the results that you wanted, which is the backwards of most programs up to then. Programs up to then were engineers would sit down and you would write software, and then you would test it to see if it produced the outputs you wanted. But here, you showed it examples, and you taught it what outputs you wanted, what outputs to expect. And so when we first saw the results of it, AlexNet, the results were so spectacular that Alex Krizhevsky and Ilya Sutskever and, of course, Jeffrey Hinton, they achieved results of computer vision recognition that no computer vision expert was able to achieve before that. And so the first observation is how remarkable it was. But then we were fortunate to have taken a step back and asked ourselves, what is the implication of this to the future of computers? And we drew the right conclusions that this was going to change the way computing was going to be done. This was going to change the way software was going to be written, and this was going to change the type of applications we could write.
Was there any part of you that was scared when all of this happened? You just mentioned two names, George Hinton as well. You also mentioned Ilya, and those are names, by the way, if you've been following what's happening. They have been very outspoken about the dangers of AI. Very well, I want to get into actually what you think happened at OpenAI in the past couple of weeks, but it may very well be that there may have been a new step change in terms of what this technology was. But was there ever part of you, when you're seeing this all happen, say, oh my goodness, not only we're on the cusp of a revolution in a great way, but that this is dangerous?
Well, no, I would say 12 years ago, nobody expected the results we would get. And I think anybody who would have said so back then would have over-exaggerated, our understanding of the rate of progress. There's no question that the rate of progress is high, and what we realize today is that of course what we can do today with these models and intelligence are related but not the same. We're very good at perception today, and we're very good at those one-shot knee-jerk reaction. I recognize that that's a dog. I can finish that sentence. But there's a whole bunch of things that we can't do yet. We can't reason yet. This multi-step reasoning that humans are very good at. AI can't do.
And how far away do you think we are from that?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think that just about everybody's working on it. And all the researchers.
I think they already have it. That's the Q-Star thing we talked about.
How do you take a goal, break it down into a whole bunch of steps, and create a decision tree, and then walk down the decision tree to figure out, which one of the paths leads to the most optimal answer. This is how we reason through things, how we iterate through a problem. Today, as you know.
But you're making bets now in terms of technology that you have to build and investments you have to make.
Yeah.
On where we're going to be 5 years from now.
10 years from now.
10 years from now.
Yeah, right.
So, people talk about AGI, right? Artificial General Intelligence.
Yo.
Do you think in 10 years from now we are there?
And you know what I just realized? This is the same conference from last year where they put up Sam Bankman-Fried after he got clapped. And Andrew Ross Sorkin interviewed him. And he said, I don't drink. I just drink lemonade out of a cup.
Tests reflect basic intelligence, and by completing those tests, deliver results that are fairly competitive to a normal human. I would say that within the next 5 years, you're going to see obviously AIs that can achieve those tests.
And now, design the chips that you're making right now?
Yeah.
Will you need to have the same staff that designs them?
In fact, none of our chips are possible today without AI. Literally, the H100s we're shipping today was designed with the assistance of a whole lot of AIs. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to cram so many transistors on a chip or optimize the algorithms to the level that we have. And software can't be written without AI. Chips can't be designed without AI. Nothing's possible.
We started by talking about OpenAI, and everybody's focused on that. What did you make of what happened? The ousting of Sam Altman, the return of Sam Altman, all of it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm happy that they're settled, and I hope they're settled. It's a really great team. And they're doing important work, and they've achieved great results. And I'm just really happy that they're settled. It also brings to mind the importance of corporate governance. I mean, there's NVIDIA's here 30 years after our founding. We've gone through a lot of adversity. If we didn't set up our company properly, who knows what would have done. And so I think when you're architecting an industry, you want to apply some of that wisdom to architecting a company, and so I'm really proud of NVIDIA's corporate governance, by the way, and if not for the architecture that we established when I was 29 years old, it'd be kind of.
You're a for-profit company, though. What's so interesting, I think, about this sort of dynamic is that is a firm that is effectively operated from a governance perspective as a not-for-profit. And one of the reasons that they set it up that way.
This might go on for a while. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes.
Elon Musk said it was dangerous at the beginning. Ilya said it was dangerous. And so the question is, in the sort of multitude of these different businesses that are in AI, do you think you do need these not-for-profits? Do you think that the incentive system is just fundamentally off and should be a for-profit? I mean, a lot of people now think the capitalists have taken over.
Well, regulators are not for profit, and we should regulate these. First of all, just take a step back and think about what AI is. AI is an autonomous system. It's an autonomous system that's it's an autonomous information system. We have a lot of autonomous systems today. Self-driving cars in factories, within factories already exist. Robots are autonomous. Planes are autonomous. Autopilot, self-landing. All of those capabilities exist. We ought to make sure that we apply the first principles of autonomous systems in the same way. We have to design it properly, test it properly, stress test it properly, monitor it. There's inside-out safety, there's outside-in safety, the FAA, flight air traffic control, redundancy, diversity.
Homo business.
There's a whole bunch of different systems that we have to put in place for autonomous.
Come on. Oh, shit. YouTube. Okay, there you go. We're back up. Yeah, the Twitch didn't go down at all. So you guys are good the whole time. I got to restart the E-Trade. I hear you. Yeah, we're back. You got to refresh. Again, we have a backup Twitch link, too. If y'all interested in that, it never goes down. It never does. It does sometimes, but I think only once. Here from YouTube. What's up, man? Josh with the random files. They're not random files. They're all of the stuff I prepare for you every single morning. Any sort of thing you ever get on a watch list, man. You know, this computer is strictly for YouTube and Twitch. Like, I don't think y'all realize this computer, that's all I have on it. So that's it. I got to clear them out all the time. It's crazy. Yeah, the audio is crazy on Twitch. On Twitch, I sound like I sound very good. What's up, man? You could really hear all the tones in my voice. It's really smooth. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. You got clapped? Nah, you here, baby. You here. It's good. Well, if not, you'll be good. You'll be good. All the YouTube chats flood in. I know. He said, get off my line. Come on. You don't play games on your computer? No. I use my monitor, but that's a PS5. But yeah, I played games on it once and it fucked everything up. That's why I deleted the Halo, the Fall Guys, all of that stuff. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Yes, I could be Barry White. Maybe. Smooth jazz. Chad 101.5 in the mix. You got that 120 hertz? I have no idea what that means, sir. I do want to play GTA. I want to do a GTA roleplay one day. I feel like I do really good at it. That's it. Disney clapped at 90. I think like $88 is the lower level where it kind of gets bad again. People did not like your boy Bob Iger's comments yesterday and reset and everything. Again, there's only like 18 names down on the Dow or the NASDAQ 100. I think Disney is one of those. 120 hertz refresh rate. Yeah. I know what that is, but like I don't know what it is. Like I don't care. I know it's for like super fastness. Yeah, this sounds good. Reuters poll U.S. crude oil seen averaging $78 a barrel in 2023 versus $80 in October poll. You're laughing about the talking shits on the 2K play. Mikey, just don't tell anybody about that, Mikey, okay? You know, Mikey, you get to play with me when I'm not streaming live, bro, but like you can't put my business on blast, bro. Me and Mikey were playing a game of 2K yesterday, and like we were just chatting with these guys, and like I just said the most out-of-pocket shit without meaning to, and it came out awful. It came out awful, bro. Yeah, we're gonna forget that, Mikey. We're gonna forget that one. Yeah, it's just our little secret of Josh embarrassing himself. Are you overclocking your water cook system with the GPU? I have no idea what I'm talking about. I know what overclocking is. Yeah, it's not good for your computer, but I'm not that technical. Anything technical, I just scream out Tim Whitman 3 times and it's usually solved. That's it. You guys didn't know that? If you look in the mirror, say Tim 3 times, he'll show up with everything you need. You don't have to worry about it. That's usually I've relied on that plan. It works very, very good. Oh, QE, Tatty Cat Daddy. Oh, wow, I forgot you changed the names. Tatty Cat Daddy. What's up, baby? What's up? 10 years on-site IT, I have magic powers. It is, man. It's a gift. It's a gift. Can you add VWAP? I can. I had to just reset. Indeed. Again, we're chilling out a little bit, but you're still holding up your gains. You're not as pumpy as earlier, but for the most part, everything's still holding up. There is, unfortunately, no data. Oil's up now, a little bit higher from when the data came out. So oil's been catching a bit. I think that's helping it out. We'll see. Will I buy back in a GHIV UMC? If it goes below, like, I think 480 or 460, I could be down with that. We still have it in Colt Sister, but other than that, again, when I sold out of it, it never went back there, unfortunately. You got the new 2K. You gonna make a my player? Make a power forward or a small forward. So I'm center. You got Hooterman, his point guard, Mikey shooting. I can't say Hooterman, bro. I'm telling you, so funny. Sean Campbell, yeah, man. I see. I need backup. I need backup in the post, bro. Uber 52-week high. Again, Lyft. Somebody was asking if Lyft had news. I just think they're going up from the the bargain bin and this little rally. But no, there's no Lyft news. Yeah, you were asking me earlier, but I looked. There's nothing. I could double check one more time for you, but I just think it's general hype and then maybe some of the GM stuff. I got news from 2 days ago. Lyft announces on-time holiday pickup or they'll pay you. And then U.S. deeply troubled by sharp rise in violence by Israeli settlers against Palestinians in West Bank. U.S. strongly opposes advancement of settlements in the West Bank. U.S. envoy to UN. And then Lyft, this was 2 days ago. It looks like Lyft is getting into the competitive spirit. And Holiday, the popular rideshare company, has announced a new dedication to customers. Your airport holiday ride will be on time, and if it's not, you'll get back up to $100 in credits. As part of their on-time pickup promise, Lyft has created a series of features to make holiday travel less stressful. Every minute counts when you're on to the airport, said David Risher, Lyft CEO. We're so confident that we could get you there on time. If we're more than 10 minutes late for your scheduled pickup, we'll give you $100 in Lyft credits to make up for it. Sounds like a damn pyramid scheme. You're like, hey, man, if we don't fulfill our first obligation, we'll give you money to try again and then keep using. I mean, why would I use you again? I don't want a credit. Give me a fucking Starbucks gift card. It's a BS. What do you mean? I don't want 100 credits of being late, man. This is... Stop it, man. What's going on? CFDs the same as options? No. CFDs is like more foreign. Like you ask the Americans in here, they have no idea what it is. Or like they don't use it's different though. I would say CFDs are a lot more riskier. I would either stick to options or, you know, you're gonna have to get like a unique level of CFD experience. And I think some of the just it's a different realm. You gotta be aware of all of it. Josh literally vocalizing the thoughts in my head. That's good. I'm glad you think that way, man, because I don't know if I'm the crazy one, but like, or maybe I'm just like, I get hella salty because I'm like, man, if you're late the first time, I'm never using, like, why would I want $100? And no, like, I want a McChicken. That's $100 is enough for 2 McChickens nowadays. So, like, let me get that. Yeah, people were getting booked and clapped on those a lot. They're illegal. They're illegal in the States, I think, but like in Europe, they're popping. They're in Gibraltar. Yeah, man. Why? Like, come on. That has like if that don't stick out as like a red flag, like, bro, if you start talking to a girl and she's like, "Oh, I could only meet you in Gibraltar," you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a red flag, dog. I think stay away from them, especially if you can only access them in Gibraltar. I haven't hit. I'm sore actually. I was in the gym yesterday. I don't know. Maybe it's the caffeine or not, or maybe I didn't work out hard enough. But I definitely don't have workout voice this morning. But I got a good one. I hate it though. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. The last like month of the gym has been awful. I've been getting decent workouts, but like it's fucked up, bro. It's nighttime when I go to the gym. It's cold when I walk out of the gym. Like it's stupid. I don't know. Like I understand why people don't want to work out. No caffeine, bro. We chilling, baby. That's it, just pure hype, you know, pure end of the year bond hype, everything else, you know, we got one more month. Oh man. No caffeine. There's nothing at 1.5. I'm gonna go to the gym. Yeah, I mean, we might just move around randomly. Maybe, you know, those Fed speakers like your boy Harker. He wasn't supposed to be on today. I didn't see him on the schedule, and then he came out on that CFO thing. You might get company news, that Deal Book Summit. You might hear some stuff, but for the most part, you are going to get the other one. What do you mean cold? It's like freezing outside. So, like, I be wearing a tank top, and I walk outside, and, like, it's cold, and then my car is cold when I get into it. So, like, usually I turn on, like, a AC on the seats, you know, when I'm hot. But, like, I'm sweating, and I'm turning on my heat seater because I'm freezing. And then it's just cold, bro. Can you pull up Upstart? It's flagging. Heat seater. Yes, the heat seater. You know the heat seater? Good. Yalla. 60 on. Bro, my house is getting the last 2 days, I'm waking up to 50-degree weather, bro. It's freezing. You know, I apologize if y'all live anywhere else, but at the same time, you know, that's it. Like, you always say heat seater. Welcome to the family, Habibi. You are Middle Eastern. Yalla. You could remote start the car, give it 15 minutes. Yeah, I care about the environment. Shame on you. I'm going to tell Greta. Like, yeah, he goes to the gym and he remote starts his car for 15 minutes just so he could be warm when he gets into it. I use 0.86 gallons per hour in idle. Don't ask me how I know that. I'll tell you how I know it. You guys do any of you got that thing in your car that tells you you're like MPG? Like sometimes I hella drive bad because I play it like a game. I try to hit like a high score. It's fucked up. Even my girlfriend do it too. And like we just out there driving, like trying to like maximize MPG, bro. And like I'll be watching it go up and down, bro. It's like a game though. So like if I get really bored, it is a game. Yeah, a little cheekly at the bottom. Again, bonds are not moving yet. Dollar, nothing else is moving. So I just think outsized move. But if we do go red, that'll be interesting. But it's all about filling that gap, and then we'll go from there. Y'all warming vehicles in Southern California. Yeah, we don't do that. You know hypermiling? No, I don't know. That's what it's called? I learned something new today. I just called it new high score. All right. Well, it was a big gap. Like, to think it, bro, we were up 40 points. So, like, now, if we do go red, anything lower from here gets a little bit more like, okay. But, you know, you've moved quite a bit to start off. Anything a little bit below here, again, it's 50. That'll be 100 points round trip. 50 points up, 40 points up. I guess 35 points up, 35 points down, 70 round trip. It was 27 degrees here in the morning. That's nothing. No, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. But at least you guys have like a good reason to stay cozy. You know, some of you got like puffer jackets. Like you have a great excuse to buy a puffer jacket. You know how bad I've wanted to buy a puffer jacket besides that Kanye one, and I have no reason to. I didn't know they were that expensive. Bro, these puffer jackets are like $1,000 for any of those like name brand ones. I'm like, what? It's insane. And I'm like, dude, like you can't. They sell them in California. I'm like, that makes no sense. Either North Face or Patagonia. Yeah, I don't got one, man. You still want a Dallas Cowboys starter jacket? You don't own a jacket? Wow. I don't own a puffer jacket, but I have one jacket at least. Barkin saved the Bears for now, but then again, Bill Ackman is helping out the Bulls in the rate cut for now. But then again, maybe that pivots to the Bears at a later time. But for the most part, you know, we were expecting calmness, and then today kind of just woke up a little bit more aggressively. I didn't know if you're a sneakerhead, but the reverse Grinch coming out for Kobe's. No, I'm not like, I know a couple of sneakers, but I never got like into that like too heavy, unfortunately. Fortunately, I don't know. And then isn't the reseller game like in shambles right now? Hasn't the like sneaker resale game been a little bit tough though? I have been hearing that. It's not what it was in 2020. Thank you for the stream. God bless you, Stefan. Hey, man, shout out to Chad, bro. Hope y'all ready for another year, too. Let's have a good holiday season. Sneaker resales clapped, hyper-saturated. The bots killed even the Pokemon cards in D&D. Poshmark went private? Oh, really? I didn't know that. VHS margins, yeah, I've heard. Hasn't been great to flip. You flipped streetwear. It's been mad tough this year. It's wild. I don't know. Is it because of interest rates or what? Because, you know, again, people are saying oversaturated and all those, but, dude, it was wild for a little bit. Bro, the shoes and everything, they were just going nuts. Nike's overproducing thousands, flooding the market for everything, which is interesting considering Nike has one of the highest inventory levels. As SpaceX offering shares. We did it earlier, but I think it was them going IPOing. So I don't know about like selling shares, like private shares, but there it was. It was like a couple of weeks ago. They were talking SpaceX going public. They've had high inventory since axing. Yay. Well, that's Adidas, but then like, I don't know. Everyone's been getting clapped in just in general. As much as I would love to blame it on just shoes or Adidas, it's like all retail inventories have gone up, some more than others, even with all the shrinkage and theft and whatever else they call it. But for the most part, I mean, it has been like retail inventories, they have climbed, but some have, like Nike is the biggest culprit. Again, I think Nike, we'll find out on their next earnings, but like I think easy, even after the end of the holidays, they're probably going to be sitting on $8 billion in inventory, 7 if they're lucky. Would you do another car video for end of the year, like the July one? Oh, like you want me to go look through the deals? There will be deals for the end of the year, but I haven't checked since. I don't know, did any of you use the car video to get a deal? Like I said, I don't want to promote you buying a car unless you don't need it, but I hope it did save some people money. Well, I got to check what the latest deals are. Again, it's still the same philosophy, though. You know, those EV credits are hitting hard if you want to lease. And then, again, Audi, I think Audi is still trying to dump vehicles. They got a lot of inventory. But their lease deals are fucking insane. Why are we selling off a good GDP? Well, we're still up. And honestly, the good GDP we should sell off, because that's a really hot economy, and then it does not make sense with what any of the Fed people were saying. And then again, if you're worried about inflation and all of that, but for the most part, you know, GDP came in hotter. We were up. The bonds went down a little bit, and then right just off the morning, we were rallying. And then there's Bill Ackman buying the bonds, talking about rate cuts. And then again, inflation overseas, Germany, Argentina, I think Spain, or Germany, Spain, and somewhere else, Australia. They all had low inflation numbers as well. We're dumping. Like I said, it's starting to get pretty bad now. Like right around here, I wasn't too worried, but this last like 5 minutes and now this next little leg here, you're about to fill that gap after moving about 1%. So that means in like what, a solid 2 hours, give or take, you've gone about almost 70 points round trip. If you strip out military and government, GDP is actually terrible. And that's a huge point, honestly. I've been hearing that, and it makes sense. Same thing with jobs. You know, there is the government impact on some of these data sets. I think that is where it's given the skew. But at the headline numbers, though, it's just people are getting still, you know, the good news, bad news, and how it affects with the bonds, I think, has an effect. But we are, for the most part, kind of ignoring it. But we'll see where we end. Next 2 hours, I mean, we may go down a little bit, but I'd watch the dollar and bonds. There's still the opportunity for a nice little reload. I mean, VWAP isn't moving as much. I don't know the volume. And then just keep in mind, tomorrow will be another big day of data with the PCE. We're at 22 million by hour number 2. GDP big picture. I mean, it's just the state of, you know, the economy, you know, and what we're producing, spending, all of that good stuff. But for the most part, as of late, the big picture is how it communicates to the broad economy and how that could impact Fed policy and rates. So, you know, people want to see it strong, but at the same time, not too strong. If you also would like to see it weak, but not too weak, because it all factors into moving interest rates. But quite simply, if the economy gets too strong, inflation impulse. If the economy gets too weak, maybe we start worrying about recession. But for now, everybody is viewing GDP as kind of a Goldilocks, where rates are high, economic activity is up. Some people see it also slowing down at the same time, but we're not at a place where it's not showing that the economic activity is slowing, more or less. Can you have more than one home loan at a time? Could you get a traditional loan and a FHA at the same time? I think so, but one or the other. You should probably get your FHA first, but then the next one, you'll probably have to put a higher down payment. So you could have a primary residence, and then everything after that is a rental. And then everything after that is the peach. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the peach. Happy Wednesday. Are you kidding me? Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Chattadonia. Bradley, thank you, my friend. Are you kidding me? Yeah, peace. You should get up, honestly. I'm standing up. We got push-ups in a little bit, too. You might as well stand up. Honestly, can we do push-ups early? We got 9 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, that peach got me up, bro. You better take that peach adrenaline and turn it into a push-up. That's insane, bro. That's insane. Oh, my gosh. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not only do we have to do push-ups right now, but the peach has arrived. NVIDIA's dumping. Oh, they did not like it. NVIDIA threw the low right now. And then someone's saying GME pod, but get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups, man. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. The peach has been here every day for years, and it's been showing y'all what consistency looks like. So I don't know if that's not getting your body moving. Oh, my goodness. So just relax a little bit. Relax the shoulders. Relax the jaw. Relax the eyeballs. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Get a little quick reset as we get into Euro close, and then just move the body, man. Move the body. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in, baby. And boom. Oh, yeah, I'm really sore. Deutsche Bank chair, I see reasons to be positive in 2024. When the memes pop, the market has topped. I don't know. I feel like the GameStop thing is I think it has to do with the movie in a weird way. I think a lot of people are liking the movie, and then it's running up, and there's a lot of short squeeze stocks, but we'll see. We'll see. It's still in 3 years later, it's still an emotional topic. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see, but I've had it up here. Oh, why would the markets not like rate cuts long term? It's what I said yesterday. I think it's a really cool analogy. Rate cuts are like adrenaline. I don't know if you've ever had adrenaline. You'd have to overdose for that or something probably worse, but I've never had it. But at the same time, I could imagine I've had natural adrenaline, but it'd be like if a doctor gave you adrenaline. You would feel good. You would feel great. You would get charged up. You would feel like you weren't dying, right? But eventually you should probably ask the question, why did you inject me with adrenaline? So that's what a rate cut is. So like at one point they're going to cut the rates, and that's going to add adrenaline to the market. That's why people look at it now. On the thought of it, people are getting excited, and they're like, wow, it's great, But after some issue, you got to ask yourself, why did you need adrenaline? Did you get stung by a bee? Did you get attacked? Like, what's going on that you would need that? And that would be the concern down the line. Calls here. It'll be a good spot, honestly. I mean, you're about to fill the gap. If it don't bounce here, maybe a little bit lower, and then if it wants to use that as a reload. Bonds are still holding. They're just staring me down, just ready to run. So that's the only thing. You still got everything holding up, and then you're just right off the cusp. City's on the high. City, a little pop here through the high, about 20 cents or 10 cents. It's like buy the hype, sell the news. Nah, I would ignore that. I mean, maybe that applies, but just in general, it's understanding what it is. What is a rate cut? A rate cut stimulates aggregate demand. A rate cut is stimulative. Like I'm saying, adrenaline will stimulate you, but you don't just give adrenaline for no reason. And the same thing, you don't cut rates for no reason. Why do you need to stimulate? What does that imply, right? If I told you right now that I just injected adrenaline, you would probably say, Josh, why? What's going on? Why did you do that? You know what I mean? And it's either something serious or I'm a crackhead. Either or, it's, you know, something is up. But that's where the real answer is. It's understanding what it really is. And now this time, you know, some people are saying no. If we get adrenaline, it's gonna work out. It's gonna work out good. The Fed is always late. That is the worry. Again, that's the hawkish view, and the doves are like, nah, we'll be good. We'll be good. Snow, I talked about it earlier. Snow CRM again, and I think software has been on fire here so far for earnings. So watch out in terms of like pricing and moves. I think it'll be a good earnings play though. And then even the follow up. The TMF split, we talked about it earlier, just going to split. I mean, if you have shares in it, you're going to get less. That's the problem with holding something that is a levered asset. Same thing with like a YCL. It just means you're going to get your shares, but then the next set of moves, you're going to get back less. It's going to be more dilutive than not, unfortunately. Yen doing good for now. And then yen's either going to have blowout end of the year or we're going to punt till next year still. But it has, again, a lot of people are talking dollar weakness, emerging currency strength, all these themes for next year. So we'll see. But unfortunately, we did start off last year like that. That's the only problem I have is that rate cut expectations. It was the same exact thing at the end of last year. I hope you guys realize that. Yen got clobbered. Yen starts bouncing up, and everyone gets excited, and then 1 year later, nothing happened. Again, at the end of last year, bonds died, and then they started catching a rally, and everyone said the pivot. So unfortunately, we have a lot of trauma from the last year or so or last 2 years that we're gonna have to see. Do you think we're in an era where everyone's trying to compare to history, but technology and moderns has changed, that we have no idea but to be data dependent? I think that plays in somewhat, but there is always reality, if that makes sense. So, like, there's definitely shit that just does not apply to the past. And there's shit that's new and that there's realms that we have not entered. And, we're trailblazing paths we haven't been on economically, how the economy affects things, the experiments that we're doing with policy and even the Fed. But to a degree, though, there's always like supply. The realities of supply and demand will never diminish. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're looking at certain things in bonds, like, again, supply and demand, how businesses ran, there's certain realities that you'll just never escape, though. So again, like why you cut rates, why you do this, I think that's just reality of what the tool is and how it moves things. So there definitely is stuff that's new, but also there is an element that is always going to kind of be the same or grounded. Small T-bill auction in 2 minutes and Fed speeches at 1. Yeah, it shouldn't be too crazy. I don't think the T-bills will move us too much. Wouldn't reality be the data? Well, yes, but at the same time, it's like the tree falls, do you need a report to tell you that it fell, right? Like it's what happened with oil when we hit oil. You know what I'm saying? Like back in when the war started happening, there was just a reality. If you waited for the data, it didn't. And that's kind of my thing is I think the data is so behind. That's like the paradox you're dealing with is stuff is happening and already happened. And then the thing that makes us respond is very dated data. So, but kind of flows in line, but I think the data is just telling you what happened or showing you, and then if that data is not accurate or manipulated heavily with math, And then again behind, it's like something could have already happened before it happened. That's what the Fed guys are saying right now. So I don't know if you guys are aware. This GDP number we're getting is like a quarter old. And what, like, literally, Harker today is like, oh, I'm seeing it come down now. So even though we got a number that says it's up, the people at the Fed are saying we see it softening. You know, again, real estate, at one point, the real estate data, don't forget what happened in 2020, 2021, 2022. It said real estate was only going up barely and real estate was doubling. Until it finally, again, even to this day, real estate year over year is still up. It's a wicked concept. So I've had a lot of criticisms of said data over the especially the last year or two. Vigandel. Yeah. GME is climbing up for all the boys out there. Got you. Workday on the high. AT&T. Chanel. Europe just closed here at the bottom. NASDAQ filled the gap. SPY didn't. So maybe this is the reload. Maybe it's not. Oh, shit. This is where I made the play, I think, the other day. Oh, shit. 5.5. Yeah, this is cheaper than where I bought my future. That's crazy. Remember that MES I had? And then I was down on it, and then we sold out yesterday? Not too bad. That's a big gap. Well, we're like right there though. So like you're about to fill the gap on the SPY. So this will either be the last one or not. Vivas up. Oh yeah, we saw that one earlier. We don't break down. Well, regardless, tomorrow got a little bit of juice with the PCE. But we are still kind of selling again. VWAP kind of coming down, but it's holding up pretty decent. I'm still holding the ZB, yeah. I'm down $1,000 on it from yesterday. Well, remember yesterday we had the rally and then you just had the stair stepper. And then we kind of just like chilled out after getting back. So now you've filled the gap. That's a wild move, man. So again, 34 points here. About 70 points round trip, 34, 35 points up, 35 points down. No recent long-term buy. It's good. We're stacking up deposits, so I'm kind of good with that. Because last purchase was MO. In a couple of days, we'll have 2 deposits saved up now. And that will be fire. U.S. 4-month bills allotted at high 5.2. No, I don't think markets are realizing Fed won't cut until banks are in trouble. Dude, it's very pervasive how people are feeling with some of this stuff. So we will see. All right, I bought 3 MESs, 45.65 to the long side. It's kind of the same play from the other day that we flipped out of. I'll play a little baby bounce at Euro close. Oh, I do want PFE, but then again, I looked at it yesterday. I was going to make an average down on the Pfizer's, and I would like them for the long term, but like you got to see what was up at the what was it? It was the last guidance cut. It messed up a lot of their metrics. So just like they are really, really there. Like it's really, really bad until we get the earnings update and see if they grow. Otherwise, we will see. When does theta bleed out? Kind of all throughout the day. Theta has a weird effect sometimes of like, sometimes you wait towards the end of the day, but it's like if that thing just starts moving slow and time is going by, that could also have its effect, but definitely gets more extreme towards the latter end. And if it's a daily, I mean, like every hour, every 2 hours, you're going to take a chop on it, especially depending on what the price does. I think everyone has COVID, but no one's saying anything. Bro, I've been sick for like a week and a half. This shit has been weird as hell. Like, I've legitimately, like, every day for like 2 weeks, bro. I'm waking up and I'm hella mucusy. I got like an itchy throat, bro. I don't get it, bro. But like, I don't feel like dead though. It's like, it's really weird. I don't know, man. I don't know. It was like a couple weeks ago. I just got under the weather and like nothing has changed. Sounds like allergies. Maybe with the weather. That's it. My girlfriend says it's because I lick the weights at the gym. Because like it happened after the gym, bro. I went to the gym. I was feeling nice. I worked out really hard at the gym, and then the next day I was just dead. That's weird looking weights. I don't actually do it, but she's like, "How are you getting sick?" Every time I get sick because of the gym more often than not. That's why she's like, "Wait a minute." VIX looking like it's about to turn up. VIX is green, actually. So, again, even when we were, like, barely red, it was able to help hold up. Is it? There's tilt. Canada is set to award military contract to Boeing. They popping off that? That's coming out right now. Sources The Globe. Canada military contract with Boeing, with Bobo. Yeah, Boeing, 2 are big candles there. Where's oil 2? That's one very big. Bonds a little lower. Probiotics, I got those. All right. I got rid of the MES. It was like $40. I just wanted to see that. I didn't know if it was going to go crazy or if it was going to go slow. Just in case. So sold out of the MES. I still say, bro, it's weird. That's so weird, though. Everyone's saying that. Maybe you guys know there's such a thing as like a normal cold, though, right? That's what my girlfriend told me. And then she called me the P word. I said, positivity? And she said, no. She said, you're a P. I said, why? She said, you have a cold. Is this okay? Like, she said, there's such thing as a cold. I was like, I don't know, man. I told her, I'm like, is it highly suspicious? I went for my local hospital for blood work. It was packed, something wrong. Man, every hospital gonna have sick people in it. I hate to break it to you. What did your blood work say, though? That's the real answer to that question. If something is going on, you know? So, like, I wouldn't, I mean, if you overthink it, you're going to get sick. Like, that's all I know, bro. If anything I've learned in the last couple of years is if you keep thinking about it, the more you think about it, and, like, if you're like, something's up, man, You're probably going to change your whole entire life reacting to that, but it's like at the end of the day, I mean, if you went to the doctor and got blood work, I mean, you know, that I'm sure that'll reveal anything. I think I just have a cold, but yeah. Well, immunity, I mean, technically your your immunity doesn't like your mindset shouldn't like affect your, you know, immunity. However, cortisol, you know, so like if you stress, that will more likely make you sick. Or that, like, so if you're thinking about something and worried about it and you have increased cortisol levels, you're more likely to get sick because again, you have stress and cortisol. It does not help. So, yeah. All right. If MES it runs from there, though, you're going to get a nice bounce. I just wanted that little one up until here. I should have played it bigger instead of smaller, but from here, you get greedy. You get good gains from here. Otherwise, wait, and then now they're kind of matching up with bonds. Oh, shit. The blood work says you have dormant BBB. Have you consulted a tax professional lately? That is usually the first recommendation. BBB. You never know, though. Yeah, vitamins, though. I'm going to take... Fuck it, man. I'm going to take me a vitamin. I got vitamins on my desk, bro. Like, vitamins. I said it, man. Some of y'all, and I mean this respectfully, but you're malnourished, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, low-key, bro, you're like... You got the same nourishment levels as just like a whole different country. Some of y'all live in America. Y'all got jobs. Y'all got a lot of things. But, like, you be eating one food group a day. You had half a water bottle. And, like, you ain't got no vitamins in your system at all. Like, you know, so you're going to need to get, you know, take you a vitamin or something, man. Take you a vitamin. Mm-hmm. Food is expensive. It don't matter how much it costs because that's kind of the whole point. I mean, you could have a lot of money and afford all the food, and if you choose like a non-balanced meal, I mean, you're probably you know, you're probably lacking you know, like you're lacking certain nutritional value that you probably need to acquire through food or a supplement. I need to get on that Joe Rogan regimen. His gangster, is it vitamins? And shout out to Brian, baby. What's up, man? Good morning. The book, I don't think Bookmap is free anymore. Yeah, I don't have the Bookmap anymore, bro. Oh, wait, no, I do. No, I don't. Yeah. They took off the Bookmap free trial, bro. Yeah, so I haven't used it in like a year before it, but yeah, no, Bookmap, they removed the free trial. That's it. You can't, they want you to pay for it, sir. We're in a recession. What? It now rotates tickers. So yeah, like I don't see the ES on there. I see the tab, but it don't say ES. Outlook on Fiverr. You know, I like the company. I like the brand, the model. I'm into the you know, the gig workers. I think it's actually really good, but at the same time I have not looked at their like balance sheet or anything like that. Can you explain interest rates on lease? Doesn't the dealership already make money on the lease without interest? Well, yes and no, but like you're still borrowing money technically. So that's why you're getting charged interest. So again, if the car is $60,000 and then you're leasing it for 3 years, you're probably going to pay $30,000 in payments. So they're essentially giving you a $30,000 loan, and that's what they're charging you. They're charging you interest on that. Ever use Shkreli's competitor to the Bloomberg? I have not. I mean, people put me onto it earlier. I was even going to talk to him about it, but then I don't know. I'm kind of sketched out, to be honest. I think it's a good idea, but the last time he came out of jail and then like launched something, he said he got hacked because he was watching corn, and then people lost money on shit. So I don't know. I'd have to take that up with Tim and my access to a computer, but you know, there's who is it? The real competitor to Bloomberg right now is what's it called? I'll show you guys. I know him, kind of, not really. We both know of each other. We have mutual friends, to say the least. But Semaphore, this is your This is your Bloomberg competitor down the road. Watch, 5-10 years. They left a couple of the guys who founded like other news agencies. I got to double check, but you've seen news sources from them. Semaphore, they're trying to get to be that news source. Low key, who was it? Yeah, it was the New York Times. Like, it was some of the editors of like New York Times, BuzzFeed, and then the former CEO of Bloomberg. They made Semaphore. So like a lot of people don't know this. So you may seem sources, yeah, but like they're this in like 5-10 years. This is the only like shot at fucking up Bloomberg probably. Because again, Bloomberg is a monopoly. You see it, bro. They fucking banned me. Like, what are you saying? Like, you know, so it's like this is like the closest without like, you know, kind of getting sketch or whatnot. Yeah, but Skrelly's a smart dude. That's it. I'm just like, again, I'm skeptical of everybody and everything, but the dude knows his fucking shit. You want to expand your house? Should I start with an architect? I just get fucking licenses first, zoning, unfortunately. I get an architect and everything, but after that, you know, it's, you know, you gotta see what's up. Why they ban you? I don't know. They won't tell me. They refuse to renew my subscription. But that's old news now. We've been without a terminal for a while now. And honestly, I mean, it's been pretty great. What little things around the place bring value to your homes? Like, are you talking about like entertainment and like venues? Usually it's a school district, man. That always goes hard. Did I return the keyboard? No. Chad almost got scammed by fake Josh on Instagram. Yeah, you guys, I'll never ask you for money, okay? Unless like somebody like makes a joke about me getting donations, and then I'm like, okay, I could donate, but like other than that, like I'm not gonna ask you for money, seriously, okay? I'm DMing you right now, bro. I saw it because I looked on there. Yeah, bro. Don't let him play you, man. Don't let him play you. Oh, you just heard me? There you go. Yeah, I just got you, man. Yeah, F all that. That's why, like, bro, that's the beauty. I mean, if you're new to the community or not, like, you'll realize, again, I've been here for years, bro. You know, like, straight up, I'm always on here. That's the whole point. There's no paywall behind the info, the news, or anything. I'm not running no private group. I'm not going to, you know, it's very, very simple. you want to communicate with me, this is the best way to do it. And like, I try to separate, you know, and I mean, man, I could give you a PHILO on it, man. I could give you a PHILO on it. We could talk about a lot of things, but you know, you gotta protect your energy. You gotta be there. So it's like, you know, I give my 7 hours on the market day. I'm here free 99, baby, live. But then at the same time, it's just like, you know, after that, like I don't really communicate elsewhere. I don't try to, you know, I try to unwind at the end of the day. I do a watch list and I do other things, but you know, YouTube is how you communicate. Maybe even the Twitch, but I ain't never gonna ask you to buy something or buy this. You know, the guy said send me your Venmo wallet. Like, bro, what the hell? Oh man, like it's crazy. They're bold out here. They're like, yeah, send me your Venmo wallet. What? Like, why would I do that, man? There's sometimes there's free shirts. Sometimes we had one free shirt drop. I'm not doubling your Bitcoin, no. Yeah, the Venmo link to your bank. Yeah, they're trying to scam the shit out of you, bro. Don't let them do that. Listen, I see how like other people would fall for it, like in the sense that like if they're impersonating another YouTube who actually sells a bunch of shit and is always like, yeah, we have this group, this private group, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's just like, we've never done that, you know, like, it's never been like, you know, the last couple years, every single day, you know, you could pull up here, you know, I'm going to be here, but it's like, I'm never going to ask you for that. So it's like, I could see how people could fall for it, but hopefully, you know, the more you stay involved in this community, you will not fall victim to a lot of scams, especially one with my name on it and them trying to fucking be me. That's the man does it all day long. I feel, man. Hey, I'm glad you appreciate it. You know, that's it. My only worry. I said it the other day, man. My only worry: familiarity breeds contempt. You know what I'm saying? I hope, you know, and I see it. I see it all the time. Even people with like badges and all of it. It's just like, you know, that at the end of the day, you see me every day for 7 hours. It's gonna get pretty easy to treat it with contempt after a while. So it's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing and a curse of the activity that I give you guys on a day-to-day basis. So make sure you're always in the game, baby. Please send me $250 and Google Play cards so I could continue the stream. You love the title clock, the little clocks on Semaphore. It's good, isn't it? It's very, very good. Send me dog token. You got some clothes for me? Oh, I'm down, man. I need to get that. I need to send King the address too. I told you, like, King, I showed his merch website. He has some dope gear on there. He said he's going to get me stuff. I was like, I like it. It looked good, man. It looked good. I'm a really big fan of the site. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, bro. And just keep a lookout for them. Again, I like them. Sometimes you get early news from Semaphore, but like I'm telling you, like, down the road, they're going to be popping off. For sure. Would I recommend calls right now? I did an ES literally right at the bottom, a MES, but I think we're gonna get a little move. Eventually, it's gonna stop. Maybe we get up to VWAP, but I don't really know your time frame. It just depends. It's a beautiful day. BA still climbing. That was, again, the Canada deal. We had that news early, and then that was just bouncing with the market in general. About tomorrow being a good news day. Well, tomorrow has, like, the biggest set of data for the week. we were going to be getting, what's it called? You're going to be getting the PCE. So it's an inflation gauge. It's related to policy. It can move the bonds amongst other things. So that's the good part. And then I think PMIs or PPI, but also with the PCE comes wages. So that has the ability to move the market, and then jobless claims as well, and then Fed Williams and a couple of others. So that's the real data. And then it's Friday, I think, for the PMIs. So PMIs on Friday, and then Jerome Powell is on Friday. Don't forget, we close out this week with Powell. Ain't that some shit? Yeah, TLT fine. I came down, bro. That shit was fucking violent in the morning, man. No joke. Fake Josh tried to get me to send him $5,000 to trade. I told him I would for 2 weeks straight. Every day he's like, it's not here, bro. That's funny. That's honest. That's probably the most creative one, because like I've had one, but like, dude, I got mad one day, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, don't piss them off too much, because like they're hella like, dude, they're hella human. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they'll get hella mad, and like you never know how petty they be one day. Like, bro, one of you sent me a message of like you trolling the fake Josh. And, bro, this dude started sending, like, pee-pee pictures. And I'm like, bro, whoa. I'm like, don't be doing that on my name. So, like, this dude is like, you guys started trolling him. And I'm like, what? I got so mad, bro. I called my lawyer that day. I was like, we can't do anything about this. This guy just straight up impersonating and sending pictures, nude photographs to people. Not only trying to just fraudulently defraud them, you know, but, like, straight up. Like, I'm like, yo, that's crazy, bro. Nah, like that's so like honestly, just like block them, report them, but like that's a creative troll, but like at the same time, bro, they're hella weird, man. Nah, and then Facebook's like, I don't know, man, we can't fix it. I'm sorry. Dude, it's crazy. My lawyer said, my good lawyer said, bro, I work for Facebook. I can't help you. And then my shitty lawyer said it's still gonna be hard, but like we could try. But then he told me what to send, and like it's just you can't do anything, bro. It's very difficult. It's not it's a fucking mafia, bro. It is a mafia. The beige book, kind of. I mean, people will read it. It's a beige book summary of its economic state. You know, we're gonna see how it is, but chances are it's probably super dated. Especially after the GDP stuff today. That's some Black Mirror shit. I mean, what was it? I saw an article. It was a Zero Hedge one. I think it was Rand Paul. Or somebody said it like, we need, you know how we have separation of like church and state? We need separation of tech and state at this point. When that happens to me, I ask them for your catchphrase, and they don't bother no more. Hey, there you go. It was a wild-ass... Dude, all of it's crazy. The purgatory PHILO is weighing heavy on my mind. Thanks for making me think about it. I feel you, bro. That shit... That was the first time I ever heard it like that, too, so I definitely understand the feeling. Yeah, it's the exact level. That's why I made the MES. I got out of it, but I was like, dude, that's lower than where I bought it on Monday. Honestly, to move like this, you're still edging up. You're setting higher highs, but you're just still kind of trapped within the box. That new high. That was a new high. We did hit a new high of the day, of the month, of the almost the quarter, till we get above 4,600, but then we just started coming back down. Wouldn't it be crazy if fake Josh tripled your money? That would be hilarious. Like the kid just wanted an opportunity. You know, he was like super talented and like he just didn't know how to get people to like fundraise. And he was like, yeah. And then he just like actually tripled your money. That'd be amazing. But it don't work like that. The worst imposter was the real kid from Miami. That shit was the funniest. There was literally a kid in Miami who tried to impersonate me. And it wasn't like a Nigerian scammer. it was a kid in Miami. And I even DM'd them. I'm like, bro, what are you doing, bro? And he was being hella, like, he was like 19 years old or something, being hella cocky too. Like, oh, what? Like, hella trying to troll me. And I was like, all right, say less. And then I had my lawyer call him, and he didn't know it was my lawyer. And then he recorded all of it, and then he just started, like, straight up asking. He was like, so you work with Josh, right? And he was the kid was like, oh, yeah, like the trading fraternity. Like, he just started lying through his teeth. And then at the end, we were like, okay. So he broke it down. He's like, well, this is who I am. And he told them what was the deal. So he's like, you either stop it now or you're definitely getting sued the shit out of you. So, and then he stopped. But it was funny. It was funny for a little. I was like, dude, why you got to be so abrasive, man? Internet's a wild place, bro. But then again, like I said, bro, I'm on YouTube, and then I take my time off. You know what I'm saying? Just like, y'all, I got a PHILO on it. We're going to talk about it today, man. You need peace, and, like, it's crazy. I'm kind of famous for not showing who you are. I think I'm like a D-list celebrity. You know, at one point I was like maybe like C-list, maybe. But, you know, we've had a good impact. I definitely have left my mark on the trading community, and I'm proud of it. And I love that we've done it with positivity. And I love that we've done it in a way where, you know, like I'm telling you, bro, you see the game I play. You know what I'm saying? Win or loss, it don't matter. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. But at the end of the day, like, we ain't never had to, like, fucking put a paywall or make it to a way where it's just like, you know, we've spread a lot of info and we got people up there, man. As simple as that. So I'm very I'm grateful for it, man, and I'm grateful for all of you. You know, it's crazy. Held on to the anonymity. I mean, that's, some people don't like it, some people do, but, like, if you haven't noticed, from day one till now, I really haven't changed anything. You know, like, someone like you do the watch list the same, you do the stream the same. I'm like, yeah, like, you know, like, no matter what, starting small, getting bigger, ups, down, like, we just never, I don't know, man, I never really gave into all of it. You know, I think I got a little hyped at some points, but, like, it's just, for the most part, man, I try to be the same, man. I hope you know, I think my soul has changed a little bit more and for the better at times. So that's where, like, that's all that matters, bro. I said it the other day, bro. That's really all I'm concerned about. I don't know if I'm gonna get too deep on y'all, but, you know, your soul is important, bro. It is. I don't know what you believe, but especially even after the news yesterday, bro, it's important. It's important. The horn graphic. Yeah, when we used to just use it off the thing. That was a Chad. They helped us up with it. You know, little things change, but general, you know, we've been the same, man. You're a newbie. Well, you got a long term, man. That's the thing. You know, news, entertainment. You know, you'll get a lot of that here, but, you know, ask anybody about the long term. That's the beauty. One thing you'll notice about the Colt, the stock market live, we will not miss out on any rally. You know, we might even short a rally and get killed off of it on our trades, but at the end of the day, you know, the long term is always going to keep you in the game, you know. So whatever shit we talk on Wall Street, whatever we like and don't like, it's like, you know, being fully involved. The moment you encounter the stock market, man, if you're able to walk away a owner from the moment you encounter it until you lose your hairline, you're going to be great, man. You're going to be great. Well, I'm glad to hear, man. I'm glad to hear. Don't fall for the fake Joshes now. Don't fall for it. Market going down. It's kind of chilling, though. You know, at any time, once we, like, stop going down, like, you see how, like, we go down, pin for a little bit. Like, if you do another hour of not hitting a new low, like, we might chill out until, like, end of the day movements for the most part. But, like, it doesn't have to keep going down is what I'm saying. But it did move a little bit bigger. You missed the written notes. Do you really? Oh, I'll bring them back, bro. Again, like, that's the thing. I've tried to make it adjustments for people to make it easier, but some people didn't like them. So I'd love to bring back the written notes, man. You have no idea. Oh, you should say less. You should have told me, bro. You should have told me. Yeah, when I would just do the keys on the Google Doc and I'd, like, have it all up there. You like, man, that's it. I think the people who get value are quiet sometimes, and then the complainers just got the biggest mouths in the world. Oh, y'all say less then. I got you, bro. I got you. I got to... Oh, Cigna and Humana in talks to combine an all-cash deal. Yo, Cigna and Humana. Cigna and Humana. All-cash deal combination. We're getting that early, Chad. We are getting that one early. Okay. Oh, I snaked the chain on one option, but it might not hit. Hold on. I grabbed a Cigna call on the weekly. Cigna's going down. Check Hum. Hum is going. That's interesting. So check Humana, but some of the chains are going crazy. Again, we got that early as fuck. I'm telling you. I don't even think Bloomberg has that one yet. Fuck your terminal. What? All right, watch both of them. Humana's going to be the winner, damn it. They got me on the Cigna ones, but watch if they bounce. You might not be able to snake the Humana. Yeah, Humana. There's like one left on that chain, but it's a trap. Again, if Cigna pops, I got one of those. I got the Decembers for like 5 cents. Humana already went. That's the winner on there. I don't know why Cigna's dropping as much, but see, you could either go for shares or not. How many percentage? That's only 0.78, bro. Honestly, you might be able to do a little more. That's $15 though, so be careful. I wouldn't go too big. I top ticked at 516, 25 shares on Humana. Let's see, and then I'm going to keep the Cigna plays if that hits. Again, we'll flip it out again because, again, if other places pick that up, we'll be good. All right, that's already popping up there. That's big news, bro. Those are the biggest healthcare companies in the world. So that, I wish I went with Humana first, though. I snaked that chain, but no. I don't know. Cigna, it's a combination. That's why I'm like, I thought both of them were going to fucking run up. Hum and Cigna. I see. I got both a little bit, so I'm already made a couple dollars per share off that. I'm on 25 shares. I already made $200. I got $10 a share almost. What the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy. So it's 3%. Again, it was still up. If you just heard me, I said it's only up 0.7. So even the top tick there. So watch out. I put out a stream alert too there. Again, if Cigna could bounce, we'll get lucky. But I can't believe that just happened there. So we'll give it a say. It's gonna have a pullback, and then CNBC and Bloomberg are gonna pick it up, and then we'll see what happens. Yeah, you could have snaked that. Again, I hit it on Cigna. I just went for the wrong one. If you hit Humana fast enough, you would have been able to get one. I went straight to the chain on that one. Well, that was just, we had it early. You top tick, thank you. Let's go, man. My Cigna came. I was just up $10 a share. It came right back down. So be careful on that. Cigna and Humana, possible combination. Both companies. Wall Street Journal in stock and cash deal. Deal could be finalized by year end. Always getting clapped on, Josh. Hey, man, you and me both sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But it just all depends on how you're going to be going about them. But usually, don't forget, from like, we used to say this back in the day, if you wait till I go negative on the play, that may be better. So if you watch me top ticker FOMO, just let my ass go red on that heavy, and then if you still like the play, then go. Instead of chasing, if you see me kind of on that vibe, I would just wait a little bit and then go from there. That's usually your best. But in that case, if you could run up for that one had a snake the chain opportunity, but it only lasted for a little bit, and unfortunately, I grabbed the wrong one. Actually, dude, I made 300%. What the fuck am I saying? That's stupid. They hate you. So never mind. I didn't even look at those options. They went up. I bought them for 5 cents. They just went up to 15. That makes no damn sense. The stock dropped 3%. I bought calls. Stupid. All right, the bid dropped again there, but I'm like, that makes no sense. If it comes out fake, it's going to rip. Oh, yeah, it will. But also, too, though, it's move. That's a big move. I think Cigna's buying, but it's a combination. That's why I'm like, I don't know why Cigna would be getting murdered. Like, Cigna's really bad. And then there you go. You're going back up on Humana. Took a little breather there. That's IV for you. Wall Street Journal confirmed. Yeah, they were the source, I think. So, again, it hasn't hit everywhere else. Let me know if it hits Bloomberg or CNBC. Because, again, if they downplay it or not, that's going to be the next step. How the heck did you play it? I got the news very early, and I put in just stupid offers. Okay, now we're clapped on that. Hold up. They just flipped the Humanas. But I just threw in a bid, and I got filled at 5 cents. That's just OG Snake the Chain Day. Sometimes it happens. Netflix Rockstar Grand Theft Auto, the definitive edition, coming to Netflix December 15th. That may be the pullback here. Let's see. Bro, this thing is volatile as hell, though. It's kind of fun. You grabbed the wrong one. I think maybe I thought Cigna was going to go up with it, but I'm cool if it didn't. But that's what we were talking about the other day. Like, snaking the chain, it used to work really good back in the day, but now you have, like I said, it works, but there's very limited opportunities. I bet if I went to Humana, I may have been able to get it, but in that case, again, the bids were crazy, and I found one that looked like a snake, and sure enough, I got filled at like pennies, 5 cents, and then now it just, even by default, it's running up. GME, they're popping. Maybe we'll swap out bonds for the GME bros. Yeah, GME's at the high, 24%. Has to do with the bonds the companies hold. Maybe. They both do have a decent amount, I think, of debt and holdings like that. Humana was ridiculous. Cigna was too. The spreads on every other contract I didn't get were at like, it was 300, 400%. Yeah, Ivy just gassed all the options. They're chilling out now. They're still just widening out the spreads. It just hit CNBC. Let's see what they got to say about it. I'm going to go pee. We'll let it marinate for a little bit, but that's probably going to be news for the next 30 minutes. Oh,
right?
Did I miss
it?
The
signaling needs to be all together, and right now you're getting different signals, which basically tells you that they're not going to do anything for a while. So the market is deciding where rates are going to go.
Isn't that a message in itself, though?
Okay. Give us a second, guys. Steve Leisman, thank you very much again. Exclusive interview with Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin. Now I want to go over to Dom Chu. He has some breaking news in the healthcare space. Dom, over to you.
Breaking right now, you guys.
Frank,
Breaking.
With regard to health insurance.
All right, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
It's Cigna and Humana. Those shares are on the move. As you can see, we're going to flash you the quotes right now. This is all on headlines coming out of the Wall Street Journal that are basically saying and reporting that Cigna and Humana are both in a possible merger or talks for a possible merger that could create a massive behemoth when it comes to health insurance in America. The companies are discussing, says the Journal, a stock and cash deal that could be finalized by the end of the year, so in the coming weeks, assuming the talks don't fall apart. This is, again, a source reporting, according to people familiar with the matter. But, again, we're talking about two health insurers with regard to Cigna, roughly $80-some billion in size, versus Humana, which is roughly $62 billion in size. Again, if you combine those two companies, what they're trying to find is some kind of scale, and it would help them better position themselves to at least compete against probably what you could say is the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is United Healthcare, which is roughly $500 billion in terms of market cap overall. So Humana shares right now on the move higher, just fractionally by about 0.75%. Meanwhile, you're seeing declines here for what's happening with Cigna. We'll keep an eye. We'll reach out to these companies for any kind of comment with regard to this story. But again, this is a journal story, source reporting that Cigna and Humana could be in talks for a possible stock and cash merger that could be finalized by year-end, contingent on all kinds of different variables. So, Frank, we'll keep an eye on those stocks. I'll send things back over to you.
You're Dom Chu at Inglewood Cliffs, CNBC headquarters again. Sources telling the Wall Street Journal that Humana and Cigna are considering a merger. And that just kind of leads us to one of our moves of the day. Steve Weiss, you actually recently bought Humana.
Well, I owned Humana, And the stock was down 11 today, and I assume it's based upon what's coming out of UNH and Investor Day. So I really loaded up on a trading position. $11 isn't a big move for $500 stock, but Dom just made my day. I mean, this is just great news. It's trade, and I actually, while he was talking, I sold part of that trading position. Look, this is going to take a long time to get through.
If at all.
Look, the FTC, exactly. They're not going to be in favor of this. I don't know who's going to be in favor of it.
They're downplaying it now.
Given the size
and he's
of these
down.
companies,
He already sold out.
It may turn out to be a merger of equals. Although I do think there's a possibility to pay 300% premium. No, I'm only kidding about that. I'm just,
I'm
only kidding.
Jump in for a second. We were already planning to talk healthcare. United Health having its investor day today. Kerry, I want to come over to you.
Yeah.
What's your view on the possibility of this merger? Dom mentioned it would be a merger to try to get some scale here and create some efficiencies with these two
I don't think your
businesses.
insurance will go down if
So
they
we
merge.
own United Health, and the stock had been underperforming to large extent because people have been worried across so many sectors about how the GLP-1 diet drugs are affecting the use of
The GLP-1. Oh, wow. I thought you'd have to say the letters GLP. That's what I thought. All righty. My goodness. You see a DOJ, most likely, but that news is hype. The only thing that's bad is Humana's already up a lot. So I'm even down like $10 a share now off of the top tick. I guess they haven't moved too much, but like I'm saying, I think for the rest of the day, you're going to watch movement between those two. And GameStop for all the GME boys. And then Cigna's now moving up a little bit. We'll see what that does. For the watch list, I'm glad. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll see. Today, I don't know. I got to see. I might have to make the watch list driving if I have to. I might be on a different schedule today. Otherwise, I'm going to hit y'all with the notes. They told me they want the notes. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get y'all the notes, man. We got to get y'all the notes. 270 on Cigna. Now, I really thought Cigna was going to rock it with it, but hey, I'll take it for now. But that's going to be that's going to be probably something there that's interesting. Are you caffeinated? I am not caffeinated. I don't know. I just got that energy, bro. I just got that energy today. I said it. I was like, I hope the market can match my energy because I didn't want it to be another boring day. But yeah, man, no, we good, man. We good. The peach, bro. The peach, man. It goes hard. It goes hard, bro. It goes hard. And market kind of holding up. Again, I was like, wait. I kind of thought GME was TLT for a second. I said, what the hold on. Are Walgreens and CVS affected? Maybe. Actually, that's actually a good point. Cigna's running now. Again, I think they needed to slam it down first. But we'll find out. Yeah, it's not old news. It came out at 9/10. The Netflix Rockstar Games thing. Again, a Grand Theft Auto movie, I believe, is the headline or something. That's what it sounds like. I'm not too familiar. Man, what a day. My goodness. Yeah, trilogy to be... Oh, it says a mobile game? The trilogy, the definitive... Oh, no way. It's gaming? Oh, shit. Cigna did terminate their deal with CVS a while ago. I don't know. No, I don't think it's a movie. I think it's GTA. It's a GTA game on mobile gaming that they're releasing. And bonds are coming up here now, too. So watch out for that. You have San Andreas on your phone? That's crazy. I didn't know. Like, through Netflix? Netflix going to get the trilogy. Interesting. This is a Walmart news? What Walmart news? I'm not familiar. Wally World. Walmart importing more from India. Walmart shifts to India for China. That's all I see in the morning. UNH. Again, UNH had earnings, and they're part of it. Honestly, I would take a look at them. I don't think we pulled them up yet. Yeah, they're kind of moving the same, just not as aggressive. But now even Cigna's held up. It's not as bad, but it's still in the middle. And then Humana's still holding a little bit of the gains because they were red earlier. Walmart reducing reliance on China, going with India. I don't think it was bad or good news. I don't know if that was affecting the stock as much as just everything more broadly, but we'll see. But I didn't even think there was news on Walmart today. I do see that though. Microsoft, also Taylor says Microsoft has perpetual use rights for OpenAI IP. That sounds pretty good. Literally, they're saying they have rights to OpenAI intellectual property in perpetuity. That means forever. What kind of deal? Microsoft gets all of their... Bill Gates got all of that forever? Forever? Forever, ever? Forever, ever? Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I raised the race. Never meant to raise the race this high. I apologize. Transitory times. I'm sorry, Miss Powell. Ooh, I am for real. No. Play it. Microsoft? No, I don't know if that'll move it. Again, that Humana stuff, that was big. Again, I think you got to give it a little bit, and then everyone's going to, like, doubt the deal and get hyped up on it. Not to mention even the Cigna reaction was already wild. Could you release an album of full market-related acapellas? You know, sadly, I've never worked on them. So all of the market acapella freestyles you have gotten, these are all freestyles. I've never really sat down and tried to make one. So maybe maybe I need to give it more attention, but I've never really taken the time to like, you know, I've been going off the dome with these, man. You know, just the vibe, you know, the vibe of the day, you know, it just inspires. It inspires. You mean Uncle? No, I mean, like, I do music. I do country. Like, I don't know why y'all getting weird. You know, Uncle has his rap career. Uncle is Uncle, but I mean, I am the one talking to you right now, right? I don't know why you would assume that's Uncle if I'm Josh. Hey, you know what? I don't want to make it confusing, y'all. You know, to each his own, to each his own. Uncle, I mean, Uncle he does a lot of different things. I don't know. I've seen him write. I've seen him freestyle, but like, I don't know. Uncle's good at freestyling, though. I think that's where I probably get it from, but it may be hereditary. But he's, you know, he has his own weird process. Sorry, Miss Powell. Ooh, I am for real. That's crazy. After all these years, it's still not him. I thought Uncle was Josh for so many years. But after Josh saying consistently he's not Uncle, I believe him. I mean, dude, listen, I don't know what to believe anymore because a lot of you are like, what? Josh is like, and like, dude, I don't even know what to believe anymore. You confused me. I'm like, because I have to answer the same question. It's like answering a TLT question, bro. So it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't know at this point. But like, again, I mean, I am Josh. I have my country music. I got my acapellas and parodies. Like, that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know, man. It's getting mad confusing at this point. But like, you know, the real ones is up with it. So Let's just, we'll charge it to the game of TLT. Yeah, no, people even think I'm LT still. That's it. You had no idea, bro. At one point, bro, I'm not going to lie to you. I had girls sliding in my DMs left and right because they thought I was LT. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, okay, I had a little bit of clout, but then they like, if you really were looking, you were like, okay, they thought I was LT. I hated to disappoint them. I was like, this ain't even real attention right now. They don't even know. They really think I'm like, nah, man, I'm sorry. I don't look like a Greek god. I was not blessed with those features. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Frankly, it's distasteful. You got a rapper and a country singer and can't make it man, tell him, bro. Tell him. I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say the dot plot's gonna break? Okay, no, I pushed it. That's the Eminem one. Why do you call him lending tips? I think everybody calls him lending tips, no? I think that's what he calls himself. I don't know. I call people what they want me to call you. Like, well, you tell me what you want me to call you. I read all of your guys' names. I don't really like argue back. You want to be the only issue I've had is because like I keep talking about him so much because he's been playing 2K with me. Is Mr. Hooter Man. His other name on YouTube is ridiculous, or on Twitter or on Twitch. It's I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it. That's why. So like, hey man, I never had a problem calling anybody what they wanted to be called. So yeah, lending. That's what he calls himself, man. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real. Hooter Man is legendary. You should see his other name. It's crazy. Price action and basic levels are like the only indicators. And bonds, I mean, I don't know. I use bonds as an indicator. I don't know if that's fair to say. A lot of people ask me about indicators, and like, I do think the bonds, even Fed futures and the dollar, are very, very great indicators. Otherwise, basic horizontal lines. But again, I'm always open to looking at other stuff. And like some of you, like Regal, I want Regal. Regal, you got to tell me what you want me to highlight for some of the people, because he sent me some cool charts and some technicals. They're a little bit out of my wheelhouse because they're like they're vertical instead of horizontal, but yeah. NVIDIA to 482. Oh, trend lines, my mind really just know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can usually see it. You legally changed your name because of this stream. I wanted to do that. Like, I really wanted to do it. Like, it's kind of crazy. I wanted to change my name to Stock Market. Like, I want my government name to be Stock Market. First name Stock, last name Market. I've really considered it at one point. And then make it easy for you. Like, what's your name? Like, you want to know? I'll be like, I'll tell you my name. No, yeah, I did. I considered it. But then I'm like, oh, but like, what's my family going to think? And like, But I did consider it. I really did consider it. And like, that's not even a joke. That was one of my crazy ideas at one point in life. Last name Market, first name Stock. Okay, sorry. December, I don't know. We got a couple of weeks. We got the first 2 weeks. By the middle of December, we're going to know. December 13th is going to be a very, very big day. You could use Scott Market. If they won't let me do it, they're like, you can't do that. Okay, my name is Scott Market. Yeah, no, that's funny as hell. What's your name? Scott. Last name, Market. Your name Scott Market? Yes. Now say it faster. That's a good one. That's a good one, Rocky. That's a good one. One of my boys in elementary school was named Alex, and he asked everyone to call him Daniel. And I think they never actually changed his name, but threw it in early. I mean, I had one, but like it was sad because like this was like a sign of the times. One of my homies, a good homie of mine back in the day, he had a Middle Eastern name, and it was super Middle Eastern. It was like super Middle Eastern. You know what I'm saying? And like long story short, he introduced himself to like people as Dylan. And like it just is funny because no matter like I always knew him as Alper, and then there would be these white girls and they would just call him Dylan. I'd be like, that's not his man. I'm like, I get it though, I get it. It was not that wasn't even it. It was something crazy. It was like, but then it was just always Dylan, and I was like, man, that's nuts. But yeah, bro, it happens. No, for real. So I get it. Because back then, bro, like you had a weird name, people would make fun of you. Or if it was like a long name, bro, they would just like, people were hella mean. And then like girls too, they would be like, what, how do you say that? It's just like, fuck it, I'm Dylan. It worked though, it worked. Mm-hmm. We've been doing that since Ellis. I like that name though, Ellis. Mm-mm. It's funny to make fun of names. I mean, I never made fun of. I always love names. I always think I don't know. Maybe that's just. I love unique names. That's it. I've never been a hater. I'm always like, what's that mean? Like, I don't know. Like, you're not like if you have a cool name, you're just not a basic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like it. Yeah, I like the originality. Like something about it. I'm like, I always get hyped when I have a picture. I met some dude named Billion. I met this guy and I took a picture of his ID. I was in Washington, D.C., and I'm talking to this security guard. I'm waiting for my car, bro, and this dude freezing, and this dude's outside, and we just start chopping it up, bro, talking about a lot of stuff. And then he's like, my name's Billion. We start talking about money and like stocks and other stuff. And I'm like, bullshit. I'm like, your name is not that. That's crazy. And then, he showed me his name was Billion. No, his name was actually Billion. I was like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. What's your uncle's name? I've just called him Ummu my whole life. If you're not Middle Eastern, you don't understand. That's just the Middle Eastern thing. Like, we don't know half of the names of our uncles because we just call them Ummu. And then I had to realize half of my Ummus weren't even related to me. And that was a game changer. I have a guy at work named King James. Like, actually, his name is King James. But King is a common name, kind of. I actually know a couple people named King. But it just happens to be his last name is James. There you go. Real name, wow. Cam is short for Camel Deep, which translates to light warrior that grows with the lotus flower. See, that's hard. Like, I love that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, John, what does John mean? The Baptist. No, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a cool name. Artemis? Your real name is Artemis? Oh, dude, like Artemis Fowl? No, that name go hard, bro. What are you saying? See, that's what I'm saying. Back in the day, they probably clowned you. But, like, no, Artemis go hard, bro. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. You and Uncle have similar voices? Yeah, I mean, you probably sound like your sister, too. You know what I'm saying? Or like your dad, your mom. I think it's hereditary. I got clowned a lot. Now everybody loves it. You like, well, now back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. Mm-hmm. What about Musk Kid? All right, man. We should end this conversation. Yeah, as far as I don't know, man. It is pretty cool, but I don't know. Something about the letters and numbers and numeral. Like, if your name is coordinates, I don't know if how, like, it is original, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I'm not like, oh, like, what does that mean? Like, it kind of makes me more concerned. You know what I'm saying? Like, I say, like, what's your name? 43 degrees south XE. Wait, what? Hold up. Yeah, he got a username, not a name. No, for real. For real. Northwest. Yeah, that's dope. I like Northwest. That's good. Mm-hmm. Mm. The Pythagorean theorem for a first name is wild, huh? I'm black and my name is Elvis. I got clown my whole life. Really? Oh, no, that goes hard, bro. I don't know, man. Maybe times have changed, but everybody's a hater when you're young, bro. With names, everybody. Because I'm like, that goes hard, bro. Elvis, that's a dope name. I don't care what background you are. I feel like if you are named Elvis, that's it, bro. You got it. Elvis. That's hard. So that's not even your username. That's your name. Like, I'm Elvis. Yeah, that's hard. Elvis, Artemis. These are all hard names. Camel Deep. That's great. It's great. If it got good meaning or it's like famous like that, that goes hard. Your name's Elvis? No, it's not. Really? We got more than one Elvis. Y'all just lying with me. Y'all just find out I get excited. Y'all just find out I get excited and y'all just start talking out your. You're like, I'm Elvis too, Josh. No, you're not. I don't think I've ever met an Elvis. Now that I think about it, so Elvis, you're my first Elvis that I've got to say I know now. You're Ronaldo because your dad liked the soccer player. Yeah, now you got them soccer photo shoots too. I feel, man. I feel. How about I read it as a sheath. It has shit in it. How do you say it? A shit? What's it mean? Tell me what it means. I'm going to ask you. I'll be like, hold on. I got to learn how to say it. But that's crazy. But, like, I read that as a sheet. Am I saying it right? I feel like if it's a sheet, that's kind of hard. But if you're, like, making me say shit, like, I feel like you want me to say shit. You're like, it says shit in it, Josh. My online friend, his name is Musket. I had one online friend from when I was younger. His name was Wheeze. And, like, that was his government name was Wheeze or, like, Weezer or something. I was like, no way that's your name. And he showed me his ID. His name was Wheeze. I was like, that's crazy. I loved it, though. I was like, that goes pretty hard. Yeah, Wheeze. I was like, what does it mean? He said, I don't know. His parents named him Wheeze. Not like, and he wasn't, no, like, he was like a kid from, like, the South. Like, it wasn't like a rapper name. Like, it was just Wheeze. My girlfriend has the same name as my brother. Her name is Ryan. This is true. Yeah, I've seen there's a lot of gender fluid names now. Like, you know, Ashley, that's a boy name and a girl name. Jordan, Ryan. I think even Dylan. I've met a girl named Dylan. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of I could see that. I could see that. A sheet. Did I not say it right? What, y'all? Lamata. That's your name. They love, or Lamota. Sisters' names are Kaiko, Michael, and Megumi. No way. Really? That's hard. I don't know if those are like, it sound like a lineup of like characters, but that goes hard. What does Kaiko and Megumi mean? I think I know what Michael means, like the angel. Are you insulting Dylan Brooks from the Rockets? Honestly, You know, now no one's really brought it up, but Dylan Brooks is awful. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's it, bro. Like, Dylan Brooks is awful, though. That's it. That's the problem. Dylan Brooks is the problem with the world because too many people have adopted that Dylan Brooks mentality. But he get paid, bro. I can't, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to sit my ass down after, you know, saying my opinion, and which I think some of y'all should take note of because he paid, bro. I don't know how, but, like, well, that's the thing. I'm like, damn, he paid, but my goodness. Mm-hmm. All right, Cigna chilling. I'm down now on the Humana still. That one's kind of died out. And the market chilled out. No more downside for the last couple of hours, so I think we bought ourselves some time. Brooks has a terrible villain persona. Not even fun to watch. But he's just not like for me, it doesn't match up. He's not like villainous enough. Like he's not good enough to be a villain. That's why I'm like, it's kind of like it's crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I just feel like it just doesn't make sense. It'd be like if the Joker wasn't like effective. You know what I'm saying? And like the Joker acted how he did, but like all of his plans just didn't work. You know what I'm saying? And like he was just like on Twitter all the time or something. But it just doesn't make sense to me. But then again, the guy's paid, bro. I'm telling you, his contract. No, Pat Beverly is good. I fuck with Pat Beverly. You're not that. Don't do Pat Beverly like that. I don't. Pat Beverly's a whole different league than Dylan Brooks. Don't even get me like that. Does yen look like it's going to go down? Yeah, a lot of people are talking yen strength. That's where things are lining up for. But again, there's data tonight, and then the policy is the real key. So right now, it's kind of like the bonds. It's getting a little bit of relief, but I wouldn't be so quick to draw a judgment on that. Yeah, Draymond, the GOAT villain, I feel. Yeah, but Patrick Beverly's like good at defense. Like, he's actually a good player. Binance new CEO indicated that he is in no rush to reshape the company's leadership team. And then Russia, Putin announces plans to meet with Rosneft CEO Sechin on Friday. And then Ukrainian drone targeting Moscow was shot down outside the city border. Oh, yeah, Humana tank. Damn, down 479 on those 25 shares. So they have, now it's down 2.5. Womp, womp, womp. Couple of thoughts while analysts are beating it down. CI holders tell me they would vote against it. Purchase of Humana given disparities 10 times and Humanity 16 times, resulting in dilution combination means MOE or even a purchase of Humana may be more supportive. Regulatory review going in election year also seen as difficult. Yeah, they're going to get clapped. Analysts, everyone's already throwing shade at it from the get-go. David Faber from CNBC. I think he's oil's popping, and then banks. USO, and then again, some of the banks are moving up there. Go long UNH, maybe, but at the same time, we got to see that. I thought that news was going to have a lot more carry through, but UNH is doing better, but then they had bad earnings. Saudi backs possible extra OPEC cut. UAE resists plan, sources say. Yeah, it's coming across now. It's not in red, but watch out for that. Because, again, day before OPEC meeting, rumors are going to be happening. About medical data being hacked? No, I've not heard about that. But be careful. It might be a hacker. What am I missing? Bearish for next year? I mean, I wouldn't. I'll tell you what the market would tell you is that just everyone's saying inflation is going to be down and rate policy is going to ease. So as long as inflation goes down and the economy doesn't crater with it, then why would we be bearish is pretty much the reasoning, more or less. Thoughts on FLR? I don't think I've looked into it. Floor, yeah, U.S. envoy to UN, hopeful Gaza truce can be extended, says it's in Hamas's hands. But no, I think it's just everyone's just saying it's a bad deal, the Cigna UNA or Humana thing. So that David Faber comment is implying it's a lose for everybody. No risk trade on what are you saying related to the question? Oh, credit loss or credit spread? What is it? I looked at a butterfly earlier today. So honestly, there's a couple of butterflies out there. That OPEC Wall Street Journal news is getting circulated again. Again, considering new oil production cuts as much as 1 million barrels a day. So it's probably a rumor. But again, if oil is going to rocket, watch even the SPY. We should have held those MESs. Yeah, oil is up from the week. Oil's reacting a little bit, but it's already near the highs. So that's what you got to watch out for. Yeah, banks are going crazy. Citi, Bank of America, watch even KRE. Like I was saying, if bonds are going to get a little bit of support here, I think that says a lot. And TLT has bounced there from the low, unfortunately. And then Fed futures still pricing in an extra, what's it called? They're still pricing in one of those extra rate cuts. We didn't even look at gold today. Yeah, gold is still up. What's that like on spot price? Does Powell take questions? He might. I don't know, though. So that's the thing. We do have Powell on Friday, but we don't know enough to know if it's going to be one of those he talks about policy or not type beat. Yeah, it's 2,044 for gold right now. Are you looking at futures? I see spot price on goldprice.org, $2,044. Yeah, gold is near all-time highs. There's the beige book that comes out in about 1 hour and 12 minutes. But I don't know if that'll be the biggest of reaction. But it will say stuff about the economy. You might get like a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction, but I don't know if it's going to really decide anything or not. Spot price is just like where you're buying at. So, like, even the futures, they're a little bit higher. But, like, if you wanted to go to a gold store now or, like, value your gold, they call it the spot price. No, GC is a future. So, GC is future. So, it's spot price plus premium of the contract. So, if it's at 260, those futures are implying, I think, a $20 move by whenever that contract expires, or, like, $20 in 20 days extra. So, yeah, spot price is like MSRP, I guess. So I use gold. I've used this site for almost a decade now. Goldprice.org. I like that it's .org. It makes me feel more legit. But yeah, and even dude, silver's at 25. Yeah. Silver's getting back to the days where they try to squeeze it, bro. I don't know if y'all remember. It was like right around here we tried to squeeze silver, and you're back up there. 24 to 5. That's crazy. A lot of the gold, GLD is up. I mean, that is the gold ETF. Like, if you want S&P gold shares, I mean, this shit looks exactly like the chart. I don't think the movements have disappointed. If you're in a levered gold ETF like Dust or JNUG or a gold miners are different than the spot price. So all of that stuff kind of could affect it. But for the most part, it's pretty chill. Wall Street bets try to end the world without knowing it. Well, it wouldn't have had, and I mean, even they tried to squeeze the ETF. That's the thing they didn't know about. But even then, like going after the most like heavily controlled assets or like commodities, that was wild. But like even then, it was an ETF. So it's like everybody was buying in, but it's just like they just issue more shares like right as you buy. No, it was like, yeah, it was right. It was during the meme. It was like right as everything was like kind of chilling out. I've always physical, man. That's why I've said. I mean, gold and silver. They're like I don't hate on them like as much as I clown on Peter Schiff and make the jokes because I think it's a funny industry, especially like with how much I've seen it over my life. You know, it's like I always like the gold bugs. Like it gets funny sometimes, but like I just believe in physical gold and silver. Otherwise, I don't really I don't get it. I don't get it without it. But then again, people will tell me, they're like, why do you want a paperweight? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do with it? But physical is never disappointed. But it just sits there. It's like a decoration in my house, man. Cuban is selling. I don't know if it's fully sold, but that's why LVS is down. So the family that owns a controlling stake or a big stake in Las Vegas Sands, they're the ones who want to buy the Mavericks. So they sold about $2 billion worth of shares today. Or they said they plan to. Rumor has it Cuban may buy Rite Aid. As much as I love it, I wouldn't believe it. As much as that would benefit all of us, like I said, you know, seems like a tall story. And I'm a short guy, you know what I'm saying? So that's why certain things just don't hit for me the same way. He does have his online pharmacy. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Maybe. But I don't know. I don't think he's in the acquire state now, unless he's probably going to buy parts of it maybe, but I don't know about like fully. I forgot. He has a lot of those pharma or like RX investments. Rumor has it Adam Aaron may buy Rite Aid with the gold mine. He could buy it. Adam Aaron's balling, bro. He's balling. He's going to run. I don't think Mark Cuban is dumb enough to run for president. Yes, I said it. That's it. You think Mark Cuban is going to sell, the guy who makes investments is going to sell his team to spend hundreds of millions of dollars with no guaranteed? It doesn't make any sense. Again, I can't even believe that homeboy Michael Bloomberg. Do y'all remember when he tried to run? He burned like $100 to $200 million so fast, and like he didn't even make a dent in terms of like going against Trump or anybody else, or even then Biden won. Like they chose Biden over Michael Bloomberg. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's a big amount of money to spend with like no real guarantee. He said he'd run for prez when the kids were old enough. Yeah, we'll see. He would be. I think he would be. He would be a good Democratic candidate. He would be like he's like a same vibe as Trump, but clearly he probably would use different words. You know what I'm saying? What I mean by same vibe, business background. You know what I'm saying? Not your typical politician type. You know, like that makes more sense. Alter Domus owner pursues stake sale and fund administrator. Alter Domus? I don't know what that is. Getting a headline there. His epic clip when he got 5 or 30K charity, still badass. I feel. And then all of his stories are cool, Zuckerberg. But then like he was part of the whole like crypto shit too, though. There's still like. And like some of the SPAC stuff, and like I don't know, after even like FTX and all that, the Shark Tank, anybody on Shark Tank, man. Even then, wasn't Redfin guy on Shark Tank for a little bit, but other than that, you know, he's pretty chill. But then he'll go off sometimes. I heard Dolmas. Anyway, this drop is because of Munger. No, we're up. Everything's actually up quite a bit. But no, although Munger, very, very sad, had a pretty big effect on the investing world. You know, like Warren Buffett always stated, you know, there shouldn't be a problem if any of them passed away because their funds, it's in a trust and they have plans. But I do believe that is the plan. Munger, his assets went to a trust and they're going to be selling out of it over the next like 10 years, I believe. When you get washed up, you run for president? Damn. That's cold, bro. That's cold. What? Man. R.I.P. I know, man. We should listen to one of those videos. In a way, you could buy Munger's positions. Not directly, no. But, I mean, he will be, his family trust will be a seller gradually over the next decade, it seems like. Gonna learn to trade, but stay for the PHILO, baby. Amen. Amen. He said EBITDA and BS. Yeah, he had it. CNBC. They have his final interview. I was watching some of it this morning, so it was the last time he like did an interview. It was with CNBC. It's sad, bro. So his birthday is on New Year's, and they were planning a huge birthday bash for him, and like it's sad, bro. They had a lot going on. We're still in ball. Yeah, I am at least, but. I'm down to cut it out when it goes green, but we were down a lot on that one, and then it came back, so I don't know. You could take this small loss if you'd like and don't want to deal with it, but remember, they had like some acquisition stuff and all that other things going on for them, but I think in a little bit, I think you could squeeze break even out of it at the least. Why is it sad if someone who has 98 with billions of dollars die? I mean, why is it not sad? Like, where's your humanity, man? You know, and like when I look at Munger, I don't know. That's not what comes to mind. Like the thing about it is the wisdom he puts. Like I'm saying, the things he stood for, like the wisdom he had on the world. Like that's really been the thing where I'm like, wow. I said it yesterday. Our kids, they're going to be investing in a world where someone like that just doesn't exist. So, yeah, I mean, someone died. Yeah, it's sad, but at the end of the day, it's like, or you could say it's expected, but I mean, who cares? Like whether they had money or not, it's still there. He was a legend. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's sad when anybody dies. That's why I'm like, why would it not be? Yeah, Buffett's right-hand man. But like I said, just what he, just the knowledge. That's why I'm saying. I hope you carry it on. I hope all of you really listen to what he says and make sure some of the advice and knowledge and wisdom he's bestowed never gets overlooked. He was Buffett's brain. Yeah, he really was. I say he was one of the greatest financial minds. So, but anything, I mean, I think when was the last? I got sad when Bob Barker died. Like shit, man. Like why? So you know what I'm saying? A lot of people sometimes I don't know who they are, but like anybody, man, that's always like, oh man, you don't want people to die. Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld was not dying was not sad. I don't know, man. I'm just, isn't it? I think it's in Proverbs, man. Just be careful. Like, hopefully you never take, I hope you don't take enjoyment in anybody's like pain, suffering, or death, because that's bad vibes, bro. That's bad vibes. Like, I don't know. No matter what, man, you're always gonna be just death is death. It is natural. Memento mori. But, like, hopefully you don't get cheerful about it. I don't know. Yeah, NBA interviews ain't the same. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, right, man. I feel you. The market was nervous every morning until we went crazy. What the hell is this? Peloton? Oh, I forgot. I had those after-hour shares that clapped me. Those just came back up to break even. I think I'm going to get out of those. I forgot about these pieces of shit. Why didn't you get HYG and LQD? I think corporates are in their own little world. So, corporates run a little different than, treasuries and government bonds. So, I don't think I've played HYG LQD since, maybe 2019 when, credit and corporate credit was kind of more of a topic. Sideways. Well, what time is it? It's already 10? A little bit later than 10? Take it, I'll take it. April 2020? Yeah, maybe. I think we may have, but I know HYG, LQD, I would bring it up a lot in 2019 when before the pandemic, when any of the repo bond stuff, corporate credit was a magnificent world. But as of late, it's in its own little world. It's affected by the bonds, but it's done its own thing. Miss those days. You miss them. The sideways action's a snooze fest. Hey, it was exciting in the morning. You can't lie, bro. We moved a lot. So I think right now it's calming down, but like the contrary would have been you would have either kept dumping or you would have just been rocking it up through the highs, more or less. All right, I'm selling out of those Pelotons for break even. Good leveraged oil ETFs. SCO, I think, or what's the other one? It's the opposite of SCO. Well, you can play SCO both ways. That one is very good. Arbor Realty. Again, I think you asked me that one yesterday. I don't think I've looked into it. But with REITs, you got to just really make sure it's one, about what you think is going to happen with interest rates, and then two, how you feel about that portfolio. So you just got to judge their types of holdings. I do like Vici. I do think they kind of have a premium, but we will see. I have not really had an opportunity to grab it. Vici. I think Vici, yeah, even after that drop, it still held premium that whole time. So similar portfolios I could get behind. Is Fetch? Bro, Fetch was crazy, but then they delayed their earnings thing, and then somebody backed out, but they're down 50 now. They're just looking very computer-esque on the way down. And Peloton, $6. That one's still running up there. So GG on that. I don't know when Mark is selling it, but I don't even know if the LVS shares came in. If they're selling them today, or if it's like a future plan, just like when Jamie Dimon and some of the other plans to sell we've heard, they don't necessarily happen immediately. So we will see. And then Bonds had a nice recovery there, unfortunately for me, but yeah, Bonds are all over the place, bro. They really are moving like a penny stock. Market needs some FILA. It might need some FILA. I feel you. Well, let me go to the bathroom. As Josh used to go to the bathroom. Market needs FILA. The ways of the world. But follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and you can listen to Mike Novogratz.
Convergence of AI and crypto at one point, and so we follow it pretty closely. The AI thing is difficult in that the economies of scale you need to be a player in it are so large that you're going to have a couple giant winners, and I don't think a lot of second places. And you can just see the amount of capital needed to raise even for the new companies. And so I don't think it was easy for a lot of people to pivot into AI. Using AI, figuring out how AI impacts your industry, all really important. But to build an AI company, I think probably beyond my skill set.
So stick with us, because we are going to talk just about your skill set next. We're going to talk more about Bitcoin that just actually dipped right below 38,000 as we've been talking. So let's see if it gets past that through the end of the year. Mike, hang tight. This is Bloomberg.
We are entering the era of radical collaboration.
That commercial always gets me. Because I'm like, what? I didn't know he's saying radical collaboration. It sounded crazy at first. Like, what? And then it clicked. All right, man, I see it. Did you sell my long term? Yeah, I sold my whole entire long term. I woke up, I saw a couple of YouTube videos. I said, fuck this, man. And then I just threw everything away. I said, yeah, no, man, I did not sell the long term. Never. Never, never, never. That should sound ridiculous. It shouldn't even be sarcasm. It should be ridiculousness. It should be absurdity. You know what I'm saying? It should be absurdity. Push-ups, yeah, let's get some push-ups in. I was going to give you something else. man. I was going to give you something else, but I think we could open it up with push-ups, so feel free to go up. And then that's it, man. You know, stand up, get the body moving. I'm going to stand up for a little bit. PHILO, maybe. What do you think about the Mark Cuban move? I blame Kyrie Irving. I like Kyrie Irving, but the Kyrie curse continues. That's it. I thought, like, you don't just sign Kyrie and then quit the next year for no reason, man, and sell the team. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. I'm standing up. I might even give you this PHILO standing up, man. We're going to see. Chatadonia. I didn't start it with a brat this time, so that's good. That's good, man. That's good. How y'all feeling? Oh, man. I might mix in two PHILOs. I don't know. I got two different things I want to talk to you about. One of them is, I'm going to read again, because, again, this is where Proverbs start just getting crazy, bro. If y'all, that's the beauty. It ends, the ending of Proverbs. It's always a good ending, baby. So I got another one I want to read. And again, it happens. Like I'm telling you, bro, it's like, I respect all of you, man, for real, especially those who have, opened up your ears and your hearts to be able to, like, accept something, or at least listen without, feeling like you are being forced to accept something. You know what I'm saying? Because once again, I start reading this and people are like, what book is that? Oh, wow, what is that? Oh, wait, hold on. I never heard that. Oh, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is actually pretty wild. So I do have another one I want to read to you, and I'm sure something big will stick out to you. We'll see by the time that we get to there. But then there is something else. I mean, I think before I hit y'all with the wisdom, before we get into the reading, I heard something crazy. It was an old Bible sermon talking about the story of the fish, of Jesus feeding 5,000. But the concept that was outlined, it's weird what it went into. It's like it started with the Jesus story about fish, and then it ends with supply and demand and stop using your cell phone. But it actually kind of spoke to me in a weird way. Why? Because, my friends, what do you do when demand is more than supply? We've talked to supply and demand a lot. Usually supply goes lower, price goes up higher. Yeah, demand is higher. See, you guys look at you economists, man. Look at you guys. You guys are great. When the demand is way more than the supply. You see, the analogy is like 5,000 people, 2 fish. The demand is way, way higher. You guys are such economists. Look at you all. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm actually kind of happy by some of these answers. I'm a proud Chad economist looking at some of y'all, man. It's great. But the whole idea is understanding when things are more than enough, but also at the same time, not caving to the pressure when the demand is higher than supply. It's talking about the things in your life. That's how the cell phone came up. That's why I said, think about it. What is on your phone, man? And I'm not talking about just social media, but like, how many people do you talk to? How many of you wake up and you look at your phone and literally you got a message? And then by the time you go into work, by the time you messaging, some of you on social media, that's the crazy part. And it's one thing too, and I'll ask you, you know, and this one again, maybe this is why it spoke to me, because I'm gonna ask you, bro, how many of y'all are literally giving your time to in like reacting and the demand, and there's only one of you, but there's a lot of things you could react to. How many of y'all are giving way too much focus and interactions to people you don't even know? I'm not talking celebrities. I'm talking, bro, people that you are with on social media. You've maybe met them once, if at all. And this is coming from me, the guy you're watching for 7 hours, as I'm telling you. But, like, for real, it's important. Because all of that is stress. All of that is literally, that's why I was like, man, it's funny how they're comparing that to a Bible verse. When it's literally saying, like, straight up, that's the type of demand that you guys, some people are receiving. We live in a world nowadays, bro, you're messaging people, you're talking to people, you are feeding off of this whole just interaction thing, but then it's like, yo, is this what's leading to anxiety? Is this what's leading people to think there's not more than enough? Because literally, like, when is it enough people to interact with? And then again, like, think about it in your mind. Like, that's why, bro, it's crazy. That's why, like, I kind of talked about it a little earlier today. Like, you think about it. You are just interacting with people you've never seen, you don't know, and you get these relationships, and then they see you. And I encourage you to kind of view it different than some of the dynamic we have here. Because what about the people interacting with you, man? You're not waking up, seeing a text message, seeing a tweet, seeing a comment, someone tagging you in something, and it's making you like, what? It makes you feel some sort of way, whether it's good, bad, or whatever it is. But it's like, dude, that is something, like, you are starting, and then people's like, bro, you're getting familiar with people who don't even know you. And then you interact with somebody enough, that's why I was saying with complacency or contempt. That's why, like, people start talking to you like they know you. That's why it's funny, like, honestly, like, in a weird way, unfortunately, some of y'all have done that to me. Why? Because, like, some of y'all be like, oh, that color don't look good on you, Josh. Oh, yeah, that tray don't know. That's not good for you, man. Oh, no, this ain't going to be like this. Oh, you're much better like this. I remember you. Oh, you seem much more happier. Oh, you seem much more sadder. Oh, are you tired? He was like, you don't know me. I'm serious. That's for all of you. But I hope you take that mentality with how you're interacting. And I'm not saying here. I'm saying how many, just like I could explain how that could happen to me, how many of you is that happening to you? So the whole point of it is understanding you always got more than enough. But if you are dealing with more than enough, you see what I'm saying? Are you putting more on your plate that is stopping you from really being healthy and getting what you need to do? And usually the culprit is that phone. It's the interactions. Everything is pulling at you. Like, honestly, this was kind of a hard reality to kind of face because, bro, I got a lot of energy. I don't know if y'all feel it. Some of y'all, literally, bro, to the day, they used to clown me and they used to say I was on drugs, bro, until they were on drugs too and they got burnt out. No, but like, think about it. I got all of this energy, man, for real. I've poured my heart and life into a lot of you guys on a day-to-day basis. But, dude, every time you deal with something, you're dealing with people, every time, bro, it's pulling something out of you, whether you realize it or not. That's why someone said the story of the Bible. It's crazy to think about. Literally, some lady just touched Jesus and it said the power went out. Understand the metaphor, but think about it. Every time you're answering the phone, every time you're helping somebody, every time you're dealing with someone's criticism, every time you go to work, you got to help somebody out. Sometimes it's a good experience. Sometimes it's a bad. It all pulls. It all starts to pull. So, my faith may have saved me, but it doesn't make me immune to this. We are all humans. There's supply and demand. So the point is, man, this is something where it's something I've always lived. That's why I was telling y'all, man, you will always find me here. And, and I still do a lot. But it's like, yo, I got to have my way to disconnect as well, too. But, like, the whole point here, man, coming into the next year, yes, having the energy balance, of course. One, you need to realize whatever you have is more than enough. You got to be able to learn to work with it instead of seeking out in all these areas, feeling, I need this to do this. Someone asked me, is it easier to trade if you have a lot of money? It's like, whoa. Start focusing on how you could build with what you have, what is in your hand. But for real, like moving forward this year, taking control of your energy and what you are putting your time into, because you need it. Serious. I mean, I gave you a PHILO last year about ideas, and ideas are very important. Serious, bro. The people with ideas, man, some of y'all, you got to tap into ideas. You are one good idea away from changing the world and changing everything you have already known about your life. Literally, one idea. Some of us, we had an idea to invest one day. Literally, you're like, oh, what if I did this? Ta-da. Well, what if I created this? One idea away. But guess what? How are you going to think of that idea? Where is the creativity going to come from? Where is the life going to come from with all of that? If all of your days are spent running around, checking your phone, looking at this, responding to this person, trying to make somebody happy who, even if you did what they wanted, they're still going to hate you. Unfortunately, I laugh because how much effort do we give to people in the world like that? You know that? Seriously. That's part of it. Again, you have more than enough energy. Why do you feel like you ain't creative? Why do you feel like you're so tired? What did you give it to? And again, it's the people, the things around us. It's all of this. And listen, like I told you, bro, I ain't saying none of these PHILOs. And what I'm going to read to you next, it's not like I'm reading it to you so you feel bad. Go feel bad. You failed. You did this wrong. No, that's not no. It's saying like, yo, you want to always learn, right? That's what, shout out to Munger. For real, he was always somebody about learning no matter what. This is part of that. That's what I'm saying, moving into this next year, taking control of that, because I've noticed I've been good at it and bad at it. Sometimes I do amazing at it. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm very disciplined with how I use my time and energy. Sometimes I'm not. So, Chattadonia, you have more than enough. Don't forget that coming into next year. But also, too, man, like, what are you doing it for and who? And give yourself that. Give yourself what you need, though you already have, to tap into that greatness that is already there. Okay, and, I'll say one more thing, because I already brought up Munger, bro. And again, whatever little talk we had on it earlier today, bro did a lot of things in life. He made a lot of money. He changed a lot of people's lives. But, what a lot of times people don't talk about is the pain. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. I've said this so many times this year, man. You know what I'm saying? Because people be like, for real, man, God bless you. Some of y'all are going to realize money ain't going to do shit. Oh, newsflash, stock market live, real estate. Oh, it ain't going to do shit. It's money. You know why? Because it's the real world, reality. Do you know how much pain Charlie Munger went through? And other people know about it. Like, his son died at 8 years old. I think, his wife, he was broke, borderline. The guy worked 40 years and a corporate level, working his way up. He lost his eye. Do you see what I'm saying? But that's why I said, look at the stuff he left behind, and I'm not talking about his money. I'm talking about, that was the guy he always would champion, bro. keep learning. He would always say, he would talk about self-pity, and he would talk about how life gives you opportunities and how it's on you to turn it into something constructive. So again, he had his own philo, whether he threw a Bible on it or not. You know what I'm saying? So then, and it reminded me of a quote, and I'm going to give you guys this one. Are you ready? You want to be king? I know we got someone in here, whether they named King or they said that was their friend. You want to be king, bro. You want power. You want to rise. You want to dominate. Cool. You could handle the power, but can you handle the pain? And that's how you know who's fit for king or not. That's how you really want to know, for real. That's what it is. Oh, yeah, that's what happens. People get power. You get a little money. You get a little crazy. You know, the egos start going. You can handle the power. Everything's going good. Yeah, I want that power. I can, but can you handle the pain? That's how other people judge people. You know that? That's how you judge people. You don't look at people and be like, oh, they're powerful because of this. Because what happens when you see someone powerful and then they get in a painful spot and then they definitely not acting like a king, you're like, that's not no king. Yes or no? You're like, that's not a real, that was just a power-hungry maniac. Low-key, you're like, well, wait a minute. Hold on. So I want you guys to know that. Because I want y'all to be kings. Amen. But it's a two-sided coin. You need to learn how to handle the power. You need to learn how to handle the good. You need to learn what to do when you get it, what you're going to have, all of it. Stay true to yourself. Stay true to the principles. But what are you going to do when it's painful? What are you going to do when not everything works out? So, I'm going to give you that one. And then, you know what? I'm going to close it out. I told you, market love these philos, man. I'm going to just close it out, man. I'm going to close it out. Are you ready? Proverbs 27. Don't brag about tomorrow, since you don't know what the day will bring. Let somebody else praise you, not your own mouth, a stranger, not your own lips. A stone is heavy and sand is weighty, but the resentment of a fool, the resentment caused by a fool is even heavier. Anger is cruel, and wrath is like a flood, but jealousy is even more dangerous. An open rebuke is better than hidden love. Wounds from a sincere friend are better than many kisses from an enemy. A person who is full refuses honey, but even bitter food tastes sweet to the hungry. A person who strays from home is like a bird that strays from its nest. The heartfelt counsel of a friend is as sweet as perfume and incense. Never abandon a friend, either yours or your father's. When disaster strikes, you won't have to ask your brother for assistance. It's better to go to a neighbor than to a brother who lives far away. Be wise, my child, and make my heart glad. Then I will be able to answer my critics. A prudent person foresees danger and takes precautions. The simpleton goes on blindly and suffers the consequences. Get security from someone who guarantees a stranger's debt. Get a deposit if he does it for foreigners. A loud and cheerful greeting early in the morning will be taken as a curse. A quarrelsome wife is as annoying as constant dripping on a rainy day. Stopping her complaints is trying to stop the wind or trying to hold something with greased hands. As iron sharpens iron, so a friend sharpens a friend. As a worker who tends a fig tree are allowed to eat the fruit, so workers who protect their employer's interest will be rewarded. As a face is reflected in water, so the heart reflects the real person. Just as death and destruction are never satisfied, so human desire is never satisfied. Fire tests the purity of silver and gold, but a person is tested by being praised. You cannot separate fools from their foolishness, even though you grind them like grain with mortar and pestle. Know the state of your flocks, and put your heart into caring for your herds. For riches do not last forever, and the crown might not be passed to the next generation. After the hay is harvested and the new crops appear, and the mountain grasses are gathered in, your sheep will provide wool for clothing, your goats will provide a price for the field, and you will have enough goat's milk for yourself, your family, and your servants. There was a couple of bangers in that one, man. I was gonna stop, but I had to read it through, man. I had to. Why? What do you think was my favorite one? There's one thing I'm going to tell you. There's a lot of things, honestly. What's the one you remember? I went through all of them. There's one you're remembering right now. Which one stuck with you? Everybody got a different one. It's okay. As I told you, the end of Proverbs, it start to go in, man. The honey, amen, right? Honey, you won't even eat it if you full. You hungry, you'll go for anything. Or how many are you hungry? Oh, yeah. The nagging wife. Okay, some of that one, that hit close to home. Friends sharpening friends. Iron sharpening iron. The praise. Isn't that funny? You guys want to, it said don't praise yourself in the beginning. But then it also, you want to test somebody, bro, praise them. That's why they say in other books, even out the Bible, they'll talk about flattery. You praise someone, that's a game changer. That's how you really test somebody. Bitter food still tastes good to the starving. Amen. The hay, I'm a hay farmer. There you go. Bragging about tomorrow. Damn, the opening. I feel you. You find it hard to take compliments. That's not what it's saying. You could take a compliment, but if you take it and get crazy and egotistical and you start wilding out, that's what it's saying. The wealth may not be passed on. Oh, man. It's good, man. It's good. That's good, bro. There's a lot in there, bro. Proverbs 27. So there's one. There's actually two, man. One, I hope you understand the desire, bro. I'm a big fan of desire, bro. You know that it comes up a lot in Proverbs, but it's like, dude, your appetite. And that's what it said. It was like, man, just think about it. With death and that desire, it's like we have no limit, bro. Trust me. Don't ever forget that about yourself. All of us, bro, the ability we have to desire is limitless. Isn't that kind of messed up? There's a lot of limits in the world to a degree. But that's why people tell you the power of thinking. So for good or bad, your desire is unstoppable. But that wasn't my favorite one. I'll tell you my favorite one. Because this is something, and again, in a weird way, I don't think anybody said this one. And I think it goes overlooked because I'm like, damn, it really do be dangerous, bro. Like, honestly, like, in a weird way, I feel, you got little Raul. This one made me feel good and bad at the same time. I haven't had to deal with this one as much, but I definitely with anger. Believe me. This is King James. Oh, shit. No, it's not. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I messed up. It wasn't King James. That was NLT. Oh, I feel bad now. Still hits, though. Yeah, it was way too modern for King James. My apologies. Did he just say no? I'll read it in King James for you. Wrath is cruel, and anger is outrageous. But who is able to stand before envy? I'm going to say it because nobody said this one, man. Wrath is cruel, and anger is outrageous. But who is able to stand before envy? The New Living Translation says it's more dangerous. Bro, that one hits. Because like I said, bro, it's in a weird way. I always thought anger was worse. You know, I've read so many verses and it said, you know, all the bad things that come from anger, even in Proverbs, how anger unleashes foolishness. You know that? Like, literally. Think about it, bro. I've apologized to you more if I'm like, oh, was I angry? I didn't mean, you know, again, I try to make improvements. I don't want to go back to, I used to be a lot angrier. You have no idea. Even to these days, if anything even gets me mad, it gets weird again because I'm like, why am I even, anger is awful. Nah, this ain't about a hater, dude. It's like, seriously. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Like, that's not what it's about. Dude, this is just something we overlook. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could call me out if I'm angry, right? You call someone out if they're cruel, but you don't call people out for being jealous. The word hater has lost its meaning. I don't think we understand the damage that it does to us. Yeah, exactly. So you're like, you get angry, it drains you. I feel you on that, dude. I really do. As an angry individual at times, I feel you. But to think that envy and jealousy would be worse for you. Imagine what it's doing. And like I'm saying, in a weird way, I've seen it at various times, but I've never even gave it that type of weighting. So literally walking away from this proverb session and, you know, reading the same book over and over, I am walking away with this one hitting a little bit harder. It's a worse than a poison. And my question is, how many of us are letting it affect us without even knowing it? You know why? Because I know when you're angry. Most people could tell. I know when you're cruel. It's obvious. How do you know someone's jealous? How do you know someone's envious? Yeah, you could compare, but think, is it as obvious? I don't think so. So, Chattadonia. There's a lot you got to take in here, man. There is a lot you got to take in here. So, on that note, I don't know what you got out of it. We've even talked from Munger. We've talked about phones and fishes and demand. You got your proverbs. Then you got your envy and jealousy and your appetite. So, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly Watchlist and mine channel. There you go. I did it. I didn't butcher it, baby. I didn't but. There you go, man. There you go. That's it. That's it, man. Oh, JP Morgan's already up there. All right, man. That's PHILO, bro. That's good. We still got time. Market liked it up until the end. I think market got a little jealous that PHILO was taking the attention. See, jealous is a crazy thing, bro. But yeah, man. I don't know. There's been a lot of PHILOs. I've been dropping a lot on y'all. Purgatory to PHILOs like that. You know, even talking about, you know, some of the real life stuff with like Munger and all the things. But like for real, the thing I take some pride in, and maybe pride's the wrong word, but I'm glad we set out to start November with Proverbs regardless. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where it led us, man. With a lot of other things, and a lot of other things have came up. But, you know, above all, too, man, I'm excited, and I hope y'all are prepped up for next year and even just ready for it and taking it with the right energy, man, you know, and protecting your energy and being wise, bro. And that's it. We still got a long journey, whether you like it or not. And, you know, God willing, too. Who knows? Maybe, like I said, you don't know about tomorrow. On that note, you can get not uncle. This is Josh.
Angel on the track. Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they would slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Loading in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
Wow. Okay. Is the market closing? What? Why we had that, bro? Why we got that? Why we got that, bro? All right, man. We back. We back, bro. We back. 10:43 Pacific time. 1:43. You got Beige Book in 17 minutes. You know, the state of the economy. So what we're going to hear about. Oh, excuse me. That was like a burp voice crack. That was weird. And then Loretta Mesta. Loretta. Federal Reserve. Fed listens. Hey, I can't believe it, man. November. So we got one more day. One more day of November. That's it, man. That's it. Thank you, my friend. I hope you're good, man. I hope you're good. Hope you're ready, and welcome to 2024. Oh, man. So at least we chilled out after the first couple hours. Some people, they see that as a blessing, some as a curse. Again, very active in the morning. Then we calmed down. Humana clapped. Cigna is even still on the low. That was big news, but not big reaction, or only for a little bit. Check out the Baltic Dry Index. Which one's that? Isn't that like ships or something? Or dries? Love you, Colt fam. Blessed to be living. Amen, man. Colt Real Estate. I was seeing y'all at 6 a.m., man. I saw Michael here bright and early. I was like, oh, man. That's why I had so much energy this morning. I was like, of course. Colt Real Estate. They got it too, baby, in the morning. Amen, man. Thank you for everything as well, too, Trey. God bless you and Tyler and all the Colt Real Estate guys out there, man. So let's go. And y'all better not ask me no damn real estate, you know what I'm saying? Because if you don't go today, you know, so if you want, literally, that is today after the bell. Fedmester, monetary policy in good place. Central bank has time to vet incoming data. Haglin been putting in the work for real. I know, man. I mean, it was like 5 a.m. 6 a.m. he was here, baby. That's why I was like, oh, let's go. And I see he's firing on all cylinders. Let's see. I don't know if I could get Loretta live. Loretta Mesta. Oh, Leola. Bro, I can't believe they let me in the Zoom call. Yeah, the other time, bro. That was crazy. Break. Session 2. I don't know. I think you might have to go in person. Yeah, it's at the Schreiber Center, 16 East Pierceton Street in Chicago. It's about recent turmoil in banking, evidences, causes, regulatory response, lessons, and future needs. At the Quinlan School of Business. I've been squatting 2 bills in the gym with Gene. Yeah, man. Even when I saw him, he's looking swole, man. I said squats. I need to get me some more squats. I ain't squatted in a minute, man. I ain't gonna lie. We're hitting the phones, locking in deals live. Oh, those are always the best. I think y'all always walk away with the lead last time. There you go. Hell yeah. Honestly, man, y'all should be there then. For real. If it is going to be live calls, I think some of y'all, that's like bro. I mean, I'm a big fan of cold calls and door knocking. You know, I'm a very old guy right now, but at the same time, oh, dude, that's where it's at. Yeah, no, live calls hit. Fedmester. Bank stress reduced, but underlying issues still there. Stress tests should be redesigned to help banks build up capital buffers. Fedmester supports raising capital and liquidity requirements for banks. More regulation should focus on market value of bank balance sheets. That's 30 minutes away from me. Oh, really? Go. You might be able to go. Why not? It's like an all-day event. But yeah, if that's if that's down the street from you, I mean, if you want to go, it's going till 4:30 Eastern, and Loretta Mester is there right now. It's just a Quinlan School of Business at Loyola. It's a policy conference at the George G. Kaufman Center with Loretta Mester and Sheila Bayer, former FDIC chair. Everyone likes to make money live. We have 510 real-time client referrals to give out last shots. Yeah, dude, I remember. That's why I'm like, bro, the live deals, those are always a hit. It's always fun. Can they stream on Twitch? What do you mean? Just get the fuck on YouTube. What's wrong with you? Can you put it on Twitch? It'll be there, man. That's the thing. It's like if you want to watch it, you'll know where to find it. You know what I'm saying? But if not, it's like, you know, don't even trip, man. If it got to be catered up to you, it may not work in that instance. Cigna. Bro, even Humana, I'm down 3% on that. That was BS. You're scared and uncomfortable in groups of people. You know why, right? Because you keep saying that. That's it. You know, the devil don't know your thoughts, but he could hear you. That's it. You feeding it. I don't even say that, dog. You good. Now try it. Just for the next, anytime you want to say that, I encourage you to type, oh, I'm never scared in front of people, and I'm very comfortable in large groups. Say that a couple times. You may feel a little different about it. I don't know. Mester. I don't think we can't listen to it, unfortunately. Fake it till you make it. Well, that's the thing. That's not what it is. Because by that same logic, I would imply that a lot of you are faking it till you make it, but negatively. So if you're saying I'm scared and uncomfortable, what are the chances maybe you're faking that till you make that a possibility? Yeah, I have the comments. The latest comment was about 3 minutes ago. So he said stuff about banking. Again, she's not a voter now. She will be a voter next year, I assume. But I don't know if anything got the kick like yesterday. Even then, when we heard what's his name, people reacted to that too. No, that's it, man. You got 10 minutes. Oh, dude. It's not even power hour. Oh, it's still very early. Would I take 100 shares of HNRA with you? No. I don't know what it is. Hinra? I thought it was like FINRA. No, I have no idea what they do, man. And SPY right below the VWAP. The most traded stock today. They have that on TD Ameritrade, I think. But I don't know. I could give you a breakdown of the composition as of right now. 10 minutes till 11 o'clock at the top of the hour. We are looking at the NASDAQ down up by 0.16, SPY up a quarter, Dow up by 0.3, and Russell up by 1. And then, why won't this load? What is this? My thing's not loading up. Oh, there it is. Dow Jones, you got 8 names red, 22 green. The worst is UNH on the Dow. And then Intel and Nike are the best on the Dow. And then NASDAQ 100, 38 names red, 63 in the green. Constellation and JD are the worst. Workday and CrowdStrike are the best. And S&P 500, 151 names red, 351 in the green. Cigna and Hormel are the worst. And then NetApp and General Motors are the best. After yesterday, you're gonna start keeping better tabs on Timmy's whereabouts, right? He didn't even tweet about what's it called. He didn't even tweet about Waller yesterday, or excuse me, what's the guy's name? Harkin, whoever it was today. Disney back to yesterday's low. I feel like I've heard a lot of things on Disney. Yeah, I don't know if it was going up. Everyone was like it was dying in the morning, but now it's back up. But they were a lot higher a couple days ago. That's kind of the crazy part. So they kind of flushed there, still held the 90s, now back to 93. And then again, market's still kind of pinned up here. Hard to believe gold. We've had gold talks every day. We got into the gold discussion a little later. So, I mean, at this point, it's been here before over the last couple of years, so it's like it's believable. But then I think it'll be unbelievable if we break out finally, and then it's like, what is going to cause us to break out? Or then it's just like, ironically enough, though, it's like it's at the cusp of whatever is going to happen. Gold is ready to go to all-time highs. GameStop is still moving up. I think that one, bro, people is hyped on GameStop today. I'm telling you, I have not read when I asked everybody what their first play of the day was this morning. I have not seen GameStop like that since probably 2021. Some people were talking about it yesterday, but man, it was already it was crazy. Well, I don't know what's up with GME. Everybody just wanted it. Everybody got crazy with it. Some people have brought up other things, but in a weird way, I think it's like a delayed reaction from the movie. Because I've heard more about the movie than anything else. And that's the only thing I could think that correlates as of recently. And then some people say that's what happens in the market. The runners go crazy before the top and this and that. So you will see. GME to buy Newegg. Is that the news? I don't think so. Remember, GME didn't have good earnings, unfortunately. So, even if you really did like them, I do think their latest, hiccup was a result of, subpar earnings and, some of their pivots and other things. But, I mean, maybe news like that could get them hyped. I did not even check. So, you give me a second, I can. But then again, the headline this morning is everybody in the world is bullish. So again, we were talking in the morning. Hedge funds at record positioning. Everybody is positioning more. Fund manager survey says everybody wants more stocks. I guess. Is Kramer? I don't know. I haven't really heard. We heard Kramer earlier today, but it didn't necessarily sound like a pump. GDP data already came out. That was this morning, so we had a reaction. And honestly, everybody brushed it off. You can't forget Tim. I say Tim. I meant Bill. Tim Ackman. Bill Ackman also bought the bonds and then the Fed futures. He's been big on that. Celsius low of the day. Yeah, jobless claims, PCE, and then one more. I think even pending home sales. There's one more tomorrow, but you actually got a decent amount of data. And then Friday we got Jerome Powell and then PMIs. So it could get quite interesting, my friend. Could get quite interesting. Beige Book is in 30 seconds. I can pull it up for you. Again, it's like the summary of economic projections, or not the economic summary, is like economic state. Beige Book Fed. So that's going to come out. You'll get headlines. I'll read you the main headlines, and then we could read over all of it. So if you go to the Fed website, It gathers current economic conditions. There it is, not summary of projections. It's summary of economic conditions or current economic conditions. Well, it should be out. October was the last one. So nothing comes out anymore. Dan book. Khaki book. Wow, the khaki book. Wow. Off-white. Wow. I knew Powell. Very, very progressive. There it is. 30 seconds. So here it is. I'm not even seeing headlines. So did they hear us last time? So now the Wire hasn't put out the headlines yet, but now it's out on that's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be. That's what we were complaining about last time. So Beige Book is the publication about the current 12 economic districts. I'm going to read here to the summary. You guys are going to get these. On balance, economic activity slowed since the prior report. 4 districts reporting modest growth. 2 indicated conditions were slightly down, and 6 noting slight declines in activity. Retail sales, including autos, remain mixed. Sales of discretionary items and durables like furniture and appliances declined on average, and consumers showed more price sensitivity. Travelers and tourism activity was generally healthy. Demand for transportation services was sluggish. Manufacturing activity was mixed, and manufacturers' outlooks have weakened. Demand for business loans decreased slightly, particularly real estate loans. Consumer credit remained fairly healthy, but some banks noted selling prices and yields were mixed. Commercial real estate activity continued to slow. Office segment remained weak, and multi-family activity softened. Several districts noted a slight decrease in the residential sales and higher inventories of available homes. The economic outlook for the next 6 to 12 months has diminished over the reporting period. So again, GDP is good. All of the Fed keeps saying bad, but again, they're saying demand for labor. I'll give you the quick headlines and then I'll read it. But now they're coming out. Fed Beige Book, demand for labor eased. Economic outlook for next 12 months diminished. Price increases largely moderated across districts, though prices remain elevated. Everything else I already read. So demand for labor continued to ease as most districts reported flat to modest increases in overall payments. The majority of districts reported that more applicants were available, and several noted that retention improved as well. Reductions in headcounts through layoffs or attritions were reported, and some employers felt comfortable letting go low performers. However, several districts continued to describe labor market as tight, with skilled workers in short supply. Wage growth remained modest to moderate in most districts, as many described easing in wage pressure, and several reported declining in starting wages. Some wage pressures did persist, however, and there were some reports of continued difficulty attracting and retaining high performers. And that's not good for prices. Or again, they're saying some wage pressures persisted, but some continued. But overall, it just sounds like this is actually kind of bullish. It all sounds like everything's weakening. Price increases largely moderated across districts, though prices remain elevated. Freight and shipping costs decreased for many, while the cost of various food products increased. Several noted that cost of construction inputs like steel and lumber had stabilized or even declined. Rising utilities and insurance costs were notable across all districts. Pricing power varied, with service providers finding it easy to pass through increases from the manufacturers. 2 districts increased cost of debt as impediment to business growth. Most districts expect moderate price increases to continue into the next year. And here are the highlights. I'll read you the highlights if you want. Yo, mama. Yo, when PHILO and figure to the sky. Oh, you missed it, baby, but I love you. God bless. We had a good PHILO. You got to wait till it posts afterwards, man. But, hey, man, finger to the sky. That's it. Oh, wait, you said finger to? Are you all right? Are you trying to throw shade, dog? You tell me. Otherwise, you better stand on business. Otherwise, I'm very happy for you. You know what I'm saying? If you trying to, I don't know what it's about to be about, but it's up to you, man. But Boston, economic activity was flat or down slightly. Employment was stable, but labor demand showed weakness. Results were quite mixed among manufacturers, some of whom recently had experienced an extended period of weak activity. Contacts noted an increase in loan defaults for office properties and expected further distress moving forward. New York regional economic activity continued to weaken, though still solid. Labor market continued cooling and consumer spending slowed. Inflationary pressures were little changed after moderating in recent months. There were some signs of housing market becoming more balanced in some parts of the district, though inventory remained exceptionally low. Philly business activity continued to decline with current Beige Book period. Wage and price subsided significantly, but price levels remain high for many items. Consumers became yet more price sensitive and real consumer spending declined. Employment grew modestly as labor availability improved further. St. Louis economic activity was slowed slightly since our previous report. Retailers and freight contacts reported slowing consumer demand, particularly for high-end goods. Construction activity slowed, with multifamily in particular seeing projects delayed or canceled due to higher rates. Cleveland district's economy contracted slightly in the recent weeks after a long period of stability. Accompanying slower business activity, labor demand eased further, and employers returned to more normal wage increases and schedules. Input costs continue to trend down. Moreover, some firms noted that pricing power was reduced by weakening demand and competition. Minneapolis district economy was down slightly. Employment grew modestly, but labor demand softened. Wage pressures were stable, but still above average, and price pressures were modest. Consumer spending was flat as shoppers sought low-priced options, while construction and manufacturing both faced challenges. Farm incomes were also lower. I mean, it's a lot. We got like 4 more. Atlanta economic activity grew, labor markets cooled, and wage pressures eased. Some non-labor input costs, mostly in construction, decreased. Retail sales softened. New auto sales remained strong. Leisure and group travels were solid. Housing demand slowed. Banking conditions were stable. Transportation activity was weakened, and energy demand rose. Agriculture conditions improved somewhat. The 11th district economy for Dallas expanded at a slower pace than previously reported. As growth in services stalled out, retail and home sales fell, and loan volumes declined at a faster rate. Job growth softened, and wage growth continued to normalize. Price pressures were above average in the service sector, but modest in others. Outlook worsened, and uncertainty remained elevated, with numerous contacts citing geopolitical instability and higher interest rates as headwinds. Chicago economic activity was slightly up. Unemployment increased moderately. Business spending was slightly up. Non-business contacts saw little change in activity. Consumer spending and construction on real estate activity decreased slightly, and manufacturing was down modestly. Prices and wages rose moderately, while financial conditions tightened slightly. Expectations for farm incomes in 23 were little changed. San Fran economic activity softened slightly. Labor market tightness eased moderately. Wage and price pressures moderated. Retail sales were flat, and demand for manufactured products remained largely unchanged. Conditions in agriculture were mixed, while real estate activity softened somewhat. Financial sector conditions weakened further. Local communities faced higher demand for support services. Man. So that's it. Beige Book, kind of good. It was bad, but it was good, if that makes sense. Seems like it was all weaker, which is what everybody on the Fed has been saying. The GDP data does not show. Are bonds really about to hit another high? Oh, man, we should have closed it at that low there today. Oh, my goodness. Dude, the bonds are brushing off everything. Bonds are like Kimbo Slice right now. Oh, my goodness. You think bringing inflation is going to be including drawdown in financials? No, I don't know if you after hearing that, what do you guys notice? I read all the districts there, but I noticed something after reading it. There's something that kind of sticks out if you think about it. I don't know. Are you picking up on it? There's something about what's going on. What are obviously every area is a little bit mixed, but do you see there's something unique? And it's kind of, I don't know, kind of worrisome. I guess where I see where the Fed's at, but not really. But what is it? No, bro, it's point blank. It said actually, they said it said very blatantly. We're just a lot of people are ignoring it. And if you read after reading every district, there's something it stands out. I don't know. Yeah, like dude, prices aren't coming down. Like they're expecting a moderation, but they're saying prices are still going up. In every district, they said prices are still up. Even if labor weakened, real estate, manufacturing, shipping, cars, it didn't matter. They all said prices were still elevated. So it doesn't they brought up every area was like good, bad, some more than others, but that price pressure is borderline maintaining. So again, we don't think it's going to be that bad. That's what at least the bonds in the market are thinking, but that is wild. We all know that. I don't think so, though. I think again, if we're talking about inflation coming down to 2%, that's not really, unless the economy just like craters, but it seems like we're a little far off on that. I thought they don't want prices to fall, just more slowly. Well, they want it to come back, but that's not what it's saying. So it's saying that prices are moderating somewhat, but then again, they're still expecting price increases into next year. So that's kind of I don't know. I think that's the elephant in the room there. Interesting. Philly sounded bearish. Yeah, they did. Indeed. You missed PHILO. You did, man. You missed. And we just had the beige book. Kind of interesting. SPY still working its way up now. After that, bonds just hit a new high. And high ticker is gassing, bro. It is gassing. Will Lee Auto go up? I don't know. I don't really like Lee Auto. People were talking about that Yash. I want to go there. I want to get some of their ramen. And that play was wild. That was beginning of the year, I think. So yields are crashing and people don't expect recession. Not necessarily. I don't think so, no. Oh, that was last year? I was saying, was that beginning of this year or the end of last year? That would make sense. I think I sold it for a tax. Yosh. But they have good ramen in real life, though. Like, their stores are actually pretty fire. No, I did last year. I had the Yosh shares. I think that was one of the tax loss plays. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear. That was recent. It was wild, man. I have not checked. No, I think the yield curve is steepening. I have not looked at it, though, yet. You just missed the beige book. Bill Ackman in the morning on the bonds, and then GDP coming in hot, and then what's his name? Harkin was a little bit bearish, but market kind of sold off, and then you see where we're at now. Kind of got over it. Of course, my friend, of course. Yeah, and then we have PCE tomorrow. Finally. I use similar analysis on stocks that I'd use for credit spreads and covered calls. Like, are you saying like the same, like applying spread logic to just trades? Like, yeah, I think. I mean, again, like how the stocks move, what you expect, all of that. You just, again, the only problem is the, what's it called? Just predicting the movement or price of a stock. Munger would give you shit for that. R.I.P., man. R.I.P. Oh, I do need water, actually. Oh, dude, I do. I'm actually kind of dry, bro. All right, yeah, let me go get a water, bro. Bro, I still, like, it's so weird. I have, like, a itchy throat. I don't get it. I'm, like, still sick, but I'm not. The market can handle this interest rates. Why should the Fed cut rates? I feel you. But even then, we talked about this. I said it this time around. I mean, everybody is thinking that, like, they're going to say they cut rates just because they hit a goal. But, I don't think that's going to be the case. But like I've been talking about here, there was a lot of people on Wall Street who think this time around, this time is different. This rate cut, they think Powell, if he does do it, he's going to be able to, literally engineer the softest landing. So we'll see, man. Where's Charlie? If a ramen restaurant could be publicly traded, we need to be the first to list the faux restaurant. I think Yash got faux there too, though. I don't know if you're allowed to mix the two. Where's the chatter for rate cuts coming from? Nick Timmerhouse, Bill Ackman. Again, some of the bond vigilantes. There's also pushback. I mean, there's other people. Again, there's the Michael Hartnetts and the bearish people of the world who are pushing back against it. Again, I think even Bill Gross would disagree, but there's a lot. It's kind of 50-50, but that's why it's weird, because it's like, yeah, you see recently a lot of chatter about it, but then, like, it's still down a lot. You're like right at this 50-50 middle. Are they really, or is it seasonality? Which one? Like for the bond? I mean, bonds, seasonality, buybacks, they got a little difference. But the only thing, I mean, other people, you've heard about corporate purchases, insider transactions going up and all of that. You played ARK because you knew the crackheads would jump. Well, if that was the case, yeah, that's how, I mean, again, like, I don't necessarily know if I believe it or not. That's why I think wait till the data, because, making up your mind is only going to hurt you. But the ARK play was a ghetto rate cut play. We've said that for a long time, but that is the general idea. Who's this? Catherine Nixon, Katie? All right, I'm going to be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade In Fraternity. I need to go get me a water. BRB.
For consumers, inflation is the level. And although we have inflation slowing, the prices are still really, really high. So I think that is why you see this sort of disconnect between the economic data and when you look at the survey data, the UMich survey data, for example, which shows that, sentiment is not as ebullient as you would expect, and people are still nervous about inflation.
Katie, I think that's a great point. And it's something we've been talking about on this show, that with inflation, it's not just the rate of change, also the absolute level is what matters. And given that you are starting to see some consumer pullback, it seems like that pricing power that companies have really enjoyed is starting to ebb here. What does that mean for the equity market going into 2024, now that we might actually be approaching that tipping point?
Well, Katie, there's two elements to next year in terms of earnings. One is revenues, and then there's margins. So on the revenue side, revenues are measured in nominal terms. So higher inflation has actually helped revenues. With inflation turning down as we enter into 2024, and with consumption drivers turning down, the outlook for revenues is a bit dampened, I would say. So both of those things are headwinds. And then you come to the margins, and I think you covered it well. Companies are just having a tough time passing on price increases to customers right now. So you're starting to hear that more and more from manufacturers, from retailers. So I anticipate that what is baked into the market now in terms of margin expansion might be overly optimistic.
Might be overly optimistic. Is that really a broad brushstroke sort of view here? Are there any industries, are there any sectors that are positioned maybe a little bit better than some of their peers here?
Well, one of the pieces of good news, I think, is that we are seeing disinflation in certain areas of the economy and in the market that will benefit companies. For example, we have energy prices that are coming down. That's obviously going to help at the headline level, but that's also going to leach through to corporate earnings as their energy bills are lower and lower. And then we heard about some disinflation coming out of the retailers as well. So it's not a black and white issue. I think there are nuances, as you point out, that might benefit certain industries and might be headwinds to others.
This gets to a broader question, too. I guess kind of looking a little bit more long-term, Katie, about all that we've gone through. Kind of you start back in 2020 with the pandemic and all of the issues that sort of fed into the market gyrations leading up to today. And the big question really is...
Gyrations. Hello. Oh, man. Highest volume on GME since March 2020. So I'm not tripping. I feel like it hasn't been talked about like this in a minute. But no, I don't wait. Since March 2021, I'm like, wait. I was like, wait a minute. I forgot how much volume came in on those days. Wild. No, and then Humana's Clobber. That one sucks. Fucking. Should have stuck with the option. Kept it. We should either got the snake. I shouldn't have gone with the shares. Again, but that one was, we got it early, but no, I shouldn't have done shares. Even the small shares, that one's down a lot, 5%. Go to Aldi, then go to a local grocery store. You'll see the markup. Oh, it's everywhere, man. It's everywhere. Yeah, I forgot about the GME. GME volume was, that said like 166 million. Oh, what? Or like I don't even think I could comprehend it still. But definitely a lot of people are hyped up on it. AEO has been printing. Some retail places have done good. Others, it just depends. Again, even Dollar Tree. I need American Eagle. Remember, Abercrombie was doing good, and then your boy, what's it called? Your boy Foot Locker today. Even Crocs got a little benefit from that, but they did good. Again, Foot Locker was doing really bad, and then they were able to come back up. Now, let's see. Your top artist on Spotify is Uncle. Let's go, baby. Let's go. But be careful, man. That top Uncle listener, it's another breed, man. It's another breed. Uber. Yeah, man. Uber's chilling. Again, Lyft has a bigger move here today. Airbnb got a downgrade, and then it came down. Okay, it was up in the morning. A lot of things ran, though, early on, actually. We were getting some moves. Netflix. I don't think Walgreens will cut their dividend, not anytime soon or at all. They got a nice 68-year history, but we'll see. We'll see what interest rates have to say about that. They said 1%. Yeah, but like that 0.01, man, like, I don't know. Maybe. It depends how many hours. I remember I got to see the top listener before, and I was like, whoa. It was like miles ahead of even like the crazy. That's why I was like, that's crazy. I'm playing Uncle every day past 3 weeks. Okay, that's good. That's good, man. You got some competition out there. That's what I'm saying. That number one spot, it ain't easy, man. Is Cuban going to run? You might be able to bet on it. If you're into that, you go to like predictit.org, I think. I don't know if people use that still to bet. There's a lot of weird futures and price bets. You got half your school listening to Uncle. Oh, man, that's the young kids. You got long-term too, Douglas. Better get that long-term. I play Uncle when I DJ weddings. Like, is this financial rap? Okay. Not bad. Oh, Mary, was this live? Oh, no, that was Mary Barra giving the pump. Where's GM? Let's see. And what time is that? Oh, man. 11:30. GME is interesting because next week is important. I mean, the only thing I could think about with GME, like I told you, just don't. I mean, it's up to you, but just watch out for the tall stories and kind of believing that the lightning is going to strike twice. But think ARC, think ghetto rate cut play, like that could make some sense for a little bit. Whereas, like, if rates and people are believing rates, the shit stock should run. If that makes any sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? If GameStop survived, is surviving how it all started, in a weird way, lower rates are going to fuel a lot of the craziness when it's all said and done. So it's like that could be a driver there, kind of like the ghetto rate cut play. Maybe GameStop falls into that category, but now it's had its craziness. Bob Iger, oh, yeah, we got to listen to this one. I feel like Sorkin is going to give him softballs. Let's see. And that's young Disney.
She just might.
But she didn't think you were getting the call for that.
She wasn't sure. And I said, well, what if?
Is he firing
And interesting,
Kathleen
until
Kennedy?
Maybe a day or two before. First of all, I was not seeking to return to Disney at all. And until a day or two before, I was not anticipating I ever would. And so I asked Willow, what do you think? And she said, well, they might not ask you, but if they do, she thought I had to say yes. And I asked why, and she quickly reminded me what I already knew. She said, you ran the company for over 15 years. You've been at the company, or you were at the company for almost 50 years. You kind of owe it to the company. If the board wants you back, because they obviously don't feel they have an alternative, at least not at that moment, then you owe it to them to say yes. It was very quick, and I realized as I heard her words, she was absolutely right.
Okay, what does she say now?
I haven't talked to her about it. What does she say now? Interesting, maybe surprise you. I don't bring that much work home with me. I like to leave the job at the office when I can.
But you didn't think it was going to be like this?
In her work. No, we've had conversations about it being much more challenging than I expected. I felt that from the beginning when I came back. But I'm not daunted by it. It's just a lot more work, nor is she daunted on my behalf.
You said that you didn't want to come back, but there's been a lot of reporting that you never really wanted to leave. And even people now say, well, is he really going to leave in 2 years from now again? That you were frustrated. You were frustrated with Bob Chapek.
That reporting is completely inaccurate. Completely. I have been CEO for about 15 years. I said I started the company in 1974 at ABC. It had been around a long time. There were plenty of things in the world that I was interested in, that I either wanted to do or wanted to learn more about. I had not really had a day off, and I don't even remember. And I was thoroughly enthusiastic.
But you were frustrated.
Plus, I felt that I had accomplished so much during my former tenure, including opening the Disneyland in Shanghai and going to the streaming business very successfully. And it wasn't about being bored. It wasn't about lack of challenge. It was just that the time was ready.
But fair to say you were frustrated. You were watching this company.
And frustrated about what?
You meaning from the outside. On the outside. You're now out.
You were asking me about whether
you ever wanted to leave in the beginning.
The answer is I did, which is why I left.
Okay, but now you're on the outside.
He's getting kind of mad.
And you're watching.
Busy
Fuck up,
doing
Andrew.
other things.
Doing other things, but Bob Chapek's in that role.
Yes.
And you were thinking what?
I was disappointed in what I was seeing, both during the transition period when I was still there and while I was out. But I really worked hard at distancing myself from it because, one, I couldn't do anything about it. In a way, it wasn't my business at all, really. It was his business to run. And I was not happy with what I was seeing. I worked hard to build the company into what it was over that long period of time. I was proud of those accomplishments. It hurts when something that you've put your heart and soul into and that you care about so much is going through a difficult time.
Okay, so let's then talk about succession, because there's a lot of people in this room, business leaders, who have to think about their own succession, other types of succession. What was your mistake then? To the degree you think that Bob Chapek was a mistake,
different.
I assume you imagine it's maybe one of your biggest.
Well, first of all, I'm not the only one that may have considered it a mistake. The board obviously had its issues with Bob. But
you knew him well.
I've tried really, he worked for me for quite a long time. I've tried hard to conduct my own postmortem just so that we as a company don't do it again. What did we do wrong? And we've discovered certain things that perhaps we could have done better, but there were also a lot of unknowables, and I don't want to get into any of those.
But is there a lesson for you in terms of who you're supposed to listen to, in terms of
it was interesting, when the vice president was talking about it, there's no job that really trains you for this job. In many respects, that's true at Disney too. It's a large, very complex company that's in the public eye all the time. There's interest from just about every sector of society in Disney, and it takes a certain type to be able to not only compartmentalize when it comes to managing issues and problems, but I think it takes a certain constitution, a tremendous amount of energy, a tremendous amount of patience, the ability to communicate on multiple subjects, sometimes back to back to back to back. And I think that when we make the decision again and the succession,
what will be different this time?
The succession process at Disney, first of all, is robust right now. It didn't.
But was it not robust the first time?
It was, but I think we're approaching it differently, and I just don't want to. It's just not something I feel. Other than saying that we're aggressively pursuing succession, there's no more detail that I want to give.
Do you think in 2 years you really will step down?
Given the list of things that I have to do, I'm definitely going to step.
Well, you could say, given the list of things you have to do.
No, we're attacking each one of them. I'm confident we will do so successfully.
Let's talk about that list for a second, because one of the things you did, and I want to get your thinking and just understanding how you think about it. You went on television over the summer from Sun Valley, and you put out a lot of things on the table. You said, we're thinking about selling ABC and the linear channels. We're thinking about finding a partner for ESPN. We're in the midst of trying to figure out with Hulu. You've now resolved that. You talked about some of the creative channels. You put everything out there. And by the way, the folks at ABC just up this way almost had a heart attack when they heard all of this. What was your thinking in terms of just take us inside the thinking of saying that
really sound confident. I was kind of confused.
A lot of CEOs try to wait until they have each deal done.
I've spent a year since I came back fixing a lot of problems that the company has had and dealing with a lot of challenges, some that were brought on by decisions that were made by my predecessor, some that are just basically the result of a tremendous amount of disruption in the world and in our business, including dealing with the business model that those linear channels have rested on and have succeeded on top of for decades. And sometimes when I'm looking for kind of a reaction to my own thought process, I like to test that process in public, particularly in ways that I might be able to actually get a reaction from the investment community. So my thought was at the time that I would essentially be public with some of that thought process. I think what I said about the media networks at the time was that everything was on the table, and they might not be core to our company. Right. I think I went that far, and that was a means of my saying to Wall Street or the investment community that our heads were not in the sand about the challenges that those businesses were having. I did not want to get accused of being kind of an old media executive. That we're a company that had already shown an ability to basically adapt to new circumstances. So I wanted, one, convey that, and two, see what the reaction would be. Would it be applauded? Would it not? I did not say they were for sale. The coverage of what I said they were for sale. There's a theme here, by the way, a little bit, just in terms of what is being written
it for
about
sale?
us and what is accurate. No, it is not for sale.
Talking
but
shit.
like all of our assets, we constantly are evaluating what is their value to the company today. What could the value be tomorrow? Is it a growth business? Is it a business that?
But you like the
is going
business
to
still?
contract?
I mean, there's been a big question about the linear channels and
Here's
whether they're worth keeping.
what we've discovered in this process, which has been unbelievably rigorous at the company.
Again,
and
that was
involves
some of
a
the
number
comments
executives
yesterday that
who
gave
are
us a weird
managing those
reaction.
businesses. We've determined a few things. One, that they can be run more efficiently with some difficult choices. You mentioned cutting over $7 billion in costs. We can do that. Second, they can be run in partnership with those businesses that sit atop the new business model, which is streaming. And there are means of aggregating audience, of amortizing cost, of basically aggregating audience, reaching more and different people. And so we actually, through this process of being more public about what might happen or what could happen, and really rolling up our sleeves and figuring out, is this something we should do? Should they be divested? Should they be kept? If they are kept, how should they be run? And actually, they're being run much more efficiently today than they were in July when I made those comments.
Let me ask you a different question. You ultimately bought Hulu from Comcast.
Yeah.
But you said the following. You said there are 7 or 8 platforms in the streaming business alone that are in general entertainment. That's a tough business to be in competitively, and it's not our strongest suit.
When I came back to the company, and the company had been through a difficult time, partially because of COVID, and the balance sheet wasn't as strong then, it is much stronger now, than I would have liked it to have been. I asked the question, do we write Comcast a check for what could be $9 billion, or should we consider selling it to them? Is the business unique enough, valuable enough to us long-term for us to write them the check and buy the whole thing, or the opposite? And I created a rigorous process to determine what is the right answer to that question. I worried that there was, in general entertainment programming, unlike Disney and Pixar and Marvel, that it's not as differentiated, maybe not as valuable.
Yeah.
But then, through this process, determined that owning the whole thing
Yo, you
had
were
real
so
value,
right, bro.
Because partnering that
Dude,
business
this guy,
with the other
this is the same
branded
guy
streaming business,
who
Disney
just
Plus,
served up
could actually create huge
Sam
opportunity
Bankman
for us.
Fried
And
last
thus we
year,
decided to
the
keep it
most
better.
easiest
So, let me ask you
questions,
about
and
that
he is
IP. You
just
mentioned,
grilling
Pixar,
Bob
Marvel,
Iger right
and some of
now.
these other things. Very recently, as you've seen, because you get
Such
the
an
box office
aggressive
numbers
interview.
every weekend.
And he's like asking him
a
all
number of
these
these films have not
questions. And
performed.
last year,
They have
Sam
not performed the
Bankman,
way they used
so
to.
do you party?
People question
We
the
drink
creative
out of
magic
cups. I drink
at
lemonade,
Disney.
maybe half a drink.
You can look at the Marvels.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
you
curious
feel
why
bad,
you think they're
right?
Disappointed. You could look at Wish, Indiana Jones. What do you think? What's happened?
Well, I think you have to look at it a couple of ways. First of all, I think the movie business is changing, actually. Box office today is about 75% of what it was pre-COVID. I think we have conditioned the audience to expect that these films will be on streaming platforms relatively quickly, and that the experience of accessing them and watching them in the home is better than it ever was. One, easier to access in terms of the technology. Right. Two, just the visuals, better sets in your living room than before. And a bargain when you think about it. Streaming Disney Plus you can get for $7 a month. That's a lot cheaper than taking your whole family to a film. So I think the bar is now raised in terms of quality about what gets people out of their homes into movie theaters. Some of it is just being part of basically the social wave. Certainly Barbie and Oppenheimer did that for 2 other studios. And so I think that's one thing. Second, in our particular case, and specifically about those films,
this one is already going
films,
crazy. It's up
they were
400
not as
now.
good, they were not as high in quality, not every one that you mentioned, as some of their predecessors, our films, and as they should have been, particularly in this environment.
Why do you think that was?
Well, The Marvels was shot during COVID. There wasn't as much supervision on the set, so to speak, where we have executives there really looking over what's being done day after day after day. And that was a result of, mostly of COVID, but at the same time, we increased our output tremendously to feed the streaming platforms. Too much, by the way.
Mistake.
Definite mistake. You know, quality needs attention to deliver quality. Doesn't happen by accident. And quantity, in our case, diluted quality. And Marvel suffered greatly from that. So there are different reasons, and I'm the first, I've been very public about it, saying, I would say right now my number one priority is to help the studio turn around creatively. Now, let's also put it in perspective. We set the bar so high. Year after year after year, we had the best performance in the business, probably for a decade. And I'm not sure another studio will ever achieve some of the numbers that we achieved with multiple. I mean, we got to the point where if a film didn't do $1 billion in global box office, we were disappointed.
Y'all got so good, you were able to do so bad.
And I think we have to get more realistic. A couple of the films you mentioned, by the way, which is interesting about kind of the New World Order, did okay at the box office. Elemental's a good example, about $500 million at the box office. By the way, to some studios, that would be a gigantic hit. When Disney has a $500 million film, it's a failure, which is interesting. But then it went on Disney Plus and had massive consumption. Right. So that says something. Maybe people didn't perceive it was the kind of film they needed to see in the theaters, but they certainly, when they discovered it on Disney Plus, enjoyed it.
Let me ask you about this, about franchises and the value of IP. I don't think actually most people have ever read this letter, so I'm going to read it aloud if I could. This was a letter written in 1966 by Walt Disney, the man himself. It was 2 months before dying from lung cancer. He was a heavy smoker. And he wrote this to shareholders about what he said makes us tick here at the Disney organization. He said, many people have asked, why don't you make another Mary Poppins? Well, by nature, I'm a born experimenter. To this day, I don't believe in sequels. I can't follow popular cycles. I have to move on to new things. There are many new worlds to conquer. As a matter of fact, people have been asking us to make sequels ever since Mickey Mouse first became a star. We have bowed only on one occasion to the cry to repeat ourselves. Back in the 30s, the Three Little Pigs was an enormous hit, and the cry went out, give us more pigs. I could not see how we could possibly top Pigs with Pigs. But we tried, and I doubt whether any one of you reading this can name the other cartoons in which the pigs appeared. We didn't make the same mistake with Snow White. When it was a huge hit, the shout went up for more dwarfs. Top dwarfs, why try? Right now, we're not thinking about making another Mary Poppins. We never will. Perhaps there'll be other ventures with equal critical and financial success, but we know we cannot hit a home run with the bases loaded every time we go to the plate. We also know the only way we can even get to first base is by constantly going to bat and continuing to swing.
Man, the OG.
What would Walt think now?
Disney.
I'm going to talk to him later. Maybe I'll let you know. I actually think about that a lot.
Joking about talking to a dead guy that there's conspiracy theories that because he's frozen. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it, Bob Iger.
Including the order of the books on the shelves. And we decided, kind of out of respect for him, we would just return it to what it looked like then. Interesting, you mentioned he was a smoker. It's filled with ashtrays. Wherever you go, there's an ashtray. And every once in a while, I go in, not to smoke, by the way, I don't smoke, but I go into his office just to sort of feel the presence. I know that sounds a little weird, but it's kind of a nice way to relax and
wasn't
appreciate the legacy of the company. And the first thing you really realize if you study Walt is that Walt was unbelievable at adapting to change. First of all, he loved technology. He loved to use technology. And he also knew that the world was not a static place. That was true for his theme parks. That was true for his movies, for television, everything that he did. He was a true innovator. An innovator is someone who never stands still. Now, when that quote, I think you at one point read it to me, and I think we had just done a sequel to Mary Poppins. I thought, wow, this is good timing. I think I don't.
They're doing
want
everything
to
he said not to do.
Some of them have done extraordinarily well, and they've been good films too. I think there has to be a reason to make them. You have to have a good story, and often the story doesn't hold up to. They're not as strong as the original story. That can be a problem, but it just has to have a reason. You have to have a reason to make it beyond commerce. There has to be an artistic reason to make it, and we've made too many. It doesn't mean we're not going to continue to make them, We're making a number of them now, right? As a matter of fact, including to some of our best films, but we will only greenlight a sequel if we believe the story that the creators want to tell is worth
Do you think then you can make originals, or do you think that the franchise game is still the
All right, folks, that was Disney CEO Bob Iger speaking with our Andrew Ross Sorkin at the Deal Book event. We'll be monitoring those.
We need a commercial break. They got to hit you with that. Let me see if I can pull up a live of that. I like it, again, I mean, with Disney, but I think we've gotten enough of it. But we have about an hour and 15 minutes left. No other data remaining. Disney didn't move much. Market got a little bit of Raoul again. You know, we didn't, if anything, moved a lot. It was the bonds, but now they're right back to the same level as earlier, and now SPY's a little bit lower. VVOS, I have no idea. I think they did get positive FDA data, but other than that, I do not know much about it. I don't even think that FDA data, I don't even know if that's confirmed. But they were going crazy from the morning, and they still keep going. Receives 5 FDA 510K clearance for oral device treatment for sleep apnea. Oh, these are my homies, bro. Remember I told you? Remember I told you guys I recorded my sleep and I found out it sounds like I die every night? Yeah, no, these are the homies. They really trying to make a difference, man. What do you mean, oral device for sleep apnea? I need that, man. I fixed it. I just started I just tilted up my bed a little bit. That's all. Now I don't do it like that. Do I got a thick neck? I like to think I do, because that's how I judge people if I want to fight them. You know that, right? So you ever see a mother effer with a big neck and like their neck look like it got muscle? Don't even beef with them. You know what I'm saying? But you ever see a big dude and he's super swole and he don't got like neck muscles? Like, you could take him easy. I promise you. Trust me. It's kind of like cauliflower ear. But these are like, you guys were asking about IQ the other day. Remember in Street Smarts? I'm putting you on game right now. Yep, neck is power. It really is, bro. It really is. Josh is like Kenny. He dies every night. No, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea, bro. Like, I don't ever do it. Listen, some of you guys, they don't mess with you, bro. If you really want to, like, mess with something, like, go get, like, one of those sleep recorders. And then when you go to bed, let it record you. And then just listen to it in the morning. I was like, no way. That's what I sound like while I sleep. I'm like, I just stop breathing. And then I'm like, I start sounding like a horse out of. Oh, it's bad, bro. It's bad. It's bad. You should start training MMA, boxing. It's life-changing. Nah, man. I kind of have a policy, like, I ain't trying to hit somebody or get hit unless I absolutely have to. I ain't going to do it for fun. I'm not going to call it training. And I'm not like that, bro. I ain't hard like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just better at other things. That's it. I don't want to get hurt. I'm scared of, like, 225 on the bench for my wrists. It's better than lifting. Maybe. I don't want to get hurt. And then, like, I get clocked in the noggin. Like, why, man? I'm a peaceful person. Nah, dude, explore. It's fun. I explore in different ways. Y'all like, hey, you should get punched in the face repeatedly so you could explore, sir. I'm like, yo, you should explore and just click the links in the description. Y'all should go outside. Y'all could get a hobby. You know what I'm saying? You could do a lot of things. I don't think wearing gear to get punched in the face repeatedly, but, like, then again, I don't even have a future in it. Like, some of y'all, you should be training. You know what I'm saying? I got Chads in here winning tournaments. They're knocking the shit out of everybody. And you know what? Y'all got careers. Y'all got a future at that. Y'all were born to be, like, God did not build me as a fighter, bro. He built me as a weird lizard looking. I don't need my body even then too. Like, when I was young, I was really, really skinny. Now all of a sudden I'm big boned. I don't even know how it happened like that. I didn't think my bones would grow like that. Now I'm built like a fullback for some odd reason. You're already sizing fools up off their necks. Yeah, man, I'm small. I have extreme survival skills. That's it, man. I'll post. Even then, I'll show you my results from the range too. I'm better at other things, man. I'm better at other things, but I avoid. It's peace. It's peace, man. but it doesn't mean you shouldn't learn the basics. I do know the basics of self-defense. I mean, I have done like boxing courses and stuff like that and like certain things, but I've never gotten to like, I don't like fucking spar on the daily and like I'm not like trying to fucking get up involved like and become a fighter, unfortunately. That's just not me, bro. It's not my vibe. My vibe. Most fit guy I know does CrossFit is just like, if you hate your knees and you don't want to have your like spine, you know, in the future, like fuck yeah, like I feel like CrossFit is really like a joint hatred association club, where like if you hate your joints, ligaments, and any other cartilage, you like, I love CrossFit. I love watching CrossFit though. CrossFit, I've watched the tournaments, they actually go hard. F rules, self-defense is about the eye gouge and the crotch kicks. Nah, man. Self-defense is about running away. Y'all ain't seen me play Fortnite. These guys train their whole life playing Fortnite every day. That's it. They got trouble finding me. You know why? Because once I'm like, oh, I'm out, I just start running, sliding, jumping. That's it. Pump fake, little bob and weave, hide a little bit. I'll hide for 15 minutes. You won't even. You can't see me. That's it, man. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, bro. Don't forget that as part of the strategy. Oh, the 4-year icon? No, I didn't yet. I may just wait till the end of the year because I keep lagging on that. We got to take it to a vote. We had the holidays. We were supposed to do it on Thanksgiving. Nobody reminded me. We were too busy cutting turkey. Hiding from your girlfriend? Nah. I mean, worst I've ever done is pretended to be asleep. That's it. That's about it though. I've never really had the need to like run away, but like, you know, worst case I'll be like, all right, man, because I was really trying to sleep. I'm like, man, I'm asleep. Now you got to go get me food for when I wake up. Oh, too bad. I wish I could have came. I'm asleep. OPEC, I want to say 11 Eastern. It might be either morning or afternoon. Who can remember that? We were upset. I know, bro. I had like a 5 horsepower carving knife. It was It was great. It was great. Appreciate you, Isney. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad, man. I'm glad you're here. Hey, man. Do I know who Cartnark is? Is that the guy who, like, harasses people for leaving their shopping carts? If so, yes. I think that's funny. You brined and grilled your turkey? Oh, wow. I had a normal pre. They gave me shit because my turkey was pre-cooked. I was like, okay, my bad. My bad, guys. My bad. Like, you ain't really going to even eat it online. Like, that's with our, like, I don't know why you getting so mad at me for not going all out on the turkey, bro. I'm like, you know, I cut you the plate. It's metaphorically, but like y'all really got mad like you were gonna be eating that yourself. You're like, man, Josh, that's crazy. Pre-cooked, yeah. Like, isn't that what it is? Like, instead of like a raw turkey that you have to like thaw and all that, it's like already you just pull it out the fridge and then put it in the oven for 2 hours instead of like 6. I love how people say it's a sign of a good person if you put your cart back. Yeah, there is. There's like, what is it? It's like a philosophy. It's like if you don't, it's like really like if you don't put your cart back, you're awful for society. Like, I kind of agree with it though, for real, because like I always be putting my cart back before I saw the meme, just because like, you know, you can't do them like that. You don't believe it. It's part of it. I'm sure like there's a couple murderers out there who like all the time put their cart back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure there's a lot of sick fucks who probably end up putting their cart back 9 out of 10 times. But yeah, I be putting my cart back. Yeah, same for the asshole who doesn't re-rack. Honestly, though, I never understood that. But, like, here's the deal. I will leave the weights how I found them. So sometimes if I go to the machine and it already got a 45 plate on it when I got there, I don't take it off. But, like, dude, not re-racking weights is wild. Who does, like, what type of individual? Is anybody in here? Can I interview you? Seriously. No. Seriously, can I interview anybody in here, like, purposefully not re-rack weights? Dumbbells all the time. Yeah, you're just that's what I'm saying. Like, who be doing that and why? Like, what is going through your mind when you're like, I'm just gonna take these dumbbells, carry them all the way here, and I'm gonna just leave them and just abandon these dumbbells. So the 45's okay, right? Okay, I thought I was pushing the limits, but that's good. That's good. You sure somebody at the Twitch doesn't? Dang, Twitch, they said you guys don't re-rack your weights. Honestly, the Twitch has not even gotten involved in this workout conversation. YouTube was like, of course, heresy, all this. Twitch is like, their moms. Yeah, they blame their moms and then inconsiderate. Oh, there you go, Twitch. I had to wake them up. Now they're on the defensive. We just caused another civil war. Apologies. I used to work at the gym and tons, but like, why? Like, where does somebody like think not re-racking weights is like how you do things? Like, I would feel so weird. I've never not put the weights back. I've like literally as a kid even too. It's like, it's so weird. Because no one at my gym picks them up after themselves. So I like using the 50s and up and then leaving them because only a few people could put them back. What? But that's like... You don't think that's like a little excessive? like you had a war with the gym? Like, yeah. Like, bro, like, hold on. You like... Nobody can move the sword, so I will leave it there. Like, bro, King Arthur, hold up, dog. Wait, you're lying to me, right? You can't be real. This can't be real right now. No, what? You're just, dude, yeah, like straight menace. Who hurt you at the gym, bro? The trainers don't even pick up for themselves. So you're like, fuck it. No one's fixing the problem. I'm going to make it worse. Yeah, that's... You said, fuck lead by example. You said, I'm going to lead by a different example. Y'all want to leave this behind? Great. You're going to have a lot more weights to pick up. No, that's why. At least thank you for the answer. At least I'm getting some insight into this damn dilemma. Because that's a type, like, they don't have that in Proverbs. You know what I'm saying? Like, in Proverbs, they don't explain. They're like, and, you know, a fool does this, and then they don't say anything about re-racking weights. So, like, I don't understand the mentality. So, yeah, honesty, I'll give you the 10 out of 10 for honesty. You know, you got Chad judging you hardcore, but, like, it's okay, man. Don't let him condemn you. You know, try to maybe put the weights back, bro. Try to, like, put the weights back today and see if, like, you know, maybe do it in front of, like, somebody. Maybe you could inspire them. He said, let them judge. They're going to pick up my weight. I don't wipe down the bench or machine. Yeah, neither do I unless I get, like, really crazy. Like, sometimes it looked like I just pissed on everything. Like, low-key, bro, sometimes I'm a sweaty Middle Eastern man. So sometimes I do. But other times I'm like, nah, like, if you want to, because, like, if I see a machine that's dirty, I'll clean it off before using it. But I'm not really, like, I don't wipe it down all the time. I ain't really like that unless I'm, like, totally just out there. The guys who re-rack are also... No, they re-rack. They were saying y'all don't re-rack, man. He's trying to tie it in to pump it up. Yeah, I clean before I use... If I'm, like, weirded out. Iger offered conversation with Governor DeSantis, but DeSantis refused. Not re-racking is insanity. I do. I'm not judging you, KJ. I'm really not. I love you, man. But, like, up until meeting you, I've never got to really encounter the non-re-racker. You know what I'm saying? Because usually they just leave their evidence behind and just They just disappear. So I ain't never really had to like I ain't had to sit down and like conversate with a non-re-racker. I've never encountered one, bro. Your old gym, I put everything back. So this is just like a new power struggle, huh? With you and the gym leaders. You're just asserting dominance. Disney hasn't changed its position on halting X marketing. Oh, there you go. I guess we got you, Elon. Honest thoughts for June. If you want to go that long, why not? I mean, I'm shares on Walgreens, so anything with time. Otherwise, I mean, wait till near their earnings, or again, if we could kind of confirm stuff with the market, economy, rates, that would lead. Is that VVOS up at 29? That's insane. Hitting another high. But just like wait till maybe like the data or something could impact, those types of consumer stocks. My membership includes leaving the weights right there. Oh man, so are you a non-re-racker, Rob? It's okay, man. Yeah, it's a safe space. I still believe the behavior is insanity, but I'm trying to understand, man. So no worries, man. Just feel free. I'm trying to figure this out, man. I'm trying to figure this out. No re-rack for life. What am I paying for? So is it like just an economic thing to you? Like, is that just, or is it like, because again, the last time I heard it was again, a disrespect that led to further disrespect in the gym. The gym pay, but no, I'm trying to listen, man. If you guys aren't a non-listen, this is a special conversation. If you re-rack your weights, you could sit and judge if you'd like to. But like I said, this is a safe space. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. This is an experience I've never really had. This is like trying to justify chewing with your mouth open. All right, man. You're not really. I don't know, man. Sometimes I be smacking. Oh no, I think it's different. Like, that's it. I won't chew in front of you like that, but like in my own personal, I get some peanut butter too. I'm on, but like, nah, this is like being a menace at the gym. That's the same people that don't wipe off the bench. Nah, man, I don't wipe the bench. I re-rack all my weights, but unless I'm sweating like insanity, and you wipe it down. If you don't like how it look, you should take that precaution. But that's like, I'm not leaving it on the workers or anybody else. That's just like, you'll survive. That's it. I just hate it sometimes. I hate sitting on a machine and then it's warm. And I'm like, ugh. But I still proceed with my workout. I'll wipe it before if I want to use it and if like I feel uncomfortable. But yeah, if it's really sweaty, I do have a limit. Like, I'm not going like, I ain't going to violate the bench press like that. You live through COVID and don't wipe the bench? Yeah. I wash my hands. What the man, y'all like, I wipe the bench down. You ain't wash your hands in like 16 hours, bro. You wash your hands after you get food on it, but not even after you shit. I'm like, what? Hold up. During COVID. Yeah, during COVID, I was wiping all that shit down. I said, fuck y'all dirty ass individuals. I don't know what you got. I'm scared. I was terrified. Yeah, but then I got over it. Man, that's crazy. Gen Z washes their hands like 10 times more than average. That's good, man. That's good. Hand washing is like fire, bro. Like, no matter what, man, I don't know how like hand washing ever fell out of style. Like, hand washing goes hard, man. Iger says pretty obvious U.S.-China tensions impact business. VIX approaching January 2020 lows. Bonds coming right back up again. Terrifying, bro. Every little drop just gets eaten up. But then again, they have the ability to give it up, but this is it's reminding me of the early non-farm days. You like the smell of your hands when Graham, you just pop up out of nowhere to just tell us that you like the smell of your hands when they're dirty. Man. Like, just wash your hands, bro. How often do you smell your hands? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what type of investment are you making where, like, if you smell your hands a lot, maybe I could understand. But, like, if you only get a whiff, like, once or twice a day, like, is it worth it? I don't know, man. You love the energy. I'm glad, man. I don't know if, like, I was just looking at the clock because we are entering power hour, but usually like 10 minutes of this conversation, somebody who's like down on a trade right now is going to be freaking out that we're not talking about stocks. And again, I'm getting murdered on a bond play, so like you have no excuse to be a little baby about it. But at the same time, I feel, man, I appreciate you. I'm glad you're vibing. I just had some really curious questions on my mind. And I'm fine. I'm very glad that I got some answers today. Like, I've got to meet two non-re-rackers. One, he stopped answering. One was like, it's economic. I lived. The other guy just like, it seems like a personal, community issue with not re-racking. So, yeah, man, we'll see. Man, what a day. Yeah, man, I think that's it. I think it's just like, it's the government of your gym, bro. I think that's what you gotta make a change in there. Yeah, it seems like a community issue because you're like, I wasn't like that in the past. My other gym, I love re-racked weights, but it's just like, it seems like there is a power struggle going on there at that gym. Yeah, the gym HOA. The money changed you? I mean, clearly. I mean, you still take the weightlifting selfies, so I could relate to that. But, nah, you getting hella bougie. You like, I pay for this. You just walking around Costco, fucking knocking around all the samples. I pay for this. I'm a member. I'm eating like 15 samples, stealing it from kids. I pay for this. $15.99, bro. I pay for this. So you got to watch out, though. Don't let it get out of hand. Mm-hmm. Passive aggressiveness at play. I still have not been to Planet Fitness. I need to go, though. Mm-hmm. Back hair tweezing, gym high. The back hair tweezing was like 2 weeks ago, man. You stuck in a time loop. You better get a long term, bro. Because if you thought we were talking back tweezing this week, that's exactly why you need a long term. You know what I'm saying? Because time flies, so you got to own some shit. Hey, man, that was not this week, bro. I swear. I think that was like 2 weeks ago minimum, man. I don't know. That was like pre-Thanksgiving maybe. Some of the stingiest people have hella money. I don't think you lose or make money if you re-rack the weight or not, even if you paid for it. But, hey, man, maybe, I don't know. Maybe they should make a gym where they pay you back your membership if you re-rack your weights and wipe down the gym. And you guys will be some great model citizens. Do you give bad reviews to your gym so it's not crowded? Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that. That's super genius, but that's hella evil. You know, I would hate to hurt someone's business like that, but I could definitely see the appeal. Because I be getting hella mad when that shit's crowded, bro. You have no idea. And then I just, like, people running ahead of you, just taking stuff. But, yeah. It's diabolical. Great word for that. It's evil if it's a local gym, yeah. You guys are like, big gym, no problem. Unethical Answers with Josh. Hey, Josh, do you think it's okay if I leave awful reviews on my gym so that people don't show up? Well, although it's a great idea, I think that scores very low on an ethical rating scale. You may want to look in the mirror and ask yourself a couple of questions. Today on It's Not Illegal, But You're a Dick. For real, though. I treat everything like it's mine, and I like my shit neat. Oh, no, that don't work for me. I mean, I've learned to take care of my stuff, but, like, nah. I treat people's stuff better than mine sometimes. Like, especially, like, other things, but, like, I got a messy room. But low-key, the rest of my house clean. I used to live like a slob, though. I used to live how some of y'all used to send me. Remember I told y'all to clean your rooms? Like, back in the day, though, like, I would be crazy, man. So right now, some of y'all, hey, do me a favor. Clean up your room right now. It's not even for me. It's for you, okay? So my room hella messy, too. It's going to be clean. It's going to get clean here. But, hey, man, don't, for real, don't forget about that. I hate breaking people. I feel you. I don't like owing people. So that's why like I like to leave people shit nice, and I don't ever like, oh, well, you did it, or you blah blah. That's it. And then I told you the one time I felt bad. My boy Olivier, I was driving his car and I took the mirror off, and I didn't mean to. That one that still haunts me to this day. But other than that, man, I try to avoid any. You know, I'll leave it nice. I'll leave it how I found it, if not better. Always better. It was a Porsche, yeah. Maybe that was my first. I don't like Porsches, but I do like them. But things change, bro. Things changed. One month left. Yeah, tomorrow's the last day of November, man. Bro, that Vivas. My brothers don't die. They just Vivas. Oh, dance, not die. Does it bother you when some fool interrupts your workout to ask how many sets are left? No, not usually, because like if I'm like just on there, I give him a cold ass answer. But like if I've been there for a minute, I hurry my ass up. I'm like, my bad, G, I got you. No, I feel, you know what I'm saying? Because like some people out there just camping, bro. I don't understand the gym campers. I'm like, you're not doing anything. Because I'll knock out 3 sets in like a couple of minutes. Like I don't really need that long all the time unless I'm like late in the workout and really tired. So if I like just got there and like I'm like, okay, calm down, kid wearing the pajama pants. Like relax, dude. Okay, you're fucking 14. Relax. Like it's the little kids who be doing that. When I just sit down, like, are you done? I'm like, I just look at them like, bro. I said, no, I'm not done. I got like 17 sets. You could wait. I'll be done. Everyone else though, I'm like, yeah. Like if I'm lagging, I know when I'm lagging. Yeah, 4:40, bro. Was it 4:40 in the morning? Yash on the high. Oh shit. Yeah, it was. That's 1,000%er. Just under. AMPH is running too. Yeah, I think Yash is up 60. Why so cold? Because if you watch me go to a machine and ask me how long I have left when you just see me start, you just fumbled the bag. That's not my problem. That's it. Don't get mad at me. I don't got nothing else to say. It's up 90 now? I really want to go get Yash Ramen. Oh, wow. It's at $8? What the fuck is this? Yo. Oh, they had a stock split. This thing did not open up at $50. They had to have done a split. Yeah, that's crazy. You let people work in? Oh, yeah, if they want to and if they're not too sweaty, yeah. I don't mind all the time. If I am, I'll say you could get on, but yeah, usually they're chill. Like if you want to just like pop in, that's chill with me. How long would you take on 17? That was an exaggeration, sir. I don't think I've ever done 17 sets of anything in one session. Like various workouts, but never like one. I got 16 more to go. And AMPH, and then Humana got murdered. Absolutely murdered. When are they going to feed the bears? You got tomorrow as a potential feeding site. Then next week, Thursday, Friday, even Tuesday, that'll be another bear feeding potential. Again, if the bears want to come out of their habitat right now as we enter into the latter months of winter, the bears usually do go into hiding. So if they get enticed by a good enough data meal, they will come out and be able to feast. So you'll have a feeding time next week with the Dawn Farms. And then the week after that, you'll have one feeding time with CPI. And then the day after that, it'll be a special back-to-back feeding with Jerome Powell. You will have Jerome Powell also on Friday. That could also do it too. Earnings, I think Snowflake and then CRM maybe. I got to double check the calendar. I feel like some of you would be watching. SPY going lower. So SPY's back to red now, believe it or not. So again, all day here, it is power hour. We got 45 minutes left. But you are back below VWAP and back now to negative, or dancing right at the line right there. GameStop, like I said, I'm worried because I've already seen some people, and I don't know how. They're like, yeah, GameStop's gonna do it again. Like I don't really believe that, but you know, by the end of the day, like you know, we were talking about it. Maybe GameStop is part of the like ghetto rate cut play, and maybe it's running. I don't know if there's news, but it's like maybe that could be a big thing if people are really expecting easy money policy, lower rates. That's the only reasoning I could get behind. So not opposed to trading it if you want to do that. I didn't trade it, but for the most part, I wouldn't believe a tall tale of another short squeeze and who's holding the bag, and then we're going to work together against the villains to squeeze them out. You know what I'm saying? And then just on top of it, the guy everybody was going. Remember, only one guy got clapped in GameStop. The other guy, he's like buying 4 sports teams and bought like a $200 million house. His name's Ken Griffin. So, you know, and I thought he played for the Cincinnati Reds. Apparently, he is an evil billionaire who owns everything. So, there you go. But, yeah, that's where I'm at. I think ghetto rate cut play, you might be able to throw GME into there. But everything else, you know, I would take it with a grain of salt. Biden in 15, remarks on the economy. All right, that'll be at 3:30. We did hit a new low. SPY red, NASDAQ red, Dow still green. Regionals, or Russell, doing good. Again, we talked a little bit about financials here. Regionals still holding up pretty good. You think Ozempic has impacted Visco? I don't know. Because I don't know, man. I'll tell you, last time I went into Victoria's Secret, I saw a lot of different models on the, so I don't know, because you're like, the weight loss, I don't know if it makes, because they got all sizes at Victoria's Secret, bro. I don't know. I feel like you've been to Victoria's Secret more than I have, but I feel like it's all really, I feel like they've adopted the whole, every size, yeah, so I don't even know, lower sizes, higher sizes, I don't know. I think they may be immune to that sort of impact. Yeah, XOM is, no, PSX. All oil is coming down. It could be a OPEC rumor. Again, you had that earlier. Yeah, Hess and XLE, all oil is coming down. Vivos paused. Test it flush. Yash is on the high. That's up 122 now, so that one's going crazy. So again, a day of a lot of random runners. GME came down, then there's Snap and Tessie. AV, what time is it? 3:20. Oh, might for it. I kind of need to go pee. I don't know if they're gonna give me a commercial. Brought to you by Tesla. All right, hold on, give me a sec.
Mostly coming on the labor side. And as we've seen inflation start to moderate, and we're seeing strong utilization of beds, and we're seeing operating margins start to improve there, we think there's a lot of value, and we're finding high-grade healthcare very attractive. Now, you have to be very selective in this sector, so you can lean on an experienced credit research team like ours.
Okay, and it certainly is experience. Well, can you dive a little bit deeper into that, though, too? Because, I mean, it's easy to say, okay, yeah, I mean, you pick out high-quality stuff, and obviously Vanguard, you have a whole army of folks to sort all that out for you here. But, I mean, kind of what's the general criteria where when you look at some of those hospital operators and you can kind of separate the wheat from the chaff? What sort of creates that separation?
Yeah, you want to hone in on those hospitals that are market leaders, so they own most of the market share in a particular city or region, and also that tend to have a unique specialty. So children's hospitals is one example.
So Children's Hospital, definitely an area to keep an eye on. So, too, in your notes, you write public mass transit. Of course, I'm speaking to you from New York City, where it's pretty much all we talk about. What are you seeing when it comes to mass transit broadly?
Well, public transit is a sector that we're keeping an eye on, after the pandemic. Ridership has not, particularly in areas such as New York, the MTA in particular, ridership has not returned to pre-pandemic levels. However, that can be mitigated by a lot of factors. In the case of the MTA in particular, it's not wholly dependent on fare box. There are dedicated taxes and other sources of revenues that also support operations. So, we ultimately do think that public transit will be resilient in this new normal as we move forward in a more flexible and work from home environment. But we're just keeping an eye on that.
All right, Nathan, got to leave it there. Enjoyed this conversation. That is Nathan Will. He is head of municipal credit research over at Vanguard. Now, coming up, maybe the magic is fizzling. Why some are looking at Disney's latest animated film offering as a sign that the old guard isn't resonating in the new age. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Yeah, bro. That's crazy. Because they were hyped on Wish. Now everybody's coming down on it. Again, I saw it, bro. I saw the trailer. I was like, I want to watch Wish, and then everyone said it's awful. Yeah, oil is still dumping heavy right now. So, again, that could be why the S&P is coming down here. You don't have much time left, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit more than 30 minutes. Vivos resumed at $45, 1,000%, now 47. About to do 49. Disney's new age not resonating with the new age. Right? Yeah, that was a weird. They're like, the old guard is not wait, hold up. I don't think anything they're trying is like old school now that I think about it. Hold on. You were trading at Vivos, you were happy with 5%. Now it's at 4. That's what a lot of people were saying. They're like, they traded it. They didn't think it had that much juice, and now it's like Tang, bro. It's like Tang. It's going crazy. It's like the Kool-Aid man just busting through the wall. Am I into Solana? No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't know why I say unfortunately, but especially after the whole like Sam Bankman connection, I don't think I would ever touch it. I don't mean to hurt your position or shit talk it, but like, you could call me a boomer, man. Bitcoin, Ethereum, call it a day. I got some other shit coins here and there, but you know what I'm saying? It's big fan of just the OGs. It's connected to SBF. Or welcome to crypto. UWMC, I have it on one account, but I sold it last year for a tax loss and then kind of just stayed stable and above the price, so I never really took the opportunity to buy back into it. But they're doing good. Their outlook isn't bad, honestly, with high rates and everything. They've maintained very, very well. So we're going down. Honestly, bonds are holding up great, but equities are dying now. So this is, remember, we played that little MES here. You went a little higher. Again, you thought it was looking good there with bonds catching a bid, but you're right back down to the kind of the lows yesterday of the bond auction. So we're back at the 7-year bond auction level. I still got the Stellar. I have Ripple from back in the day. I have Ethereum Classic. So like I said, I have some other shit coins, but you know, if you are like still trying to, like, you've never established a Bitcoin or like a crypto position, or maybe there's a big decline and you want to get into it, like, I don't know if I would go for any of the other shit. I sent the email, a firm short squeeze. I don't think it's that deep, but yeah, like, if that makes sense. like you don't need a terminal to figure that one, but it's like, in the sense, it's getting squeezed now. And honestly, whether it's a short squeeze or not, whatever they did with their business, like, again, the fact that everybody bought in, that's very good. The only thing I don't like about a firm is that's a company that is getting clapped by interest expense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of the examples I show, because back in the day, like, literally in the last like year and a half, their interest expense, like, as a net profits, like a portion, it's gone up 10x. So like, they went from paying like 7 to 10 million in interest to like they're doing 70 million to like 90 million, and then like if it keeps going higher, I mean, their interest cost is high. So as far as like anyone getting clapped there, it's there. But I do believe the theory, this has been a blowout for them. You know what I'm saying? This was a blowout earnings for them. We went from 4,600 potential to 40. I mean, you're right in the middle. You're closer to 45 now than 46, but in the morning you were right under 4,600. Splits. I mean, it'll tell you if you're up or down. You could just look. If you still have it and it's a split, I mean, just look at the P&L there. Or you could go back to the day you bought it and then go see that price and use that as like a reference. The daily candle looks bad. I mean, it does, but it's still like keeping you pinned. It kind of looks like this shit, honestly. So you might even have a day up and then maybe it goes. But then that's the shitty part, because we have Powell Friday. He may punt, but then like we're saying, you know, coming into next week, we're going to get a lot. But also, too, a little bit more juice behind the PCE tomorrow. Apple selling causing the move. No, I think all of tech was down today. So it's not like, again, Apple's down, Meta was down, Microsoft. None of them really got the juice here. Apple was actually the leader early on. If anything, like the GMs of the world and the equal-weighted names that were like just absolutely destroyed, those were the dudes that did the heavy lifting today. I don't think we got full Black Friday numbers. Powell not help. I don't think he's going to help. He's going to try not to hurt it, try not to help it. But then again, I mean, now if rates keep going higher, things calm down, or lower, excuse me, but like they keep catching a bid and then like stocks are able to rocket again, that financial condition thing. But more so, I do think Powell will get disturbed unless they want to alter the dot plot heavily. But just those Fed futures, again, like, right, dude, people, again, Bill Ackman pumping them now. We even had the same play yesterday, but now it's like people are talking about March cuts, maybe sooner. That's going to be interesting to see if Powell pushes back, or maybe he's not in a position to do so, and that's where he just falls back to data dependent. Oil CL is not dying? Really? I thought it was. Because of the oil names are just dumping. It's kind of still up 1 point. That's crazy. Considering how we started the bad headlines from OPEC and then the rumors and everything else where it's at now. Quite phenomenal. Well, I didn't hold on to Baidu too long. Like I was talking about it earlier, someone was asking me, I think either way, I think coming into next year though, unless China really gets cratered, but even then I do think, don't underestimate Wall Street's. They're gonna do their little China pump eventually. The Fed voter rotation. No, dude, that's the thing I learned today. I didn't think about it. So now, like, in a weird way, like, we got to kind of start paying attention to the non-voters because, like, most of those guys are going to be voting next year. Daily looks ugly. Miss the Titanic music, don't we all, man? We do and we don't. Titanic music, though, is crazy. I don't think y'all, I think we have put that in our memory, but y'all don't remember how violent 2022 was? And like 2021? Like when it was violent and would move, bro, when we played Titanic music, if y'all thought the last like quarter was bad, it was worse than that. You were doing 5% in a couple of days. It was like wicked, bro. It was wicked. This last month or quarter was pretty brutal, but like this quarter was brutal because it was every day. That there's a difference in volatility. Not all volatility is the same. It's like one where you're just dying every day, little by, like, this last quarter was death by 1,000 cuts. It was torture. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was torture versus just getting like a gut punch, kick in the nuts, and then punched in the face. That's how 2022 felt like. And then 2021, when there was like real volatility, because it was fast. You were just dropping 5, 6, 7, 9% just in a couple of days, a week. It wasn't everyday torture versus like, just getting poked and then slashed little by little, and then eventually having a monster rally. Yahoo Finance Live, but Biden ain't on. Oh, Biden, I do, but I kind of need to take a dump. That would be great. Yeah. It's been live now for 20 minutes on the White House, but he's not there. PHILO got me right. Amen. If you shorted, you got F this month. I mean, borderline, I think that's that was the theme all year. So again, besides Rite Aid, I really only took losses on shorting plays. Like anything that I bought long and went down, some of them are still down, like Enphase. That was from actually end of last year. But like some plays, like most, if you bought, you ended up winning if you held it with enough time for the most part. But I think you bought anything you won. It was shorting any time. You know, there was different periods where it won, but if you really shorted and shorted for a long time, eventually the Roosters came home. GDP, prices paid. There was a quarter-over-quarter prices metric that could be related to PCE as well, and that came in a little softer. But for the most part, it is still, the correlation between even quarter-over-quarter and how everything factors in. It's not always that crazy. To 43 more, bro. Let's go. Thanks so much love to the call, baby. God bless you, Mr. Brandon P. Traveling or not. My man, baby. God bless you, bro. I love you. I appreciate you. Hope you enjoy in life, man. And the chat love you, too. Let's get another 43 more. Amen, baby. Years, baby. Years. What you know about that life? What you know about that life, son? Years. Years. Well, let's go. Yash open. I don't know. Maybe Biden will wait till after. Yeah, Yash is still going crazy. That just hit the high. Your Spotify rap was so botched, I sold my Spotify shares. We want new badges. All right, I could do the vote. I think our options were either a diploma. Since now, I think diploma, though, I kind of like that. 4 years, or we do the Jets, or we do the Lexus, or what was the other option? Uncle? I think Uncle. Oh, I need to get this. I was gonna do the poll right now. Oh, I forgot. I need to make the thumbnails too, so like when you vote on them, you know what I'm saying? So you could actually see what you're voting on. So I don't have them ready yet. Papyrus scroll. Yeah, like there you go. I feel. Uncle should be 5 year. You want? I like Jerome. Jerome could be a good one. The Jets. So let me get these made then. We'll do it before the end of the year. I said we were supposed to do it maybe by Christmas. I like the scroll. The scroll is dope. Charlie Munger. I mean, maybe that's I don't know. That makes me sad. Seeing that every day though. I'm like, oh man. Then SPY going lower again. Bond just hit another high. Nothing's going on right now. Again, just we had a lot of different things this morning. I mean, if anything, market's going down after Bill Ackman says recession. That's why he buys bonds. Bonds up, stocks down. But for the most part, we had one Fed speaker today. It wasn't too much. I think it's kind of just overall reaction. And if I could say anything, GDP data was hotter than expected. So again, that good news. And then even the beige book as well. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the market is reacting to the elephant in the room, but I doubt it. Yeah, we're barely red. It's only 0.16. I feel ya. PC play, I'm going to hold my bond play and just wait till see what the data comes out as. Because, again, PCA is important, but, I mean, the market has been pretty choosy in terms of what it really wants to react to. And then, again, you'll get your follow-up with Young Powell the next day. So Buffett for the 240th month. I mean, what are we at now? This would be 48 months. Just crazy. All right, still selling a little bit. Again, watch if bonds or anything else comes up. Still got 20 minutes on the day. Some of those equal weight GM stuff earlier in the morning, they're still holding. Again, I think tech has a little bit more movement here than not. Did you get a Cybertruck email? No, not yet. I'm sad. I don't know. I thought I was early on the list, but yeah, I got to put in more work, man. There's something brewing in South America. In what type of context? Lottery play 440.60. Ready for a negative down 2 days. Feel like we haven't had down 2 days in a while. And then this red candle is like, it sucks because it's not even that big. Just the candle looked big because we were up so much. But last time you had anything like that, I mean, 2 days later, we actually ran up. So again, tomorrow is the end of the month. So that's where, when it's all said and done, tomorrow will be, for the history books, that's where it's going to line up at, whatever we end up tomorrow. B-listers and up right now. Wait your turn, Miz. I know. I feel you, bro. I feel my bad. Forgive me for even thinking I'd get it. My bad, man. I feel you. My bad. I got to know my place. Your girl said one of her friends was in Austin and saw one on the road. Yeah. There's one guy in Texas, or there's a couple in Texas, then they're just like, that's the one everybody keep taking pictures of. We saw one in Dallas. They're in Texas. At least I've seen TikToks of Cybertrucks and even Instagram videos with Cybertrucks with Texas plates. And then, yeah, I think a couple of Chads even emailed me some pictures. Probably Joe Rogan. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool if he just gave me one, though. I'd be down. Maybe if I was like, my name is Joe Logan. No? Okay. I'm going to try. So much movement, such little progress. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders experience almost 100-point move, only to end at break even. What will happen next? Bill Ackman hates you. It's not 4 yet. We only got 17 minutes. Like, low-key, I'm hoping Biden get on here because, like, I do, like, my poop is kind of coming out early. I need to take a dump, so I'm hoping this guy could come on here, you know what I'm saying, and just take the wheel right now and just deliver this remarks on economics. Rumor reports from Brazilian intelligence suggest an imminent military move by the Venezuelan army against the Republic of Guyana in the coming days. Another global conflict. Play My Guy. Oh my God, that's my guy. That's my God. Yeah, that's a good song, bro. You know, he says a line in there. What does he say? He says, oh man. He says something they want to eat, but they don't got a kitchen. So I was like, it's a good song, man. All right, I got you, bro. I got you. Been requesting it for days. I think, yeah, the other day you were calling it something else, though. You're like, play the one song. I heard Ethiopia getting ready to invade. Also, there's between Egypt and Ethiopia. I mean, I don't think it should happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we started getting like a lot of other country beef. At this point, if you get into a conflict with another country, you're getting a paycheck and support from America. Especially with how our society is, I feel like we have empowered the world to go, because they're like, yeah, bro, they're teenagers, support fucking Osama, just do it. Like, again, you could go any conflict right now and just like think about the public support. You're either going to get some support against or for, and then you could propel whatever issue you want to the forefront. We have incentivized. I mean, look around. I mean, what do you mean? You tell me. You tell me. Yeah, they are a lot smaller. So if there is a bigger conflict, though, but for the most part, we'll see how these play out, but they shouldn't. Unless if it goes in, like, again, bigger countries getting into, like, real big things, like real big conflict, that would be the problem. The ones we support are defensive conflicts. I mean, everybody thinks they're defending themselves, or at least that's the story. You know, I'll tell you this. One thing I find really weird, how come we don't have protests just like we've done all the protests for both sides, right? You've seen Israel, you've seen Palestine, you've seen Ukraine, not Russia, but where are the same people who are really involved in the latest conflict? Why are they not saying anything about the Uyghur population in Xinjiang? Literally, there is a group of Muslims that is being held in a camp in China, and for years now, almost a decade of being like, why isn't there, like, again, I feel like with the momentum, with the fact that it's ever, like, seriously, like, at this point, like, you know, I say it, it's like, again, it's just, that's something I find really weird right now. It's just, how come there's no support for that then, though? Still, I've seen the protest happen out of nowhere and all of it, but, like, legitimately, there is a oppressed Muslim population in a foreign land that is getting so abused, and nobody is defending. So, again, you're telling me defense, and we fight for the underdog, and we don't allow that, but how come Xinjiang, China, and the Uyghur population, I don't see one protest yet. So that is the weird point. At one point, but it's directly related. I mean, again, if you do care about a certain population and people broadly in general and believe in freedom, and you want to support the underdog and the oppressed, I mean, I don't think a good excuse is, oh, we did protest one time, but we forgot about it. It's like, think about it right now. It's happening right now, just like the other things are happening. So it's very, very wild. You could ask the same question, but like I'm saying, the parallels of the Uyghur population and what's going on in China, it's more closer to the bigger conflict in the Middle East right now. It's again, Middle Eastern people or Middle Eastern religion. You are having it there. It's awful there. But again, you don't protest that, which I do find quite interesting, or perplexing is a better word. You've never heard of it until I've said that? No way. That's crazy. But then again, like, you know, I'm probably going to disappear after talking about it for 5 minutes. But yeah. Now Biden comes on. Oh, we got 10. I don't see him on yet. Oh, there he is. He's smiling. All right, I'm going to go. We got 10-minute rigged. I hope I make it back in time, Chad. If I don't forget, I need to take a dump, bro. I've been waiting for this guy to get. Dude, this looks like a party. I gotta wait till the music. You got 10 minutes. 10 minutes, man. All right, is he up?
And Nick, Mayor, the mayor here. You know, I walked off. Stand up, Mr. Mayor, so they see you. I was on the plane. They came to meet me at the Air Force One. I'm on the plane. I'm on the phone talking with my national security team about the next tranche of prisoners being released. And I knew I was running late, so I came down the stairs of Air Force One and ran right to the car, ran right by the mayor, and everybody came to see me. Mr. Mayor, again, I want to publicly apologize for that. Thank you. And a good friend of mine, a guy who's been a great partner, and a guy who is doing so much for this community, John Hickenlooper. Thanks for being such a great partner, John. I really mean it. I said there's one word. I was introducing John at another event, and I said there's one word that can describe John Hickenlooper. Most important word for an elected official, integrity. He's a man of absolute total integrity. Thank you, John. And chairman of CS Wind, Kim, where are you? There you go, man. Thank you. We've had more picture taken together lately that he's probably going to hurt his reputation back home. But I am friends with your leader, Mr. Moon. You know, home. You know, we're good guys. Thank you for all and I want to thank all the tribal leaders for joining. All the tribal leaders are here. If you're here, you stand. Can I see? I don't know where you are. Maybe not here right now. And to celebrate this historic investment, building a clean energy future made in America is part of the progress we're making growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because when the middle class does well, everyone does well. We're investing in America. We're investing in Americans, and it's working. Since I took office, my Investing in America agenda has led to manufacturing boom that's attracted over $600 billion. $600 billion in private investment from private companies in America and around the world, manufacturing and industries of the future. When I took office, we set a goal to produce 100% carbon-free electricity by 2035. And because of my commitment to clean energy future, Made in America clean energy companies started investing here in Colorado. Here in Colorado, CS Wind, a Korean company, makes towers and wind turbines. I know you all know it, but people seeing this on television may not be certain. They used to make all their wind towers abroad. Then they decided to make them here in America as well. And today, CS Wind factory in Colorado is the largest wind tower manufacturer in the entire world. With over 870 employees. It's simple. As I've said for a long time, when I think climate, and I mean this sincerely, I think jobs. Jobs. That's what climate's about. Not only saving lives and saving the environment, but jobs. But that's not the end of the story. I signed a historic law, the most significant investment combating existential threat of climate change ever anywhere in the world. It does many things, including provide incentives to make wind towers in America and bonuses for clean energy projects that use those American-made wind towers to power American homes. And because of my Investment in America agenda, CS Wind plans to invest an additional $200 million to expand the facility right here, another $200 million, doubling its production and creating 850 more good jobs beyond what's going on. And because of the investment and incentives we wrote into the law, CS Wind recently announced its employees will receive an end-of-year bonuses as well. You can clap for that, man. It matters. Like I said, when I hear climate, I think jobs. Here in Colorado, the wind turbine manufacturing Vistas is investing $40 million to expand its factory and hire an additional 1,000 employees. Solar manufacturer Meyer Burger is building a new solar cell factory just down the road in Colorado Springs. They'll create more than 350 new jobs themselves. And all across America, instead of exporting jobs, companies, both foreign and domestic, are creating jobs here in America and exporting American-made products. That's what we used to do 40 years ago. Through my bipartisan infrastructure law, we're also making the most substantial investment in American infrastructure since President Eisenhower built the interstate highway system. We're investing in roads, bridges, ports, airports, clean water, affordable high-speed internet. Already, we've announced over 40,000 projects. 4,500 communities across the nation are benefiting. And from the new Amtrak tunnel in Baltimore to the Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky to right here in Colorado, $5.6 billion in 304 projects. We're investing $160 million in a 103-mile water pipeline known as the Arkansas Valley Conduit. It starts here in Pueblo. It'll bring water to 50,000 people across the southeastern Colorado. And that's not all. We haven't forgotten tribal lands here in Colorado. We're investing over $66 million in tribal lands here to ensure underserved Native American communities have access to affordable high-speed internet. The amazing thing is over 233,000 Colorado households already have a savings of $30 a month on their internet bills because of the Affordable Connectivity Program. You know, and as part of my commitment to conserve and restore our country's lands and waters, my administration has already conserved more than 21 million acres nationwide, including when I was here a year ago at the Camp Hill Continental Divide National Monument.
But this is the timing, man, the timing. So, no, I rushed it, bro. We out here, baby. I ain't going, come on, stop playing with me. But it's going to get really loud in here, okay? And I love and appreciate you all. So I have a simple warning. When I say earmuffs in about 10 seconds, you should mute your speakers because it's going to get crazy. It's going to get loud. We got to prevent the BBB, dormant BBB. You sensitive to loud noises. You got to mute, okay? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 68 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you thought the old school bond correlation would come back because bonds are up and stocks are down. So shout out to Bill Ackman, but not our short. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. You don't see it. Biden, he's spitting game right now, bro. He's killing it right now. So, unfortunately, just you could go off that assumption. We'll see. But, Chad, you don't have much time remaining, man. That's it. Tomorrow, PCE before the bell. A couple of data sets after. It's time, baby. You only have 1 minute. go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. That data is an hour before the bell. Shares, futures, options. You got to know which one is which, but you got to finalize it. A couple more earnings still on the way. You even got Powell on Friday, middle of the week. You're getting a barely red day with the Russell and the Dow barely, or maybe the Dow goes red, but now you have less than 10 seconds remaining, Chatadonia. So bring it home. Finalize it all. The bonds are still there. We're going to say 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. You made it through to the end, baby. I need a good game in the chat right now. It's good sportsmanship. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. I don't care who you think you are. I need a GG right now. Best chat in the world. Worst chat, and it don't mean anything. Nobody saw you without the GG. Without the GG, it means you got respect. It's mutual respect. You here to play, baby. That's it. I need that GG, baby. Let's go. Good game. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Everybody holding it down. My positive people. My great personalities. My people contributing. Bringing something to the table. Bless you, baby. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. Twitch. Way to hold it down, baby. I hope you know we stronger as one. We've been telling them. Good game, baby. Let's go. Way to hold it down. I'll see you tomorrow. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, dog. That's how you play. Told you, I'd say the members, man. Shout out the members. Shout out the stream alert. Shout out the real ones, bro. The honoraries. It don't even matter. You got the love or not, baby. Good game, bro. That's how you play. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Alright, chat. I'm gonna give you this, but I'm out, bro. I gotta get going. Not only do I gotta poop still more, I got a schedule, but thank you for being here. Let Biden take you out, but I love you all, baby. I'll see you on the watch list. I'm gonna hit you with notes today. I'm gonna get y'all the notes on the watch list. Don't you worry, baby. God bless. Oh, Salesforce. There it is. There it is. You got the numbers right here, baby. God bless you.
Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresh into the breakfast. How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
All right, Chatadonia. That's it, bro. This thing is just, I'm getting terrified. I feel like that played really fast, bro. What song is this? I don't know where that song came from, but Chad, I love you, man. God bless you. I do got to get going here. You do got earnings, CRM reactions, and all of that. Don't worry. You're going to get your watch list today, and I'll see you in the morning for PCE. I might come on early. I don't know. It just depends on how we get everything popping here. So, Chad, I love you all. Thank you all again for all of your time, especially all y'all holding it down, bringing good vibes throughout the day, baby. But I am going to be getting going here. Enjoy everything else. Finish the rest of your day with a lot of strength. You wake up and drive, and you better give it 110%. But listen, if you want to give more than 100%, you got call real estate after the bell. And I said it. Tomorrow, I'm going to flame you if you start asking me real estate questions. You want to know how to get into real estate, and I want to do a lie. You're going to ask me what do I got to do. I got to make a quick dollar. I got to make a slow dollar. I don't know. I got to make $1. Well, there you go. Cole Real Estate. It's pinned up there. I will see you all in the morning, and don't ever forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why we always got more than enough, baby. Oh! Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, I'll see you guys tonight. You got Snowflake and, Snowflake and CRM going crazy right now. So, I will see y'all in a little bit. But peace out. Amen, baby. Amen. Yeah, I gotta go. I'm pooping in my pants right now. I got to go to the situation room. All right, bye. See you later. Good morning, evening. Bye. Morning. Hello.